Good evening, gang-a-lang. Good evening, gang-a-lang. Good evening, gang-a-lang. Gang-a-lang. Good evening, gang-a-lang. Oh, there it is. Check, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2. We are on the air live, brought to you by YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, baby. Get me paid. Is what I'm going to call the podcast from now. Get me paid, baby. That's all I need. Sold a sellout, baby. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get that moolah, that guap, that cash, that quiche, the cheddar, all the good stuff. You know what I'm saying? Let me put this on theater mode for the hoes. Boom. All right. And then now let's go over here to Safari. See if that works. Oh, you son of a bitch. There we go. Oh, what's going on? Just play, you son of a bitch. There it is. All right. Let's go to Nick Fuentes. See what he got to say while everything's loading up. There we go. Dear black people.
I think black people are not irredeemable, but there just needs to be brutal honesty. It's like, look, these black people are really struggling, and they're turning into these maniacs. It seems like they don't do anything right. They're obnoxious, they're rude, they're inconsiderate,
Oh, Jesus
aggressive,
Christ.
cruel, and, look, nobody hates black people for being black. If there are people like that, I think that's exceedingly rare, and I don't consider myself one of them. The reason that people have negative attitudes about black people is because most people's interactions with black people are negative. Most people's interactions with black people is when you're stuck in traffic and you see a Nissan Altima speeding down the shoulder. And you say, what the fuck? You're not supposed to do that.
I'm weak, bro.
If everybody did that, it would just be another lane, and, not everybody can do that. But it's like these people have no respect for decorum. They think the rules don't apply to them. They have no respect for society. Like, that's their interaction is they are a waiter, and they wait on a black table, and the black people don't tip, and they're fucking rude.
Oh, hell nah.
Like, that's most people's interactions. It's stuff.
If you don't tip me, bro, you're going to be... You better not pay with a credit card, because you're going to be forced to tip no matter what. Behind your back, I'm going to do it. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. They go to the DMV, and they see a black person behind the counter, and they say, oh, here we go. And the person's rude. Now, it just goes to show people are not racist. It goes to show people don't like people that are rude. That people don't, it's unpleasant. People want to be treated with consideration and respect. And it is true that black people are, in this day and age, unfortunately, seem to have very low moral character. It's not even just the violence, although the violence is pretty striking. If you live your life and you know that you're going to be mugged by black people, it kind of colors your opinion or perception of black people, wouldn't you say? If 99% of the carjackings and stabbings and shootings that you see in Chicago are by black people, when you're walking down the street late at night, guess what you're looking for? Black people. And you equate that with danger. And it doesn't take a lot of them to spoil the whole bunch like that. And we just want black people to take accountability and say, look, I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person. It just seems that every time I encounter you people, for the most part, it's negative. And sometimes extremely negative, like I could get a gun in my face.
Boom!
That's a problem. And people go, well, you are just loaded up with hatred and racism. It's like, I'm really not. I'm a really friendly person. I'm a really polite, friendly person. I give everybody a chance. But if I'm someplace and I see some black person walking in with their pants sagging and they can't articulate what their problem is or what they need, and they're rude and they're aggressive, and I'm in fear for my life, like, yeah, I have a problem with all of that. And people go, and these black people go, well, you're racist, you're racist. It's like, no, I just hate inconsiderate behavior. If black people were super well behaved, we would be racist in the other direction. We'd say, black people, oh, yes, dude, yes. My day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help you with, sir? Please, come right on in. Man.
Why is he this way?
That's pretty funny.
Oh my god, bro. Hey, he crazy crazy for real, bro.
Why do you enjoy that so much?
Hey,
He
bro.
did.
Nah,
I ain't gonna
bro,
lie, he
niggas
had some
crazy,
points.
bro.
I won't lie, he made a lot of valid points.
Niggas crazy, bro. Oh my gosh. Ooh, I gotta see the comments after this, bro.
I think he made a lot of valid points.
Wow.
That's pretty funny.
Like, I have a problem with all of that. And people go, and these black people go, well, you're racist, you're racist. It's like, no, I just hate inconsiderate behavior. If black people were super well behaved, we would be racist in the other direction. We'd say, black people, oh, yes, dude, yes. My day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help you with, sir? Please, come right on in. Man, what a relief to see you here. You're a sight for sore eyes.
I never really had a problem with black people before too, though. Like I don't know what it is, but Mexicans for sure definitely get along with black people, some more than others. I'm definitely the type to. I feel more comfortable around black people than most of the time. But that's not everybody's experience, I guess.
Black people are known for being
It's like, it's anybody. It's not even any. Dude, the ultimate thing is like Latinas and fucking Mexicans and fucking yeah. So it's either black or Mexican on the ultimate shit. And sometimes even white people, dude, they fucking dude, especially BMW drivers, bro, fucking worst drivers ever. There's Tesla drivers. The computer is trash. I fucking hate driving behind Tesla. The BMWs, my buddy put me on. My buddy David, he told me about BMW drivers. I didn't see it before until I saw BMWs, and I'm like, oh, now it's fucking BMW drivers. And I forgot there was another one that I didn't like, but yeah, the Nissan one is little Aidens.
best, then we would be racist in the other direction. Oh, finally. So yeah, that really bothers me. It just bothers me in this damn ass city because that's all it is in Chicago is just these black people who can never take accountability. It's always somebody else's fault.
That's a good point. He ended on right there. To a lot of black people, it is always somebody else's fault.
I would say, this is what I'll say. Okay. Click that. Go click that tweet.
She's black. She
Click
Kimberly?
this tweet. Click
This?
the tweet. Yes. This is what I was getting ready to say. There's two different races of black people here. We have regular black people, like us here, and then we have Gus.
and out of
And he described option B there.
Well, I mean, he lives in Chicago, so I'm sure
There's a lot of them there.
Yeah.
and how
But
many,
there is a difference. Like, I'm sorry, but there is a
Hold on,
difference.
Hold on. What
It's nothing to
percent
be
of
sorry
us?
for. There is a difference.
What percent
It's
of
two
us?
different races of people completely.
It is. But what percent of us are?
I don't know. A lot.
What estimate?
50,
I would say
55.
nah,
45.
not even that high. I would say like, I don't know what I would say. I don't know how many, but I know
I would
that
say about 70.
nah,
70's too high.
70.
I
I would say
it's
like
not the majority. It's the poorer ones. The father. Well, if we do say that, then it would be the majority.
I don't want to say a number,
What are you asking, Grok?
but everyone who lives is not.
Yeah.
No.
What did you
There's
search?
poor black people who are.
What did you search?
How many black people on property?
Oh,
In 2023, only 17.9% of black people live in poverty.
so then it would be around 30%. I don't know. I think it is the. I think
I was gonna say
hold
that.
on.
I mean, I think the point that he made about rude, inconsiderate behavior from people and negative interactions could sour you to a people, and I think that's a valid opinion. I think that's a valid outlook to have. I mean, if I
hold
had a
on, no.
bunch of
Hold on,
negative
I'm sorry.
interactions with someone, I would think negatively of
Yeah.
that someone.
But if 40%, this is a stat in women, those 22. If 40% of black people commit violent crime, so that's 40 off the rip. So what percent are a good 20? You can't say it's less than 20.
So you
So
think it's
it's-
60%?
Far over, buddy.
Wow.
40% commit violent crimes.
Well, I would say then 40%.
Yeah.
40,
So, you think all of-
45.
I said 55%.
I'd say 45 to 55%.
Do you think
yeah.
all
I said that off rip.
Yeah.
Do you think all inconsiderate people commit violent crimes?
I won't
No.
say no. but
Okay,
I think, I
so
think
then it's above 40% then, bud.
that's why I said 55%. But
Because you do have to
That's
start
not a
at
bad
40 with that.
You gotta say over 50 for shot.
Sad though.
I don't know, man.
It is sad, but I ain't gonna lie. The way to end it is to do what we do. I feel like and to call it out, and we can't just spare people's feelings anymore. That's why I'm not mad at what he said at all.
Well,
I don't know. I think there just has to be some sort of accountability among black people. Like if black people as a collective stop defending that behavior and justifying that behavior and then accepting it as black behavior, then it would be frowned upon. But a lot of this stuff is accepted and defended by black people. Oh, they're just kids. Oh, they're hungry. Oh, they're this, they're that.
They
They're
had
this.
to.
It's always a defense from black people. So it's almost a justifying that behavior. If that type of stuff was condemned by black people in the majority, we would see a difference. But we don't. The black women want thugs that sag their pants and act gangster. They want that. That's why they single moms, because they keep dating them and they keep going to jail. Sorry, the facts are the facts. That's just what it is.
It is. I'm not gonna say it's crazy because just saying that all your interactions with black people are always negative.
He didn't say all of them.
No,
he
didn't
said
say
majority.
Okay, and so I want to know with you guys what like percent of
My personal interactions.
Yeah, y'all personal interactions.
I wouldn't say I'd be some. I mean,
Is it 50? Is it 60?
I mean, when I worked at a mall store, I think
But what?
black people were stealing a lot out of the store that I worked at.
So what would you say the percent of inconsiderate? The people he described.
Inconsiderate. Well, I mean, I feel like black people approach me differently than they would him.
Facts.
So I don't
Facts.
know. I'd say my experience with black people would probably be different than someone else's. As a black man, I'm just gonna be logical here. Like I think someone might be inconsiderate and rude to someone that's white, but I think when they come to me, it's gonna be a different interaction. I'm just keeping it 100 based on
I'm
my
trying to
life
find.
experience.
It's impossible to find a number here, but
Do you
You
think that's
can't
a
put a-
bad take?
No, I mean, this is anecdotal evidence here.
Yeah.
You know him. I already seen it.
Yeah, I mean, someone else's experience with someone is not going to be my experience. I can only speak from my point of view.
I think that
people are saying he's racist.
I mean, I don't think he said anything racist. He didn't denigrate. He said, "This is why people feel."
he
that
just
way
described
based on
the
these
other race of
things."
people. He did not describe. He described niggas, not black people.
I mean, he
I think
just
there is
said-
a big difference. I think that I've met a lot of black people and I've met a lot of niggas, and there is a giant difference. There really is. It's two completely different mindsets. That is what I will say. Just being honest.
I mean, I don't. He said he's not a person that hates black people for being black. He said he hates rude, inconsiderate behavior. I hate that as well.
Dr. Umar even said about the,
He said a lot of them Negroes on the corner, on the street, got to go to sleep for good.
he
And
said they
that's
got to go
also-
extinct.
That is the
Dr.
pro-black
Umar.
nationalist.
Dr. Umar even said that.
I'm gonna keep it 100. I saw a video the other day where a woman said, "I don't want a man that work a 9 to 5 and take care of me. I want a thug." She said, "Y'all ugly." We can pull it up right now.
And then
We can put, and then the next day she posted a video that her kid's room in the hood got shot up.
it doesn't matter. It's just another day.
That's real. That's type of stuff that goes on in the black community.
That's hilarious.
I
Yeah,
we
personally
know.
will not sit around and condone that, my brother.
Me
I will
either.
personally not defend that negligent, negative, degenerate behavior.
He's gonna
I
say
don't
that.
like it.
It's sad though that it's came to this, but
I
Yeah.
mean, people have been probably saying this for years now. It's not that it just came to it. I think there's just been a more.
it's been.
It's just been a vocal thing. I think most black people, in my experience, don't act that way. But you, again, I be in nice areas
Yeah, it's
where
different. It's different.
affluent people be. So
But most nice areas that I've been in my life, 10%.
10.
Brother, are you insane? When I went to the nicest community I've ever lived in, it was 5 black people that I knew in the whole community. And it was thousands of white people there.
It's a culture thing, bro. It's
It's just
just
a culture thing.
it's a culture
So
thing.
when I think about that, I'm going to still have to stick with my number at a good 70. Because if I lined up every black
no,
person.
I don't want to say
If I lined
that.
up every black person, I was going to say, I'm going to knock it down
70
to
is
60.
too high.
70's
I'll
crazy.
say
70
50.
is too high. In my
It's almost
70 is crazy, bro. There's no way 70 people, black people, act like this. That's a fucking insane number. I would say maybe like, I want to say like 15%. Like that wildness. That's not very common. I mean, not where I'm from, and I'm living like in the hood area. You know, like a lot of more druggies over here, though. Not so much. There is gang activity, but they're just selling selling drugs. They're not really doing anything else kind of crazy.
I don't know, man. But you gotta realize, I grew
don't
up.
know,
I was in Jack and Jill, the Black Betterment organizations. I was in all that stuff.
Take
So
a pause.
what I grew up, the black people I grew up around, wasn't doing that type of
Okay.
stuff.
Yeah,
Just
but
gotta
they
keep
went to
on
the
my
other. You've seen them though. You've
Oh,
came
I-
across them.
I
The
for sure have
statistics
seen
say
them.
if I lined up every black person, 40% of them commit violent crimes, brother.
Nah, man.
That's a stat.
Nah.
Can we look
Nah,
it up?
it's not a stat.
It's a stat.
Then
it's a
that's- you
stat
can't
based-
argue with that.
It's a
It's
stat
not-
based
can't-
on another stat, a group within the
What?
population. It's ages. What is it, like 14 to 30 something?
I'm about to look it up.
Or that.
Okay,
what it
let's
said.
see.
Ah.
That's
This
what it
is-
said. I mean, hey, I know my experience.
I
you
said
know?
I agreed with what Nick said.
You know, I know when I'm at a
I don't
place.
like those.
when
I
I'm
don't
at a-
like those people with those type of
Look,
interactions
when
either.
I'm at a place,
And I will have the
hold
accountability
on.
to call it
When I'm
out.
at a place where it's good black people, wow, just like Nick said, this is amazing. But when I'm at a place with a lot of them, it's not too good of an outcome there, and it's rare, like Greek events. Those are
Okay.
good black people.
Duh.
Rare though.
It's not rare.
It's not that many.
I grew
it's
up
not that
around
many
that
Greeks.
shit.
Not that many Greeks. It's a lot of them, but it's not that many. It's more than the regular black population.
Oh yeah, nah.
Oakland, California, we talk Chicago, Houston, Louisiana, Alabama, every state.
You know what?
brother.
You know what Greeks are called? You know what they call us as black people? They call us the bourgeois. Bourgeois blacks.
Unicorns.
The bourgeoisie.
Just like the lady that told y'all today, I watched y'all and I cried. So what's her interaction with the black?
I don't know, brother.
I mean, if she cried, I could tell you. I can tell you what her interaction is.
I gotta keep it 100. I do think what he said, like the reason why people would not like people based on their negative interactions and constant negative interactions with people would lead you to not like those people. I think that's a valid reason. What you
Yeah,
guys look up?
yeah, 40%. I mean,
40%. 40%?
41 is what.
41%? No fucking way. I was super low. It's like damn near half. That's crazy. That's a lot.
40 to 41%.
Okay. So we have 60 that may not be like
But
that.
see, but you know,
out of
hold
that
on, hold
60, is 20 going to be rude? All right, then, so be quiet. Then leave it alone. No, leave it at that. That 20, maybe we really can say that. That's why I said 70.
70 is crazy.
Now, it might be
I try.
85.
I try to give
No.
the
No.
benefit of the 85, bro. See, now you're being dramatic.
I would say, I mean,
think
I'm not
it's-
going to do a
think it's-
number.
I
I'm
think
not-
55 is like my rough estimate.
That's a good, good fist bump, bro. Fist bump. You really believe in them, bro.
What you mean, damn? I am damn.
Yeah, for real. Like,
I'm the 45%.
No, you're
You
not.
the good side, bro.
You black
oh,
person.
another fact
I'm a
that-
black person.
You're not.
I'm a
good.
black person.
Hey, but I mean,
I'm a
hey,
good
man.
guy.
So you're
Nick,
not a.
I
good.
have faith in people that look like me.
Niggas being brutal, but hey, you know. That's
What's
why I
more
try to-
brutal, talking about it or
That's what I'm gonna keep
committing
it 100
murders?
though. Based on what he said, I think that's a good analysis. I'm not refuting anything he said.
But hey, like Charleston White always says and all that, we can't watch this and get offended and then
I'm
you
not
sing
offended at
along
all.
to a rap song where people rap about shooting up other people and actually doing it. Like y'all are actually agreeing with murder, and then you cry about this. Don't get offended now.
And what
Hey
percent
man,
think
I
it's
just
okay?
saw a
Nice.
video where a rapper just got indicted for killing another black man on camera, and he was saying, "Oh, this is racist because I had an all-white jury," and other rappers saying, "Free him," and his own family testified against him in court. There's no hope for those type of people.
80%.
I will never justify those type of people.
I'm gonna leave my number at 80%.
Wow.
We out of here, y'all.
I've never dealt with that shit. I've never dealt with that. I don't know. I guess, I don't know. Maybe I'm just that chill.
You're
What?
forcing me to say this, but
I've never dealt with like that kind of. I've been the server. I've been bartender. I guess I don't know. It's a little different with the bartending. Everybody gotta kiss your ass to get something. You know, fuck that. I ain't serving nobody if they don't fucking address me the way they should. Mr. Bartender, sir. That's my name. I was kidding. All right, let's see what's going on. I was gonna want to go back. Started off hot with this freaking. Oh yeah. I want to see this one. No, it's kind of.
Oh, because we didn't have any economic entanglements with Ukraine before. We didn't do any trade. We just had no relationship. We didn't even know where they existed. We didn't know they were on the map. We just.
What the fuck is a Ukraine? Ooh.
refusing to help you in your time of the most dire need. When your house has burned to the ground and you have lost all your possessions, all your family photos, your money, your wealth, your pets, loved ones, your whole neighborhood was flattened like it was in LA, like it was in the Palisades, when your entire town was washed away by a hurricane like it was in North Carolina or Florida. I suppose that was a wildfire too. But in other places, when your town is flooded and destroyed by a hurricane, this is when you call upon your federal government to help you. And the Trump administration says, before you get any help at all, before we extend a helping hand, your government, taxpayer, your government, American citizen, would you sign on the dotted line and make sure that you're not an enemy of Israel? This is a story from the New York Times. It says, quote, states and cities that boycott Israeli companies will be denied grants from FEMA, according to grant notices posted by the agency in recent days. The new eligibility criteria could restrict access to at least $1.9 billion earmarked for search and rescue equipment, search and rescue, emergency manager salaries, and backup power systems used during blackouts. To be eligible for federal funds, the grant notices says that states and cities must follow the terms and conditions set forth by DHS. Since April, DHS has prohibited grantees from limiting commercial relations, specifically with Israeli companies. The policy underscores how the Trump administration has linked its stance on Israel to unrelated federal funding, including billions of dollars in research grants for colleges and universities. But still, the policy could prevent wildfire response funding from flowing to cities like Richmond, California, where the city council voted last year to divest from companies doing business in Israel. So that's not symbolic at all. That's actually real. This is search and rescue money. So literally, what is going to happen? So an American is lost in the wilderness during a wildfire. The federal government will not search for and rescue an American because his municipality does not want to do business with Israeli companies. Do I have that right? It's for power systems used during a blackout. So if a hospital goes down because there's a blackout due to a natural disaster, they will not put the power back on for people that are hungry or sick. If their municipality or state voted not to do business with Israeli companies. Do I have that right? Well, clearly that is the case, because that is what the new guidance says. And as I said at the top of the show, this is the current information, which you're not going to get elsewhere. FEMA came out with a statement and said, that is not true. And yet, you can access the documents online. And you can see where they changed the language. It is true. FEMA did make it so that you could not receive disaster relief money if you are not in compliance with the DHS guidelines on boycott, divest, and sanction. Now, they did change the wording in the document. You can see where they made the edit. But they changed the language to merely mean the exact same thing. The language now says it will not allow applications for disaster relief money if a city or state is engaged in, quote, discriminatory prohibited boycotts. What is a discriminatory prohibited boycott? Well, according to DHS, that is boycott, divest, and sanction. That is any municipality or city or state that stops doing business with Israeli companies. So there's two lies. They said that there was no such ruling when there was one, and you could access the documents online and see where they made the edit. Two, on the contrary, not only was there such language, Even though the language has been changed, it means effectively the same thing, which is you cannot get the money if you engage in the BDS movement. Is this America first? Like, by definition, it is not. And is not America first the credo of the Trump movement? Trump said in 2016, we will no longer surrender this country or its people to the false siren song of globalism. Americanism and not globalism will be our credo. In 2017, he said it will be only America first. Is that not the essence, the definition of the Trump movement? That it is an American sovereignty movement more than it is conservative, more than it is right wing, more than it is having anything to do with the free market or limited government, or even for that matter, traditional values. Is not the essence of the Trump movement American sovereignty, America first? Is it not an anti-corruption movement aimed singularly at the deep state, at the organs of elite society that are arrayed with international interests, which maybe the most powerful among them is the international Jewish community, spearheaded by Israel and its lobby? And if that is the case, then how can you argue that this is anything other than a fundamental betrayal of MAGA, of America First? For each and every department and agency at the federal level to come out in the first 6 months of this administration and put Israel first over and over and over again, to the exclusion of actual America First policies. But they've made it a priority to revoke citizenship and visas of people that criticize Israel. And now this, I don't even know what to say about this. I don't even know what to say. At the bare minimum, the federal government should be there when there's a wildfire, when there's a hurricane, when there's a major blackout, to rescue Americans and save Americans' lives, no matter what color they are, no matter how they voted. I think anyone would agree with that. That the one thing we can all agree on is that FEMA should save people that are in danger, that are in peril of dying due to circumstances outside their control.
Facts.
Even that is being conditioned upon support for Israel. Even that is subject to the Israel First agenda.
Fuck that.
Think about everything that has happened in 6 months and how much of that goes onto the ledger on the side of benefiting Israel and how much on the side of benefiting Americans.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see quickly how imbalanced it is.
Mm-hmm.
We have gone to war with the Houthis. We have bombed Iran. We have given Israel $8 billion in military aid. Our Speaker of the House is there now. We buried the Epstein scandal. We blackmailed the Ivy League universities. We're deporting thousands of people that criticized Israel, taking their citizenship. We're going to censor TikTok and the anti-Israel content there. And now we're going to revoke disaster relief aid for any blue city that dared to criticize Israel in the middle of a famine that they are imposing in Gaza.
We've been cursed. I mean, 10 trillion added to the debt in all these foreign wars in the Middle East, these quagmires. We destabilize the region. We cause sectarian violence in these countries like Libya, Syria, Somalia, Sudan, Lebanon, Yemen. These are destroyed countries. There's ceaseless war. There's anarchy. There's Sunni-based terror factions and cabals vying for governmental authority. I mean, look at Sudan. I mean, we split apart Sudan at the behest of them. There's civil war in South Sudan and civil war in Sudan. We broke apart the country, and now there's civil wars in both sides. This creates a refugee crisis. This in Europe and in America, and it's radicalizing the youth of these countries with anti-American beliefs. This is how we get terror attacks on our homeland, because we wouldn't like that there was a military hegemon occupying our area. And this is all akin to Osama bin Laden's letter to America. why he attacked us, his motive. He wanted to get us into a forever conflict in the region, just like the Afghan Mujahideen, which later became Al Qaeda. During the Cold War, there was an insurrection against their Soviet sock puppet dictator in Afghanistan, which forced the Soviet Union, which was already they were already imploding because communism as an economic ideology invariably fails. So we let them in. They invaded. This was the CIA and the Afghan Mujahideen. We teamed up to bleed Russia's economy and their military resources, leading up to the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. And then so Afghan Mujahideen becomes Al Qaeda, and they turn against us because of the dual containment policy, which that came to fruition in the Clinton administration. But there's a caveat. Bill Clinton wanted to normalize relations with Iraq and Iran. At the behest of the Israel lobby, AIPAC, WINEP, Washington Institute of Near East Policy, and its founder, Martin Indyk, an Australian, not even American. He was the Assistant Secretary of State to Clinton. He was the one who was clamoring for the dual containment policy, as well as the Israeli government. The dual containment policy was cited as one of the reasons why Osama attacked us on 9/11. The reason why? We had military bases and military troops in the Holy Land of Mecca and Medina in Saudi Arabia. We had military bases there because that's where we were enforcing this dual containment policy. We put a full blockade on Iraq. Of course, they use euphemisms such as, sanctions, but it was a full blockade that killed upwards of 1 million people, half of them being children, were either starved to death or severely malnourished. And again, Osama cited this in his letter to America as to why he, attacked us on 9/11.
Jeez.
How can anybody continue to support this? And yes, I think at this point it is safe to say that Israel Jewish nation thing that is going on is in diametric contrast with the America First movement. I think that goes without saying. I hope you don't wind up in a hurricane.
Sheesh. Guy's pissed.
What's up, guys? Benny. If you want to know who's really in charge, simply ask the question, who are we not allowed to talk about? What questions are we not allowed to ask? Very interesting in the whole Epstein saga that Hillary and Bill Clinton, who have been in the public eye for 4 decades, most powerful people in the world during certain time periods, were never asked about their dearest best friend, the foremost pederast on earth, somebody who they were so close with. He had a oil painting of Bill Clinton hanging in one of his pederast dungeons. Really makes you wonder, why has nobody ever asked Hillary Clinton about Jeffrey Epstein or Bill Clinton? This is the one time on camera that Hillary Clinton was even approached about the number of times that Bill Clinton hung out with Jeffrey
Somebody
Epstein.
who's going to get up every day.
Hey, Hillary, why'd your husband visit Epstein Island 26 times?
His name is Alex Rosen. What happened to this activist was he was punched and knocked to the ground, then he was mobbed, then he was beaten, then he had his clothes ripped off him, then he was dragged out of the auditorium by the police because he asked about Epstein. Here's one little dude who asked Bill Clinton, the only time Bill Clinton's ever been asked about Epstein. Little polite man says, hey, Bill, what do you think about Jeffrey Epstein?
Any comments on the alleged allegation of your connection with Jeffrey Epstein?
You see this guy that sneaks in there to listen in? This is Bill Clinton's chief of staff. He barks no. He says, no, don't answer anything. And then Bill Clinton gives him that look, right? Bill Clinton then says, the evidence speaks for itself. Why are they so nervous? Well, it makes you wonder.
Ooh.
You know who does talk about Epstein a lot? Donald Trump. No, like, for real. Donald Trump started his political career talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
Bill Clinton. Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems.
Nobody even knew what Donald Trump was talking about there in 2015 when that clip is from. And now, well, ladies and gentlemen, it sounds like we are going to learn a lot more about Jeffrey Epstein. We're going to learn why ABC News shut down their reporting of Jeffrey Epstein.
We convinced her to talk to us. It was unbelievable what we had. Clinton, we had everything. I tried for 3 years to get it on, to no avail. And
why couldn't you get it on?
They wanted to keep it silent.
Ghislaine Maxwell is talking to the feds. And there are people who act like they have something to hide, like the people who kill stories about Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton. And then there's guys who put Jeffrey Epstein behind bars. There's only one lawyer who ever did that. This is the attorney right here. He tried the case in Florida. And he says Trump was the only guy who helped him.
The thing that I can say about President Trump is that he is the only person who, in 2009, when I served a lot of subpoenas on a lot of people, or at least gave notice to some pretty connected people that I wanted to talk to them, he is the only person who picked up the phone and said, "Let's just talk. I'll give you as much time as you want. I'll tell you what you need to know," and was very helpful in the information that he gave.
He goes on to say that the reason that Jeffrey Epstein was able to be put behind bars was because Donald Trump actually tipped off the authorities about what Jeffrey Epstein was up to. And now Ghislaine Maxwell is talking. Ghislaine Maxwell knows Donald Trump. There's photos of them together from way back in the day. And Ghislaine Maxwell is the key to everything. Now President Trump's Justice Department is speaking with Ghislaine Maxwell. Like here, for instance, there's a relatively famous photo of, here's Maxwell, and here's Trump and Melania. When's this dated from? The year 2000. So at the same time that the Clintons are finally being served a subpoena for their connection with Epstein, so it looks like we are definitely going to learn about Bill and Hillary Clinton, former AG's FBI director, subpoenaed over Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump. Ghislaine Maxwell. What does she have to say about Trump? Jeffrey Epstein's Madame Ghislaine Maxwell reportedly told the Justice Department officials in a recent interview that she never saw President Trump do anything untoward or wrong. The notorious sex trafficker gave no information that could potentially harm Trump's reputation, according to ABC News. Maxwell huddled with Deputy Attorney General Tom Blanche for 20 hours. Trump's former criminal defense lawyer for 9 hours this last month. Her lawyer was also there, and he revealed that Maxwell answered every single question about 100 different people as she tries to hash out a deal to the feds to spill the secrets about the late pedophile. Trump, for his part, has long denied any knowledge of Epstein's crimes, insisting that he cut off their relationship a long time ago, saying that Jeffrey Epstein was inappropriate at his club, and he said this many times on the record, and that's what the facts belie. Marcus said he didn't ask for anything from Maxwell in return, but acknowledged that Trump could pardon her. Listen, the president this morning said that he has the power to pardon, and we hope that he exercises that power. This is Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney. Soon after the DOJ met with Maxwell, who's serving a 20-year sentence, meaning she'd be out in her 80s, meaning she'd be a very old woman by the time she gets out in 2040, she was moved to a Texas prison known as Club Fed. This is where they move people who are socialites, nonviolent offenders, people involved in white-collar crime, people who are cooperating with the federal government. This is very curious. Ghislaine Maxwell, in a 9-hour interview with the Deputy Attorney General, repeatedly made statements about President Trump. No damaging statements about President Trump, according to the sources familiar with the conversation. She told Blanche that Trump never acted inappropriately in her presence. This is, by the way, backed up by not only Ghislaine Maxwell, but also one of Ghislaine Maxwell's chief victims turned whistleblowers, Virginia Roberts, who was also asked about Trump and worked for Trump and Epstein, and said that she never once saw President Trump engage in any illegal or untoward activity. Trump administration looking at releasing DOJ interview transcript with Ghislaine Maxwell. Release it all. Let's go. There's your transparency. Trump administration. Jeffrey Epstein co-conspirator sat for an interview. Deputy Attorney General, release the full transcript. The transcript and audio of the interview with the Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell, which occurred in Florida over the course of 2 days. Ghislaine Maxwell is on the record saying Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself.
No, he did. I don't believe he did. I believe that he was murdered. Well, I'm shocked.
I believe he was murdered. Ghislaine Maxwell. Hopefully won't meet the same fate. Boy, things are getting spicy. White House is weighing whether to release the transcript of the DOJ interview. That'd be actual transparency, wouldn't it? We're leaning towards transparency on releasing the full transcript. Epstein saga plot twist continues. This is going to get very interesting. Trump officials will apparently meet at J.D. Vance's home to craft a unified response to the Epstein scandal. The J.D. Vance and Susie Wiles and Pam Bondi and Patel and Todd Blanche. Now, they've denied this. I'm just reporting what's available, what's currently available here. This is according to Caitlin Collins. Sources are telling CNN that top Trump administration officials are going to meet tomorrow night at the VP's residence. And the main focus is going to be Epstein and a unified front. Again, the Trump administration has denied that flatly and said that it is fake news and is not happening. So, but it's out there in the ether. It's being reported. So here we go. Obviously, you couldn't do a secret meeting at the VP's house. Is on a public road. You can see it. Like, no such thing as a secret meeting there. You know, if it happens, it happens. Ghislaine Maxwell makes blistering rebuttal after Trump demands release of secret Epstein grand jury transcripts. Ghislaine Maxwell wants immunity for cooperating with the feds. Well, she just got her first step in that immunity. She got moved to this cushy new prison. That again is the only place, the place that you move people when they're cooperating with the feds, or when they're waiting for a pardon, when they're at the end of their sentence. Ghislaine Maxwell is not at the end of her sentence, and so the question is: was Ghislaine Maxwell asked about Bill Clinton, some of the other big-time celebrities that hung out with Jeffrey Epstein? That's a big question that people who've never answered questions about Jeffrey Epstein, nor were they ever even asked, don't want you to find out. So we're looking forward to that. Let them cook. It's your boy Benny. Like, share, and subscribe.
And Exodus.
The New York Times published a hell of an Epstein story yesterday with images from inside his Manhattan townhouse and also a letter from the one and only Woody Allen that was very bizarre, compiled as so the director Woody Allen, the New York Times writes, described how the dinners at Epstein's house, this is a book for his 63rd birthday, or a collection of letters that people sent in for his 63rd birthday, according to New York Times. You know what they say about the 63rd birthday? It's the letter birthday. Yeah, all your friends send you letters, even though they did that for your 50th birthday. So Allen described how dinners at Epstein's place reminded him of Dracula's castle, quote, where Lugosi has 3 young female vampires who service the place. He goes on, and this is again in a letter to Epstein on the occasion of his 63rd birthday, to describe one of the just most bizarre settings that you can imagine, where there's Chinese food buffets. Did you read this letter, Ryan?
I did not read the whole Woody Allen letter.
It's
I should read that, though.
I mean, there's nothing like huge in it. It's just him talking about the meager portion sizes in the Dracula castle in a very coy Woody Allen way. But the Times, of course, included, in addition to this letter, for Epstein's 63rd birthday, pictures from his credenza showing him with Pope John Paul II, Fidel Castro, Donald Trump, and a picture actually with Trump where Melania is cropped out. Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Elon Musk, Richard Branson. So the image that you see is basically Epstein flaunting all of his famous wealthy friendships with different people. There's a picture with Epstein not in it. All of the pictures mostly are Epstein himself, and he's included in most of them, except for one that appears to be just Steve Bannon and Woody Allen. It's extremely strange. Other pictures of Epstein's upstairs residence. You see surveillance cameras peeking down at the bed.
First edition of Lolita.
First edition of Lolita. On display.
Like not really doing much at all to try to hide his predilections.
Not at all.
No.
Not at
And to advertise them.
Flaunting them in front of Woody Allen, by the way, who has his own
Yeah.
questions over his
Whatever
own
you
head
think about what Woody Allen did, the public perception of Woody Allen
Yeah.
is settled.
Right. Right. Extremely
yeah.
weird stuff. Stuffed tiger also in the pictures. Just a really unsettling story from the New York Times. They're being very cagey about their sourcing on it. They won't say how they got these images, or even when they got the images, or where they're from. We know that Woody Allen letter is from the 63rd birthday collection, but it's sort of an interesting image dump, Ryan, to come out of nowhere.
And the Times had a line that I liked that underlines why this is such a story that won't go away, which was nobody's been able to explain how he made his 9-figure income.
Mm-hmm.
There's no one else that I know of who has a 9-figure net worth where you cannot begin to explain it.
No.
And so when people are like, well, I think that he may have had some connections to into the Intel world, because how else do you accidentally land on a 9-figure wealth and build a mansion with a bunch of cameras everywhere,
Mm-hmm.
and then invite a bunch of powerful people over to do compromising things? Like, give me something more logical, more obvious
Mm-hmm.
than that.
Yeah, it's
And then
a
we'll- and
conspiracy
then we'll
theory to believe
entertain-
it's something else.
Yes, then we'll entertain the other theory. Give me something. Where do you get the money?
The real conspiracy theory is that Les Wexner was having expert money management services from Jeffrey Epstein.
From this high school teacher.
Yeah, but has, of course, never addressed that or anything at all. Yes, absolutely. Well, we also have Donald Trump responding to some questions here yesterday on Epstein. We can go ahead and roll A3.
And I think he probably wants to make sure that, people that should not be involved or aren't involved are not hurt by something that would be very, very unfortunate, very unfair to a lot of people.
Were you aware of, and did you personally approve the prison transfer for Ghislaine Maxwell that your Justice Department
I
did
didn't know
today?
about it at all. No, I read about it just like you did.
And do you believe that she is
It's not a very uncommon thing.
Do you believe that she's credible to be listening to? Your Deputy Attorney General sat down with her recently.
Well, let me tell you, he's a very talented man. His name is Todd Blanche. He's a very legitimate person, very high, just a very highly thought of person, respected by everybody.
Okay, so that's Trump referring obviously to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who conducted those interviews with Ghislaine Maxwell over a 2-day period where she was seen hauling a box away from the discussions back into her prison. She is now in a lower security prison in Texas, which has been covered on the show as well. So Trump is saying, Ryan, that Blanche, and I think we actually all understand that this is true. It's obviously going to be the case that in the quote Epstein files, whatever form they are, there will be names of people who are not implicated in child sex trafficking.
He had one name in particular on his tongue.
Can you
Donald
imagine?
Trump.
Yeah,
Yes.
can you imagine?
We don't want people like Donald Trump, whose name might be in there, being unfairly tarred by what we might release. So let's go ahead and not release anything.
And we know that his name was among a group of names that was being sort of actively redacted by Justice Department lawyers who were working around the clock, apparently, in the last several months to try to release something because Pam Bondi sort of realized this was part of her portfolio. She would have to do something on it, but there were a lot of redactions being made. The problem is, Ryan, we have so little information from the government that we can't trust that the government is redacting the names. And that's the most obvious point. I mean, when can you ever trust that they're redacting names of people who are just innocent?
Just innocent.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of the issue is, if you're asking for that benefit of the doubt, I don't think anybody's really in the mood to give it to you.
No. But if you're the president, then you can do everything you can to withhold the stuff, as long as you possibly can. And so the DOJ did, under pressure, meet with Ghislaine Maxwell to hear her out. They're just negotiating over better prison conditions and a better prison. What she can get and what she can give. That conversation was recorded, put up A4. There's now conversation about whether or not the Trump administration will release transcript of this hearing, or this meeting, which, as you said, Maxwell is objecting to. You can put up A5 saying no way.
Yep.
Like do not want to see this happen. Interesting if they're already going to be at odds with Maxwell.
Yes. Very, very interesting. And also interesting, I mean, obviously, that they are, according to CNN, debating whether or not to release this. So this is from CNN's reporting. The administration's handling of the Epstein case, as well as the need to craft a unified response, is expected to be a main focus of the dinner, 3 sources familiar with the meeting told CNN. So this is apparently a meeting that's happening tonight at the vice president's mansion in D.C. So at the Naval...
Yeah, the little Naval Observatory.
The Naval Observatory, that's right. In Washington, and they're going to be, so this is CNN says, with the exception of Vance, the White House considers those officials the leaders of the administration's ongoing strategy regarding the Epstein files, 2 of the sources said. So we can expect Susie Wiles, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Todd Blanche himself to be at this meeting. And CNN reports there have also been internal discussions about Blanche holding a press conference or doing a high-profile interview, possibly with popular podcaster Joe Rogan, because that went so well for Kash Patel. This is what's happening right now and is being debated behind the scenes. The Justice Department, according to CNN's reporting, is digitizing, transcribing, and redacting the interview materials. Those are related to Ghislaine Maxwell. And they're actually debating whether or not to publicly release information from the Maxwell interview. There's over 10 hours of audio, according to a senior administration officials, and, quote, portions of the transcript could reveal sensitive details like victim names would also have to be redacted, according to one of the officials. Just a little additional tidbit here from CNN. They say one official told them, these are all unnamed officials, of course, that some of the conversation within the White House is focused on whether making the details from the interview public would bring the Epstein controversy back to the surface. Many officials close to Trump believe the story has largely died down. What world are they living in, Ryan, where the story has largely died down and you have both coverage in conservative media and the New York Times running, for example, new details and new images? It's kind of still across the board.
And new polling out shows Trump down to 39% among men, which is rock bottom maybe ever for him among men. And so the entire Barry Weiss kind of universe has been out saying, don't believe the podcast bros when they tell you that people care about Epstein. That it's fine. Trump can weather this storm. Nobody actually cares about Epstein. What's he down at 39% over? I mean, obviously there's a lot of other problems that Trump is facing right now, headwinds all over the place. But this is, to say that he's at rock bottom among men while this has been the dominant story in the media that men listen to for the last month.
And young men.
Is absurd, yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think it's true that some of the Russia collusion details have sucked up some oxygen in the media. That's exactly, Trump at one point said, it was just 2 weeks ago, the witch hunt you should be looking at when he was asked about Epstein is what happened to me during the Russia collusion investigation. Of course, both these things can be true at the same time, but they're not wrong. Some of the oxygen has been sucked out of the room in conservative media. And I think, in some cases, these stories are very important to cover, but that doesn't mean the story has faded to the background at all. I mean, you still see it. People are still talking about it. It's still high profile. And it would be a mistake, I think, probably to assume that it's over and that it's, this is the end of the line for Epstein. We can all just move on if they don't talk about it.
Right. Yeah. Good luck with that.
Ryan, we have Martin Gottsfeld,
yes.
right? So we can bring him in.
Former inmate who served in the MCC, where Epstein also served, and we're going to run through the IG report that was originally put out, which was published before we had the footage of the cameras in the MCC. So we're going to compare Martin's experience in there with the cameras with the IG report.
Let's get into it.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your
boring as fuck.
President Trump called into CNBC yesterday, talking to a pretty friendly audience. At least they expected to be a friendly audience, but got some interesting moments of pushback because, Ryan, he was on a tear yesterday. He was on one. Some just, I was going to say bizarre.
Somebody stocked up the Sudafed at the beginning of the month. So he's going to be riding high for like another week.
Let's, without further ado, roll B1.
Where do you get the notion that it's rigged, or do you have any evidence there?
It is antiquated, but it's also very political. And, you know, I had an election recently where I did very well, won every swing state, won the popular vote, won everything, all right? Days before the election, they put out numbers that it was like the country was on fire, it was doing so well. And then they did a revision about 2 weeks later, and the revision was down by almost 900,000 jobs. You remember that?
Those were benchmark numbers, though, Mr. President. That happens. They do that. They do that twice a year, and it reconciles the monthly figures with, like, the overall numbers. And it was a big number, and obviously...
But, Joe, the numbers were rigged. The numbers were rigged. Biden wasn't doing well. He was doing poorly.
Perhaps with the tariffs, some businesses delayed some spending. Some consumers may have been less certain about the future. So maybe we're seeing a slight slowdown in labor, but you're going to get exactly what you want based on these numbers. Which ones do you believe? Do you not believe the revised numbers either?
It's not what I want. I don't want that. I wanted it a year ago. I wanted it a long time ago. Jay Powell is highly political, and I think, you know, I call him too late. Jerome, too late. Powell, he's too late. He's too late always. He always has been. So that's obviously with, again, a pretty friendly audience, and Joe Kernan still getting pushback on those points.
Right, and I think the friendliness has limits when it comes to Wall Street here, because the United States' reputation for accurate financial data is central to its role as the dominant financial services sector, industry in the world. Like, we don't make anything, really. And because we're able to move money around, we skim off the top. Like, that's basically what our economy does right now. We can do that because we have a military and because we have a trusted financial system. If you are an oligarch anywhere in the world and you put your money with Goldman or with JP Morgan, you expect that that money is going to be there, and that if they tell you that CDs are paying 4.1%, CDs are paying 4.1%. And that if the economic forecasts are said to by the United States government to be this, that they are that. That if job losses are this, that is their best estimate. And their debt, the United States debt is what they say it is. Argentina for many years, for instance, Greece, a bunch of other countries, when they got into trouble, they would fudge their numbers. Argentina was just straight up like lying and hiding debt. And so then people stopped trusting the numbers that were coming out of Argentina. And so then it would cost Argentina more to borrow. So Wall Street actually deeply cares about this and does not want Donald Trump to play around with this.
That's a great point.
It's core to their whole thing. Doug Henwood, your buddy.
Talked to him yesterday,
yes,
actually.
There you go. He's a friend of mine, Marxist economist, terrific left-wing economist. He posted the other day chiding the left. He said, with Trump about to try to fake economic stats, it's not very helpful for leftists to say they were already cooked. They're not. I follow this stuff very closely and have for years. They're very good and assembled by civil servants who take their jobs very seriously. So that goes to Trump's point that it's very political. It's not. Anybody watching this show knows I don't have a lot good to say about the United States or the United States government. Right?
Lord.
Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
That's fair.
That might be our primary source of disagreement.
Our bureaucrats in the civil service take their jobs very seriously. Whether Trump is in the White House or whether a Democrat is in the White House, they are doing their very best to put out the numbers. Now, what could have happened in the last 6 months that might make it more difficult for civil servants to have done a perfect job? Can you think of anything?
Not off the top of my head, Ryan.
Well, if you're spending 2 of your days writing an email about what you did the last 5 days, if a bunch of people in your office are taking buyouts from Doge, a bunch of people who are on probation for whatever reasons, they just moved there, they just got hired, they just filled a spot. If they got fired, well, now you don't have them. And if you had a hiring freeze and now you can't, it's tough to hire going into the election. Then you have a hiring freeze that's running basically till now. That could perhaps make it a little bit trickier to do your job. Like, I mean, let's just be honest. Like that, of course it would. Is that why they had a large fluctuation in the numbers and this significant correction? Probably not. I think what your buddy over at CNBC was saying has something to do with it. Trump is throwing the economy into chaos. Like in order, for these month-to-month numbers to be as accurate as possible, they get survey data in. They are obviously not counting everything in the country. Think about it. Think about how you get these numbers. It's surveys. You talk to 0.00% of businesses to try to get an idea of where things are heading. And then you compare that to your projections and to what's been happening in the past. But if tariffs are going wild, and if you're striking deals and then breaking deals, then what good are your projections and your past results? Now you have to just kind of go off your surveys. If you have fewer civil servants to collect surveys and to input the data, then you have less data. And if businesses are consumed by trying to figure out how they're going to weather this upcoming crisis created by this completely unpredictable economic environment, they're going to be less likely to return their surveys on time.
Right.
Like, this is all just common sense. Nowhere in that. Also, think about this. Donald Trump is saying that this Biden-appointed civil servant who, got like 96 votes in the Senate or whatever, falsely claimed that the economy was doing better after Trump's tariff rollout, and then only later revised it downward. So, like, why would a Biden person, let's say they want to hurt Trump, why would they falsely elevate the numbers for Trump after his tariff rollout?
Right.
If they were a Biden person trying to hurt Trump, they would lower the numbers, not increase the numbers.
Right.
Unless it was this 3D chess where they know that Trump is actually going to destroy the country with these tariffs and didn't want him to see the damage that he was already doing, so they wanted to bait him all the way in. Like, that's the only remotely plausible theory you could have here. And if that's the case, then Trump would have to be like, oh, maybe this whole thing is a bad idea. So anyway, that's why Wall Street is upset, because this is their bread and butter.
Yeah.
Their bread is buttered by accurate data that people trust around the world.
It's their literal product.
Yeah.
It's like
this is
actually
it.
what they're.
And it's all they have.
Yeah.
Think that guy has anything else he can do? No.
Joe Kernan?
Yeah, no way.
I mean, he can talk. He can talk on TV.
Yeah, he could. Yeah, he can go work for the NFL-owned ESPN.
Oh yes, that's right.
Yeah.
That broke yesterday. Didn't
Yes, the NFL is going to own 10% of ESPN, including some media outlets.
Sounds fun. So I'm actually going to skip ahead one element, because just to make Ryan's point about Trump and Wall Street, like the limits of Wall Street's favorability towards Trump. It's interesting because Trump's position on migrants, and maybe I'm even going to read too much into whatever he says here, and you can listen to it, but Trump's position on immigration seems to also depend on who's calling up and saying that too many of their workers and industry are getting deported. So this is B3.
But we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these people, that you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting.
What do you make of that, Ryan?
Insanely racist and gross and weird.
Very weird.
And it always amuses me that in Trump's imagination, everyone always calls him sir, because his dad wanted people to call him sir.
Oh, is that a thing?
Yeah, and so everybody who walks up to according to Trump, says sir. So anyway,
that's why he thanks them for their attention to any given matter.
It undermines the right often says that right often rightly criticizes liberals when they defend immigration by saying, who do you think cleans the toilets and cuts the lawn and picks the fruit, as if that is a defense of a multi-tier hierarchical system in which some people have no rights and are underpaid and exploited. And this completely undermines that attempt to criticize, that rightful criticism of liberals, to say that, well, actually,
we need some easily exploitable.
We need people because if
people to be paid in cash.
No rules whatsoever. So if they get hurt, they just die.
Yeah.
So that's what we need, and that is certainly one way to run an economy, and is kind of the way that we've been running it for a very long time. But that doesn't make it right. In fact, it's quite obviously, when put in those stark terms, so wrong.
Well, and this is not the first time he's rolled out that argument. Obviously, there's been reporting for the last several months that Brooke Rollins, agricultural secretary, had been getting calls from business owners and corporations.
Stephen Miller's just playing whack-a-mole with these farmers, basically.
And Stephen Miller is his entire position on immigration. He's from the Los Angeles area. Was very much forged in that kind of class cauldron of went to fancy private school and everything, and that was essential.
It's boring as fuck, brother.
After the first term, I was deeply skeptical about Trump's return to power. And I said this. I said, for me to support Trump a second time, I'm going to need to see that it won't be like the first term. And what would be the evidence that it would not be like the first term? I said, you have to look at the personnel. You have to look at the rhetoric, the promises. Are we going to get the exact same personnel? Are we going to get disloyal people that are not America first? Are we going to get Mary Matelson back on the bandwagon, Nikki Haley and Marco Rubio in the administration? But then something changed. October 7, 2023, this was the biggest crisis for Israel. You could argue for Jews in Israel since the Holocaust, or at least this is how they branded it. Perhaps the biggest crisis since the 1973 Yom Kippur War, the deadliest single day for Jews, they claim, since the Holocaust. After this moment, you have to understand that American Jewry became extremely animated, more active and more animated, more ferocious and nationalistic than ever. The Jews in Israel and the Jews in America ran to the right. The left wing in Israel disappeared in a day after October 7th. And why? One, because Jews in Israel and Jews in America saw that all of the tolerance that the Israeli government had for the Palestinians, to the extent that there was any, it's ostensible, it was repaid by brutality and barbarism. So the Jewish attitude towards Palestine is, even what little charity we afforded to these people was too much. We gave them an inch, and they tried to do another Holocaust. So Israeli society and Jews in America were horrified. They said Israel has to go in. But what Jews in America saw is that many of the left-wing activists in America stood with the Palestinians. And so you have to understand, you have to put yourself inside the mindset of the Jews in America and Israel on that day. And they are being programmed with this atrocity propaganda about mass rapes, babies being beheaded, babies being decapitated, babies in ovens,
Come on, boy.
hostages
Come on
being
down.
taken, whole families being wiped out. And the Jews, both here and there, said, Palestine's got to go. And you saw many of the conservative Jews took a break on the Sabbath to go on Twitter and say, give them hell, wipe them out. They were incensed. They were filled with righteous fury and anger. Even many of the left-wing Jews in Israel and the left-wing Jews in America. But then there was another step, which is that the American left at Harvard University, at Columbia University.
Yeah, I mean, 3/4 of the Jewish population in America is on the left. This is like a great exodus from the Democratic Party. This is all apropos to, at least in my opinion, to the 60s and 70s, when these same Jewish Americans predominantly, there was Christian Zionists as well, but in the 60s and 70s, these people became disenchanted with the Democratic Party and their foreign policy specifically. They called it appeasement. They didn't like how they were isolationist, non-interventionist. So they then, in the 60s and 70s, they transfer over to the Republican Party, and their influence begins to really become potent during the Reagan administration, the Reaganites. That's when they really infiltrated our foreign policy.
Media, people like Ta-Nehisi Coates, many of the progressives, of which, if you consider, 80% of the Jews in America consider themselves a part of. Anywhere from 60 to 80% of American Jewry consistently votes Democrat and identifies as liberal. Now, when you understand that the American and Israeli Jewish left ran to the right out of their horror in response to what happened at the hands of Hamas, they were mugged by reality, to borrow a phrase. They then saw in America their progressive left-wing colleagues and compatriots in the universities, in the media, in Congress, in the Biden White House. They saw the non-Jewish lefts, the non-Jewish progressive left's sympathy for the Palestinians, and they were again horrified. Their horror was compounded and redoubled. They were not just horrified at what Hamas did to the Israelis, but they were horrified that the non-Jewish left seemed to be sympathetic to the Palestinians. And I'm talking about Jews like Bill Ackman, a Harvard alumni, a lifelong Democrat. I'm talking about Ronald Lauder, who is the head of the World Jewish Congress. I'm talking about the Jews in Silicon Valley like Jacob Hellberg, among others. Shabbos Kestenbaum, who spoke at the RNC, who is suing Harvard over discrimination, who believed in the Russiagate hoax, who voted for Hillary Clinton and I think Bernie Sanders at one time. All these American Jews who ran to the right were shocked and horrified that the left was so sympathetic to Palestine. And what was their attitude? They said, no one is standing with us. They said, this is what the Holocaust must have been like. And so they became very skeptical of the American left. And they said the left wing has gone too far. Are you starting to understand why some of these cultural attitudes have changed? The Jews said the American left has gone crazy. They're sympathetic to Hamas. Hamas is barbarians. They said, you know, we might be liberal, we may be left wing, but look at what they just did to Israel. The Palestinians are barbarous. And look, they got to be pushed out. Israel can't be safe if Hamas is next door. So what Israel is doing to them is justified. And if you are against that, you're too woke. You lost the plot.
The only thing I'll say, though, is that, yeah, the Israeli government does propagandize, obviously, the Americans and their own people, but the Israelis, they're really advanced people. I mean, they are a smart people, and their access to technology and electronics and social media is one of the highest percentages in all of the world, actually. So they are not unaware of what's going on in Gaza, I don't think, for the most part. So in a way, they are complicit. And if we go back, I remember in the book The Israel Lobby by John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt.
That's fine. You used everything up. Go ahead.
If you look at some of the polls that go on in Israel, they support what's going on in Gaza. They say that it's not enough carnage. They're not going hard enough. Hamas and the Palestinian Jihad. And
it started at Harvard. At Harvard University, it was left-wing students that wrote a letter condemning Israel on the night of October 7th. And left-wing Democrat Jews like Bill Ackman, he put out an open letter just weeks after that and said, I have had an epiphany. I have realized the left has gone too far in their tolerance. Left-wing students at Harvard are pro-Hamas. This is crazy. Wokeness went too far. We need to support free speech. We need to disempower the faculty at Harvard. We need to review anti-Semitism policy at Harvard. We need to support Donald Trump. Now, shortly after that, in 2024, you have the frat bro uprising. Wokeness, it seemed, had died. There was a crusade against DEI, a crusade against the progressive left. And suddenly Hollywood and the media started to say, Ta-Nehisi Coates is too left-wing. Harvard is too left-wing. DEI, the Biden administration, is too left-wing. And so much of institutional Jewish power went behind Donald Trump. But what was the condition? The condition is that Trump had to crack down on anti-Semitism. These non-Jewish left-wingers that made the Jewish left so uncomfortable at Harvard, at CBS, inside the Biden administration, they would all have to go. They would all have to lose their jobs. They would all have to be put under investigation. They would have to leave the country. And the Trump administration has done just that in very short order. First, Donald Trump went to war against the top Ivy League universities in America. 6 out of 8 of the Ivy League universities, Trump went to war with them by seizing their federal money, their grants, their loans, any federal money that flowed to Harvard, Brown, Yale, Princeton, Cornell. Trump seized the money. And even other non-Ivy League elite universities like Northwestern and some of the colleges in California. And the conditions were unambiguous. Trump said you will not get your federal funding back unless you give a settlement to your Jewish faculty. You prevent pro-Palestine protests. You put in place an anti-Semitism monitor that will report back to the government. And your Middle East Studies Department will be overseen by the Department of Education to ensure it is not anti-Semitic. Columbia just settled last week a $200 million settlement, and that's the program they agreed to. Check. The State Department went to war. The State Department, ran by Marco Rubio, who is a neocon since the very beginning, who was tight with the Adelson family. His slogan in 2016 was New American Century. Could Google that phrase. It could not be more on the nose.
Yeah, so what he's saying, this is the Project for a New American Century in 1997. This was a neocon think tank project by Robert Kagan and Bill Kristol, two really unimpressive neocons, actually. And it basically just fomented basic neocon talking points, such as advocating for full spectrum dominance from the U.S. We have to have global primacy. In other words, we have to be the global military hegemon of the world that's unimpeded, unrivaled, and unchallenged. And then obviously they advocated for the war in Iraq. And after the Project for a New American Century, PNAC, was Coping with Crumbling States by David Wurmser, which that name is familiar. That's another prominent neocon. He was part of the Clean Break Memo in 1996 with Douglas Feith and Richard Pearl. But in any event, Coping with Crumbling States was basically another neocon memorandum just vociferously advocating for the war in Iraq and in Syria and Iran as well. They wanted, again, this comes back to the 7 countries in 5 years memo that General Wesley Clark was shown from the Secretary of Defense.
10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld, and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz, I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me, and one of the generals called me in. He said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, "No." He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran."
Rubio at State Department personally saw to it that thousands of students that criticized Israel had their student visas revoked. But then he took it even a step further, and in collaboration with the Department of Homeland Security, is revoking citizenship from naturalized U.S. citizens that are critical or anti-Israel. This is the Department of Education, the State Department, the Department of Homeland Security. Even RFK Jr. at the Department of Health and Human Services said that anti-Semitism is a public health crisis. That's just like creative. That's like a creative form of shilling for Israel. That sounds like an anti-Semitic joke, and a bad one at that. That sounds like the worst anti-Semitic joke that you have ever heard from your most terminally online anti-Semitic friend. That sounds like an insufferable member of a right-wing group chat that says, "What's going to happen when Zognald Blumpf gets elected? What's RFK Jr. going to do? Declare anti-Semitism a public health crisis? What are they going to say next? Coin clipping is the new recession?" Like, it almost sounds like a bad joke,
baby.
And yet it's real. That's how far the administration is going. So from the Department of Education to the Department of State to the Department of Homeland Security to the Department of Health and Human Services, they're declaring a war on anti-Semitism to make their Jewish supporters more comfortable. They're institutional Jewish supporters in media that donated to the campaign, that come from finance or Silicon Valley, their allies in government. This was how they're helping them.
All right, so the next subject that we agreed upon was Christianity, but to make it interesting, Nick, we can be more specific. We could talk about Christian nationalism.
Sure.
Okay, so the subject...
Right Wing Watch, which is under People for the American Way. There are these, and it's not to make excuses, but this is how it works. You do have these left-wing nonprofits. They're paid by the left or various billionaires, and their job, it's literally they will have interns and people on the payroll that watch my show every single night as a left-wing person or someone that disagrees with me. And they will literally clip, and I'm sure you know, even this is how it works in media in general. Anything that sounds bad, even if it's a joke, even if there's bigger context, they will take the 10-second clip and they say, "Oh, the white nationalist hater is at it again. He just said this," and deprived of the context of the tone, if it's a joke. Over 10 years, I do a show every night. You collect enough of those 10-second clips, you can paint a picture of somebody where it's like, this is a lunatic, this is a raving maniac. And a lot of people don't realize this is a political operation that gets paid to create these clips for the purpose of reputational destruction. And I decided from an early age, I'm not playing games. I'm not going to be guarded all the time and manage everything I say. Oh, I hope this doesn't sound bad in a 5-second clip. I said, I'm going to be myself. And I always thought eventually people will watch the show and they'll figure out who I really am. But that is a very dishonest aspect of the industry.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's that even outside of that's your specific political sphere, that happens on the internet, period. For creators, for anything, whether it's like some
Shouldn't
relationship
you-
drama or some parasocial shit where they're like, oh, this is happening. Or, I mean, the most popular thing I think recently is like the live streamers, they'll get a clip and they'll put, and this is not specific to any single person, but they'll put like a caption over a video where it's like, it's just to create sensationalism of a situation that isn't actually that sensational.
Right.
But I guess I'm kind of curious on you is, do you, as you do your show or as you say certain things, are you aware, because I would consider you a very smart individual, are you aware of the sensationalness where you're also adding fuel to that? Because you know that that's a real thing that's going to happen regardless. Are you also willfully doing that, knowing that?
Absolutely. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm baiting them all the time. And actually early on, I think I did that a lot more when I was younger than I do now. I think I'm a little more mature. I'm a little more disciplined. But when I was younger and it was a different ecosystem, you almost had to bait them because we were, and by we, I mean the far right, conservatives, we were being censored and even shadow banned. We were being suppressed.
Yeah.
And so at that time, it's like the only way to break out, especially for me, because I wasn't getting on Fox News. I wasn't getting on. Usually that's the program. If you're a conservative, you get the interview spot on Fox, on Blaze, on Daily Wire. I was blacklisted from everything and censored. So it was like the only way to break containment was to be outrageous. And so I'm not going to lie, I absolutely baited it. But the overriding priority for me always is just to try and be funny, to try and be entertaining and provocative and funny. And some people look at me and say, well, you're kind of cynically baiting people and you're a provocateur. I don't think I'm a provocateur. I think that I try to be challenging and funny, and by essence, that is provocative. If you try to be funny and you're not provocative, to me, that comes across as safe and stale and boring and not fresh. The things that are fresh and exciting and outrageous, they tend to be provocative. The stuff that people say, it's a guilty pleasure. They're like, I hate that I'm laughing at this, but it's
Right.
so funny. I love that stuff. So
Yeah.
that was always my goal.
I get it. It's just, I think in your sphere, like your ecosystem of political commentating, everyone going into it or watching or consuming the content or seeing you speak about, these big issues, geopolitical things, they're looking at you more so, I think, through that lens and not through the lens of a comedian. So when the comedy comes in, they're like, is this guy just hate this or hate that or hate those people, hate these people? I think that's how it can come across that, in my opinion, would then lessen your ability to reach a whole group of people that would be more apt to listen to you than they are because there's the jokes.
Right.
But at the same time, I can't tell you or any person how they should make content or how they need to show up in their content. But I think that's a large part of it, because then, like we were talking earlier, the groups that are there set out to sort of be like, hey, this is a bad guy, don't listen to him, essentially.
Right.
Disavow him. It makes their job way easier.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I would just say that, just a life philosophy is I just tend to be a free thinker.
Yeah.
And I think everybody considers themselves a free thinker, but I think that the moment that you start to tell yourself, I have to be on guard, I have to watch what I say, I think it's kind of all or nothing. You're either going to be that way and you're going to be very controlled and very intentional and you're going to be very almost calculated and strategic, or you're just going to let it fly and you're going to be yourself and you kind of let the chips fall where they will. And I guess it's a matter, it really is like a fundamental life philosophy. I always thought, yeah, people are going to hate me. People are going to hate this. They're going to hate what I'm about to say. But that's also a big part of changing people's minds. I'm a big believer in you almost have to kind of shock people out of the old ways of thinking. I'm not a believer in this sort of, it's a big debate that goes on the right wing. Do you favor an incremental approach? Do you kind of drip feed and, leave a crumb trail where people can kind of find their way? Or do you punch them in the face, metaphorically, and say, this is the truth, it's outrageous, it's raw? And at first, people are appalled, but then they're thinking about it, and then they're on your side. You know, it's sort of like you plant the seed. And being entertaining, I think, is part of it. You know, if you take it almost too seriously, it almost plays worse. If you're me and you're very stern and very serious, people start to say, this guy is evil. This guy is like a calculating sociopath menace. Whereas if you kind of let your guard down and are vulnerable, wear your heart on your sleeve and say, I'm just a funny, weird guy, I think in a way it's almost disarming if people give you a chance, you know?
It's just interesting because exactly what you said, you know, I would speak to people in the industry about doing an interview with you, and they're like, no, he's a calculated evil guy. But so it's like, it goes
Maybe
again.
it's backfiring.
Yeah, so I'm like, you know, for whatever that's worth, it's just, I think you got yourself there somehow, right? And maybe it's certain comments you've made, like, you know, you talk about, people say, oh, you're this white nationalist. Like, are you a white supremacist?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't consider myself. I'm a believer in race. I think that race is real.
Yeah.
You know, I think that there's white people and black people, and that it's real and it means something to us.
Yeah.
But I'm a Catholic, so I think that we're all created equal by God.
Right, right. And so I guess kind of getting into this, your political sort of idea of what you want America to really look like. You want it to be more Catholic. You want it to be more Catholic driven, more Catholic sort of, I don't know if the right word is owned. But that's where you're coming. That's where like a lot of your messaging comes from.
Yeah, I want it to be more Christian, and I'm Catholic, so in particular Catholic. And I think it needs to be more white. I do think it needs to be more European. I think that, you know, and I get this comment a lot. People say, well, you're Mexican. Your last name is Fuentes.
Yeah.
And it's true. My father is half Mexican. His father's 100% Mexican. We've always had black people in this country, Hispanics, Asians, going back hundreds of years. But we've had like 50 million immigrants come in 30 years. And I'm sitting here looking at a city like LA or like Chicago or New York, and I'm saying, when is enough enough? You know, we've had 50, 60 million people.
That's my question to you is, how do you even say when enough is enough? Like, how, on your side, I understand your perspective, but where is it for you or for me or for anyone to say this is enough? Because this country also was founded on that basis of immigrants.
Well, I would push back on that a little bit. I would say that when the country was founded, it was almost all English people. It was almost all Northern Europeans, and almost all Protestants too. So it was ethnically homogeneous, racially homogeneous, religiously and culturally homogeneous. On all four of those cylinders, you had uniformity. And then you're right, in the 19th century, it was no longer ethnically homogeneous because Germans and Southern Europeans and
Italians.
I'm Italian too.
Yeah.
I'm half Italian. Yeah. We started coming in. And then in the turn of or I guess midway through the last century, then other races started coming in with other religions. And I guess the country has changed over time. There's no disputing that. And the changes are baked in. We're never going back in some sense. And I don't think it's even possible. But when you say it's enough is when they no longer are assimilating. When you start to feel like what America is, it starts to become uncertain. Does it mean speaking English? Does it mean being Christian? Does it mean having certain European values or constitutional values for that matter? A lot of the people coming in, they contest these things. And so you look at a city like LA where, you know, a few weeks ago, they're waving the Mexican flag, burning cars, protesting that illegals are being deported. You say, is this a free-for-all or is this a country? Or even in Texas, they want to build like a giant Muslim community center where people say that's going to be like Sharia law. There's going to be a giant mosque in the middle of it. Or in other places, they build a giant Hindu temple with huge statues. And you say, is America a whole? Is it a country? Or is it a patchwork of all these grafted nationalities where they kind of set up little India, little Somalia in Minnesota, little Mexico? And I think it's kind of undermining our national coherence.
But who is to decide what that is?
Well, ultimately, the people of the country, you know. I mean, we have a system where people vote. And I think that that's really what the Trump election was about. I think in 16 and 20, and even in some sense in 24, it was a referendum on what do we want America to be? Because Hillary Clinton said, forward, it's going to be the future is female and more diversity and more wokeness and more gayness and more everything. And Trump said, no, we're in a sense going back. We're making America great again. There's like this recurrence. And I think that was a big referendum. The country said, we want the country to kind of be a little more conservative. We don't want to go so fast, so forward, and keep going in that same progressive direction.
But do you think that means that there just needs to be no inclusion of all those other things, you know, the mosque, these other things that we mentioned couldn't exist?
No, absolutely not. And I have a kind of complicated view on this. America has 350 million people. We're one of the most populous, one of the biggest countries. And we're, in a sense, no longer a republic, or even some would say, strictly speaking, a nation. Some say we're past that. We're really more, when you think about it, like Russia or like China, in the sense that we are a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire. And so a country like Russia, they have a lot of Muslims living in Russia. They have a lot of Asians living in Russia. When you think of a Russian, you think of a Slavic, ethnically Russian, Eastern Orthodox person. Nevertheless, Chechens and Dagestanis and Tatars and others are part of Russian identity. They're just on the periphery. Same thing in China. When you think of China, you think of a Han, ethnically Chinese person that speaks Cantonese or something like that. But you have Mongolians, Uyghurs. You have a lot of diversity in China. I think America can be the same way. We can be America with a black minority, which we always have had. We can be America with a large Hispanic minority. But the question is, if diversity goes too far, eventually America becomes nothing. Without that demographic core, without that monoculture that you could say America is rock and roll, hot dogs, baseball, red, white, and blue. In 50 years, is America going to be highlight and soccer and cricket and, you know, and people are speaking all these different languages? I'm concerned about preserving that ethnic core. So we can be America with diversity. We just can't have so much diversity that there's no longer an America.
I see what you're saying. I guess my thought, like when I hear that is, you know, you talk about the future and like where it all goes. At some point, I mean, it seems like we're just going to be part human, part cyborg. Or excuse me, cyborg, right? Part human, part machine. Overall, not even speaking just America straight. And I guess I understand the ideas. It's just like when I think about it, who's deciding that, right? Like why? Because okay, we'll get into this the talk about the conflict in Gaza and the Israel stuff. And because I just when I have this whole conversation, I think about this, I go, well, what about what we did to the fucking Indians? What about what we did to the indigenous people? I mean, we essentially did what a lot of people today would say Israel is doing to the people in Palestine, which is like removing these people from this area, right? What they call it? Genocide, ethnic cleansing, all these things, right? We essentially did that, took this space here. So I sometimes I have this conversation with people, a lot of times off camera. I'm like, at what point do we decide that it's not okay anymore? And I don't think killing, murdering people, removing people from a country, removing people from an area is ever okay. But America was also founded on that. So at what point are we discerning and saying that, like, okay, now is like, for example, if we speak about Israel and in that whole conflict in Gaza, that's not okay. I do think it's not okay. I don't think it's right. At the same time, our country was also founded on a similar action. We came in, we said, speak our language. This is our religion. Here's a lot of diseases because you know your immune system didn't jive with ours. We basically took this country, and then we made it what we're talking about right now. So like when I hear it from like a really like bird's eye perspective, like I don't have skin in all these games. I'm an American. I love America. At the same time, I can look at it and say, well, it was founded on the same principles that, you know, we're demonizing this country for now. That's why we exist here.
Right.
So when is it right and when is it wrong?
Well, I would say that in terms of when I evaluate right and wrong, it comes down to individual actions, you know, because I understand what you're saying, which is that, and I'm actually even sympathetic to it. When you look at what the Israelis are saying, in a certain sense, in a narrow sense, you can understand where they're coming from, which is that they were stateless. The Jews were without a country for 2,000 years. They were in that land, they were expelled, and then they were a minority in Europe and in all these other places. And because they were a minority, because they lacked power, they were abused. And so they were subject to the Inquisition and the pogroms and the Pale Settlement and the Holocaust ultimately and all these things. And that was the basis for Zionism, which is we need a country of our own. Now, easier said than done, because it turns out all the countries are taken, so you have to settle one. And they came into the Mandate of Palestine, and they fought with the Palestinians, and they declared independence. You have to go through the whole history. But needless to say, they're sort of throwing elbows and jockeying to try and get comfortable in the Middle East, in a region that doesn't want them there. But the question becomes, how do you conduct the war? And I would point to something very simple. So in Gaza, they've destroyed all the infrastructure, like literally all of it, all the buildings, all the roads, hospitals, schools. It's intentional that they're doing that. And even when you look at how they're killing people, a veteran, a Green Beret, just came back the other day and said they're using Palestinians going to these aid distribution sites for target practice. So these people that are starving to death are going to get their food and water from these distribution sites, and they're getting shot by the IDF, defenseless, vulnerable people that are hungry. Hamas isn't even launching rockets anymore. They have no ability to counterattack. And you say, the Israelis will say, well, it's a war. That's what happens in a war. When you fight, people die. But in Iran, you can see in the war in June, they will literally target a single apartment with a drone strike. It's so precise, it's so targeted. They're doing assassination strikes with drones. They will hit one apartment. Forget about the whole building and the whole city. And so if you can detonate pagers and radios, if you can blow up one apartment, if you're the most sophisticated military with precision-guided munitions, how are you accidentally destroying 90% of the buildings and committing 100,000 civilian casualties and shooting children and people getting aid? At that point, it's intentional. And you look at what they say, which is, this is an ethnic cleansing. They say, we want all these people out of the land. Now, there's an argument to be made about how do you carry that out? I mean, what is the solution to Israel-Palestine? But the solution is not starving children to death and shooting innocent people that are defenseless and getting aid, blowing up their homes so they have nowhere to go. That's wrong. So that's where I come at it from. You can kind of get, the Israelis have a case to make that this is not an ideal living situation for them. At the same time, we all have moral responsibility. Especially now.
Yeah, the one thing I'll get on Twitter and I'll see just the reactions to this is like, even from like a lot of our, I don't know if they're Congress people or senators, they got that great check mark. Mm-hmm. And I see them and they're just like, almost like hurrah on this death of these innocent people, as if like, well, if they wanted it to stop, then Hamas would just stop.
Right.
And it always seems to be like the deflection. Because I'm like, but like you said, is it,
what else they got?
Should it just be, well, they should just stop? And I see it and I'm like, that's just like complete void of humanity. Mm-hmm. Because what is this child supposed to do? Like, how are they supposed to rise up and be like, the 6-year-old be like, Hamas, please stop. Like,
Right.
how does that work? And then my perspective shifts and I go, kind of like what you said, speaking of Israel and the precision and how much intelligence, and even what we're told as far as Israel being, our greatest ally, in the sense that they have this like superior intelligence and this superior military. And like, obviously they have a lot of our military because we give them so much aid and they buy stuff from us. Then you go like, it's almost like as if the United States, with its superior power and military expertise and like the craziest intelligence, would be like bombing Chicago. Mm-hmm. And then being like, oh, but they should just figure it out. And it kind of makes me question, like, because when I'll see these things and they'll be like, well, this was a mistake and that was a mistake. And I'm like, but at the same time, we're told that they have the best intelligence. So how do you have this level of intelligence and this level of power, and you still make these mistakes, or you still do these things, or you still just blame the other side,
right?
Without being able to come to sort of like conclusion and like, peace agreement or an actual ceasefire and stopping this, or how do we get those people out of there in a way that they're not being used as, human shields or whatever they're saying. And then I'll see the tweets of these like people in our government just being like, fuck them, they should just give back the hostages and get Hamas out.
Right.
Like it feels helpless.
It does, and what's evil about it is that collective guilt, where they say, Hamas attacked us, 2 million people are now guilty, and not only are they guilty, but they get the death penalty. You know, Hamas did this attack, and they believe it was perpetrated by 25,000 people. They say, well, now 2 million people are effectively sentenced to death. Everything is justified against them, whether they're armed or unarmed, whether they're men or women, whether they're adults or children. They're all guilty, and they're all going to die for it in the most cruel way. They're starving them out. Like there's now over 100 deaths from famine. And these are pictures that are coming out. You don't see pictures like that coming out of Iraq or Afghanistan or any of the wars we've been involved in out of Ukraine. This is unique to this conflict where they've shut down all the food, all the water, and you realize it's intentional. And what the Israelis do is they just hide behind this narrative about, well, Hamas attacked us first. Does that mean you have no moral responsibility? I think everybody recognizes in a hostage situation, in any situation involving a soft target, you have moral responsibility, especially when you're the more powerful entity. Israel's a nuclear power. They have a nuclear arsenal. They've got modern fighter jets. They've got modern precision-guided missiles, a standing army, a country. The Palestinians have rockets, these tiny rockets. There's 20,000 of them. They don't have a government. They don't even have a state. And people say there's any kind of parity here. There's any kind of equality between these two regimes. Even when you're fighting an insurrection, you have culpability. And this is what I point out on my show to take it a step further. A lot of leftists will criticize the conduct of the Israeli government, and they'll say it's a racist government. They'll say it's a settler colonialist government. It's capitalist. That's why they're evil. I would contend it is on some level because they are not Christian. Because Netanyahu gave a speech last year, and he said that the Palestinians are Amalek. Amalek is a biblical term. It refers to a story in the Old Testament where the Israelites wipe out an entire race. They're called the Amalekites. And Yahweh tells them, kill all the women, all the children, murder all of them, genocide them so their bloodline stops. That's the language Netanyahu uses, which is literally...
Those are his own words.
He said they're Amalek, yes. And that's a reference to that Bible story. And if you read anything about the Israeli government, anything even about Talmudic Judaism, what they say is, we don't love our enemies. They say that the non-Jews, we don't even consider them human. They don't have souls. They don't have moral culpability. They say, and we have very little regard for their lives.
Is the Talmud, though, is that their governing sort of book, or is it the Torah?
That is their governance. So the Torah is the Hebrew Bible. And technically, the Talmud is part of the Torah. Torah means teaching. So you have the written Torah, which is the Hebrew Bible. Then you have what is called the oral Torah, which is a tradition that was passed down orally. Now, the basis of Judaism is the 613 commandments in the Bible. So there's the 10 commandments that are famous, but there are other commandments about clothing, about diet, about all these other things. You know, when you think about Jewish people, they're very litigious about how they cut their hair, about if they can mix fabrics, about how they wash their hands, if they can mix meat and dairy. So they have 613 commandments. That is what you would call the written Torah. The oral Torah is how they interpret and apply those. 613 is not enough to govern every facet of life. So what the rabbis do is they have to interpret how they apply. That's what you...
6 games in a fucking row. Let's go. Let's go. We getting there, boys. We getting there, boys. 6-win streak. Let's go. I might turn this to a Pokemon, bro. I might turn this to a Pokemon set. You know what I'm saying? I need moderators. Shit. How do I do this? Teach me how to do this. How do I do this? Go to my Twitch, right? How do I do this? Go to Twitch. Let's go to Twitch. Change this to a Pokemon Twitch game. Let's turn this to proceed. Turn this to a Pokemon. Sign up. Oh, log in. That's why I was like, what the fuck? Oh, sold the reject. God, I gotta go to my email, bro. I gotta go to my email. Okay. So I'm creator, right? Dashboard. Go, no, right? No, creator dashboard, and then go to visit view summary. Let's see. How do I do this? How do I go to like where I changed it? What I'm doing? How do I do this? Stream manager. Got it. Where is it at? Oh my gosh. Where is it? Where is it at? How do I change this? How do I change that? Filter third party. See your events in one spot. Let's get this out of the way. How do I change this part? Settings? Stream? Nope. 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 How do I do this? Home, alert, dashboard, home, street analytics, community, streaming tools. Huh. How do I do this? How do I change this? I don't want that. How do I change it? Portfolio. How do I change this? Fuck. How do I do this? I'm at dashboard creator, home. And then I'm live. You're live right now. Manage stream. Edit stream info? There it is. Category. Yes. Let's go to search category. Pokemon Pocket, baby. Pokemon. Pokemon. TCG Pocket. Yo, this is where I need to be. Oh no. Alright, here we go. Title. Solar reject. Title. Let's see. Ranking. And ranking to masters. Politics and social commentary on Terry. Let's go. Yes. Oh wait, did it switch? Hold on, let me see. Refresh. Yo, I'm on Pokemon Pocket now. I figured it out. Ranking the masters, political and social commentary on the side, bitch. Cause we get into masters, alright? That's what we're doing today, bro. Come on. I'm talking to the boy here, alright? Alright, let's continue the stream. My bad, that took a while. Hey, shout out to YouTube. Someone came in the chat right now. What's poppin', baby? Let's go. Alright, let's go here. Let's go back to Nick Fuentes.
The Talmud. And the Talmud it's basically rabbis debating each other about how we...
I'm on a 6-win streak, baby. Look at that. 6 wins. That's how we fucking do it, bro. Let's go.
Those commandments, and it's been refined and rewritten over thousands of years, but that is the basis of Jewish law. It's those written commandments and the oral application of them that constitutes the whole of Jewish law. So it is the Torah also.
Because I feel like as I've talked to Jewish people about the Talmud, and they sort of dismiss it as if it's
it's not like it's like a secondary book.
Main governance of like
it's
their religion.
Okay, so Talmud is more like the book of Enoch, right? For Christians, it's like the book of Enoch and all those other ones that were written past by other people that were added into they were trying to add into the Testament. So it's kind of like that. It's like not a true book, like that they acknowledge, that most acknowledge, I would say. But some do acknowledge it, but most don't.
Though any Jewish student who goes to a yeshiva or a Jewish school, that's like Ben Shapiro, he studies the Talmud. The Talmudic Judaism, that is the Judaism of today. Without it, you can't interpret Jewish law.
And so your conclusion, your assumption is that if they were Christian or if they were Catholic, it wouldn't be like that?
I wouldn't necessarily say that it wouldn't be like that, but in principle, you could oppose it. Because what a Christian says is love your enemy, turn the other cheek, pray for your enemy. Because we believe that everybody is a child of God. We believe, contrary to the Jews, Christianity is a universal religion, meaning that all someone has to do as a Catholic, we believe, is profess a belief in Jesus Christ, get baptized, be confirmed into the church. Anyone can be a Catholic. Jews do not believe that. Jews believe that you can only be a Jew
you're born into it, yeah, right.
By the matrilineal line, matrilineally, by the mother. And so Christians then say, we forgive the enemy. You know, the golden commandment is treat your neighbor like yourself and forgive your enemy. And so I think that if you had a Christian government prosecuting this war, someone could credibly say, this is contrary to our religion.
So, okay, so I gotta kind of contest a little bit this idea, right? And the reason being is that when I think about all of these issues and I think about just the world in general, I don't know if could it be something that it's just because of a religion? Because we could look at Catholicism, Christianity, like how much stuff have we done that's fucked up? Like we talk about what we did over here, coming to America, we speak our language. This is your religion now. You worship the earth and the ground and the seasons, and that's wrong. This is right. So that concept, we also did that in the name of God, in the name of Catholicism, to a whole group of people. So when you say this, like I hear it and I could understand why you think that based on their teachings, but at the same time, we believe the same things that you're talking about now then, but we still murdered a bunch of people for our, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, and that's why I say it wouldn't make it impossible. That's why I was careful to say you could credibly say in principle, if a Christian government were doing what they're doing, you could point to the letter of the law and say, this is wrong. Because you're right, Christian regimes have done bad things in the past. But I think a big reason why things have gotten better, when you say, why was it that hundreds of years ago there was conquest, and how can you say the laws of conquest are no longer allowed today? That it's wrong. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If it was right for us to do it, why is it not right for the Israelis to do it? I would say that part of the reason why things have gotten better over time, why there are now laws of war and a right to protect, why there are, we look at what's happening in Israel, people say this is wrong. I think a big part of it is because of Christianity. I mean, let's not pretend it was the Christian West which evangelized the world. I mean, yes, there was colonialism all around the world, but also there were missionaries that evangelized the indigenous people. When the Europeans came to this continent, there was human sacrifice, there was cannibalism, and it was contrary to what people believed. It was widespread.
Don't have it.
Here,
don't have
they couldn't get protein because they
don't have Lucamine. Come on, don't have it. No way you have it, bro. Come on, don't have it. Of all the cards that have, come on. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Holy shit, that was fucking brutal for me. All right. Let's get back in the game. Come on. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go.
So much corn. Like a lot of it was because of their diet. There were a lot of problems with that. Cannibalism was a huge part of their culture. Human sacrifice, child sacrifice. And so, yes, we brought smallpox, and yes, we brought with us imperialism, which had a cultural expression as well, but we also made them Christian. And same thing in Africa, and same thing in Asia.
So you're not wrong. You're absolutely right. But the idea that I'm speaking to is, at what point is it okay for someone to implement or to, force their beliefs onto another person, and at what point is it not okay? When is it okay? When is it not okay? Because you said they come and they evangelize these people, right? What does that mean? It means make them apart, believe what we believe,
right?
Like what I'm saying is, how are we just determining as humans when that's right and wrong? Like you're sitting in this position and I'm having this conversation right now today and we're talking about the past.
Come on.
We're talking about what's
Don't
coming.
have red now.
But at the same time, what I'm getting at.
Don't have red, bro. Do not have red. Please don't 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 have red. Come on. Come on. Come on. Don't have red. Come on. Don't have red, bro. Please, please, please don't have red. Please don't have red. Please don't have red. Oh, gosh.
Is that it's still a human thing.
Come on.
Where how are we discerning that now
7
okay,
win
and
streak.
then it wasn't, and or now it's not okay, but then it was.
Come on. Come on.
Because I hear what you're saying.
Right.
But it's still going in the circle of like, well, we made it better, but we made it better for us.
Ooh.
I think we made it better for the whole world. I think
but do you
oh
think
my
do you
God,
think
that was
indigenous
fucking
people,
brutal.
Do you think the people who were here before, like, they made it better for me?
Damn, that was so close, bro. Holy shit. I won the game. I win. I win the game. Yes. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Thank you. Thank you for letting me win. I'll take that. Nope. You weren't gonna get me, buddy.
They killed him.
I think but there's a survivorship bias there, isn't there?
Yo,
In the
what's
sense
up?
That the people that were killed by
Yo, what's up? How 6309? How we doing, man? How's Twitch? How we doing, the Twitch fam?
cannibalism and human sacrifice, they're not around today to say.
Yeah, but
I'm sure they would think it's better.
But I'm saying the people that we came and killed because they didn't want to join us because they like their way up.
7 win streak, bro. Yo, I got a 7 win streak. 7 win streak going on over here, right? We're on our way to Masters. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing right now, bro. And I'm listening to Nick Fuentes bitch about Jews. So we're learning about Jews in the culture, and then we're fucking winning Pokemon. That's what we're doing, all right?
They like the way that they live. They like the things that they sort of believed in or worshipped or thought were right at that time.
Right.
Like that was their whole, like right now it's the same thing as if someone came into the
Hey, how you doing? What's going on with you, bro? What's going on in your life? Talk to me, bro. Talk. Hey, you believe what Nick Fuentes is saying about the Jewish people, bro? Ooh, hey, don't get us canceled, brother. Not so good, bro. In this economy, brother, I feel you. I just got another job, bro. I just got a new job. I'm excited. I'm excited to make money, not excited to work the job, bro. But damn, a motherfucker gotta get money. You know what I'm saying? Damn. Shit.
The U.S. and was like, from a different planet, was like, this is now your way of life. If you don't like it, we're gonna kill you, and you have to believe this, and you have to think this, and this is your new religion. The concept is still the exact same thing,
right?
And so like that's the in my brain, I'm like, it's a human thing. I think humans are just innately greedy and
I
fucking
agree with
evil.
You.
Like,
I agree. Well, and
bro, we failed the 3rd round, dude. And life sucks, man. Dude, I had to meet. Okay, I'm gonna tell you this story, bro, because it's retarded. I had to go to a group meeting, right? And they had about a gang of fucking 100 people. That, like, I swear, the whole place was packed from body to body on each side of the fucking floor. And there's a line just to talk, like, just to get your name in, right? And I go there and I fucking sign up, dude. I thought it was gonna take like 30 minutes. I thought we were gonna be like big groups, you know. Hey, tell us about a little about you, a little about you, a little about you, a little about you, like a group setting. These motherfuckers are doing one-on-one fucking interviews. That shit took 5 hours, bro. No, sorry, 3 hours. 3 hours. It took 3 hours, and I talked to 2 store managers and 1 district manager, bro. And they just happened, I guess, to like. I was on that day, bro. I was like caffeined up. I was like going at it, like answering their questions with as much enthusiasm as I can, throwing my experience out there. I even had the district manager laugh at my joke. So I was like, all right, if that don't get me in, I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do. I'm about to rob some houses. But anyway, so they called me back the next day, and the lady's like, another person's like, oh, I saw you at the interview yesterday. I didn't get a chance to talk to you. Is it okay with you doing the interview for my store? And I was like, bro, another fucking interview? I just had a 3-hour interview. Now you want me to do another? And I said, yes, of course. I'd love to. Another hour. Fuck, dude, 4 hours just for a fucking interview. Bro. More interviews is crazy, bro. Hey, yo, I'm talking over here on Twitch, bro. I'm talking to you on Kick over here, and I'm talking to my mans over here on Twitch. Like, dude, it was crazy. Hey, Mikey, I need you to moderate because I was trying to figure out how to change it to Pokemon Pocket because, like, it's like I'm playing, I'm ranking up, bro. And I got a 7-win streak, baby. 7-win streak. That's me. That's the boy. All right. That you're talking to me now. All right. But yeah, mine sucks too. The process took almost 2 months. Dude, a 2-month process just to interview? What? Oh my god, bro. I'd fucking kill everybody in that whole company. Everybody's getting smoked in that company, bro. Jesus Christ. 2 months? Bro, I'm telling you, it's the fucking Jews. All right? I'm telling you.
Let's also not pretend that colonialism was inherently motivated by evangelization.
They then reject me at the end. Pff, welcome to the channel, brother. Sold a reject. Nose right on the button, bro. Shit. You gotta pivot, bro. You gotta pivot. You could do it, bro. It's a shitty day, but tomorrow's a good day. All right? Get out there. First thing you gotta do is get some fucking coffee in your system. You know, just get a little protein in it. You know, make it nice. Get it all nice and fucking the protein shake with the coffee, bro. It's the best thing. If you could blend it with ice, bro. Chef's kiss. That's your breakfast, all right? And then you go on a fucking 5-mile run or whatever workout you got to do because you got to stay shape. You got to stay healthy because the industry wants to kill us all, bro. They want to kill us all. And if you're healthy, they can't kill you, brother. No matter how fucking much they try. So that's first things first. Then next thing first, you're going to go on fucking Indeed. You're going to go on LinkedIn. You're going to go and if you have a resume and you can go in person in different places, you drop that motherfucker with every manager. Hey, manager, nice to meet you. Shake the hand nice and tight. You know what I'm saying? When you shake the hand, no, don't dab them. Sorry. Shake the hand nice and tight. Let them know you're fucking there. And just say, I just wanted to let you know, dropping off my resume. I want to let you know I'm really about it. That's why I'm out here giving out these resumes. And I wanted to say I'm here and I'm willing to work for you. You know what I'm saying? Like something like that. And then you go in there, they like you, and you check back in. Another 2 week, a week later, you call back in. Hey, I was that guy that dropped it, blah, blah, blah. What's going on? What's going on, blah, 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 blah. You keep on asking, and you do that for a couple of different stores, right? Whatever stores or whatever area, whatever company you want. That's how I got my job. I was like fucking relentless, bro. It was relentless. Anyways, that's what I would do, bro. So, sleep good. Yeah, thank you, bro. I try to give good advice. I don't know. Hey, Connie, do I give good advice? Hey, Connie, where you at? I know you're jumping from chat to chat. Hey, Connie, I'm looking around for all my chats, bro. I'm like surrounded by chat rooms over here, bro. I'm like, you ever seen the movie Batman? Hold on. I'm gonna show you what I'm dealing with right now. All right, hold on. Let's go to this one. And then this is me, bro, with all the chat rooms that I got. Hold on. YouTube. And then Batman, Morgan Freeman, you know? Morgan Freeman scene with the screens and shit. This is me with all the chat rooms, bro.
Beautiful. Isn't it? Beautiful. Unethical.
He's talking about me in the chat, bro. Beautiful and unethical. Look at all these chat rooms I'm looking at.
You've turned every cell phone in Gotham
You turned every cell phone into a goddamn chat room.
into a microphone.
And a high-frequency generator receiver.
You took
A high frequency Jew hater. How do I make you a mod, bro? How do I do that? Teach me your ways of me anointing you with mod capabilities. I don't know how to do this. Teach me your dark ways, sir. How do I make you a mod? Click my name in chat. Hell no, I'm not doing that. That's a setup, bro. You said that's a fucking setup, bro. All right, let's click your name in chat. All right, where you?
Dependency on Dr. Pepper.
I'd smash both of them. I'm just kidding. All right, let's go to my channel. And let's go to your name. Click on me. All right. What do I do now? I clicked on you, bro. Let me make this bigger. I clicked on your name. All right, now what do I do? Do I give you a badge or what do I do? Click my name in chat. All right, that's the first part. What do I do next, bro? Click here. Nope, I don't want to block you. I should block you, bro. I should block you. That's what I should report you, and then you can click the block fucking. I should click the block button on him, bro. Okay, no, for real. How do I make you a mod? Oh, mod. Oh, here it is. Boom. You are now God. All right, you are God in this chat room, bro. You gotta slay demons in this motherfucker. All right. Make me look, but make me look good, bro. Don't fuck me up, fam. Hey, fam. Don't make me look good, fam. Don't fuck me up, fam. You know what I say, man. All right. Let's see. Let's go back to make it minimized so I can continue my gaming. You know, I gotta make content out here. All right. All right. Let's go back. Let's do this.
In that case, what I'm saying is that because the Christian West kind
of oh shit, I didn't mean to make it over here. Hold on. Hey, how you? I don't know how to say your name. Huey? Anyways, you just saw history, bro. You just saw me fucking anoint him as as moderator. So you just saw history in my chat right now. That's crazy.
won the last 500 years through colonialism and the technological race and everything else. My point is, when we look at something like Gaza and we say that's against the rules of war, who created the rules of war? They were created out of World War I at the pinnacle of all these Christian empires, in my opinion, motivated by Christian principles. It wasn't the communists that made any kind of prohibitions against human rights violations. It wasn't Muslims. It wasn't Jews. It was the Christians. And
why America hate Muslims so much, bro? Low key, I'm like, yeah, if you have Akbar in the back of your name, I'm looking at you a little sideways, a little, a little weird, a little beginning, but we get past it. I'm a nice guy. I give everybody a chance, but definitely I'm gonna keep you at a arm's length, To
your point about what you're saying is really something like moral relativism. At what point do you say, we're right, you're wrong, it's going to be our way? And I think that first it's a question of how do you know you're right? And I would say conscience.
Hey, Connie, do you have any Muslim friends? Hey, Hua, do you have any Muslim friends? I need to get more Muslim friends, bro. I feel like a racist right now.
Big one is Catholics. We believe that God wrote the moral law on our heart. We inherently know right and wrong. When we see a vulnerable person being attacked, there was like a clip the other day. There's like a lot of these videos now of interracial violence, like black people beating up white people and vice versa. And one thing that people point out is like brutality. Let's say somebody gets knocked down. A lot of the times in these videos, you see people that start kicking their head. Someone gets knocked on the ground and the attacker's kicking them in the head, stomping them, even past the point where
Hey, we got a 50 split. We got a 50-50 in the chat room. We got a 50% no and a 50% yes. Habibi. Yo, I've never heard you talk about no Habibi. What are you talking about, bro? You don't have no fucking Muslim friends. Shut up.
The person's not a threat, and everyone goes, "Ooh, that's wrong. They shouldn't do that." So we have conscience. we have revelation. According to the Old Testament, you have the prophets.
Hey, I met them eating shawarma. Oh, dude, shawarma's good, bro. You know what I really like is I know it's not like Muslim, but like Mediterranean, the gyros. Bro, I fucking love gyros, bro. There's a spot. I'm not sure if it's still open anymore, but there's a spot. I forgot what it's called. It's all okay. So if you go to North Hollywood, there's a spot off Magnolia Boulevard, and it's called like Roof. It's right by the bar called Tijuana. Is it Tijuana? What's that bar called that we go to all the time, bro? And we watch the fights and shit. And then where that hot bartender was working, and I accidentally slept because I drank too much. What's that one place called? Tahine, something like that. It's right by there. It's across the street from there. Anyways.
But there's other claims. There's Joseph Smith. There's Muhammad. You have to evaluate those revelations. You have to evaluate the philosophies. That's every person's decision to make. But once you determine what's right, I think you have a moral obligation, actually, to fight for what's right, to fight for justice. Yeah. And to not say, well, let them be evil over there, you know?
Yeah. But that goes back to like, well, who's believing, like whose perspective is saying what is right and what is justice.
Mm-hmm.
And it's obviously unique to everyone as far as they're drawing the lines back to religion, as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely.
So that's where it's like, you know, you could have this conversation about the worst individuals in history and say, did they believe that what they were doing was right at the time when they did it?
Right.
I would say that I believe everyone thinks they're doing what is right at the time when they're doing it, because that's what we do. We do. I believe people do the best that they can with what they have when they have it. And then, you know, obviously historically you look back and you go, maybe that wasn't the best. But I don't think, like, do you think the Jewish people, or excuse me, not just necessarily Jewish people, Israel and Israeli government is doing what they believe is right? Or do you think they're willfully doing what they believe is wrong?
Oh yeah, they absolutely are doing what they believe is right.
Okay.
But that's why I say you have to evaluate the different systems.
Yeah.
And say that in their system, what is their system based upon?
And you're saying this religion. You're saying
100%, yes. And contrary even to what left-wing, because left-wing people say it's Zionism. I would say that Zionism obviously is inextricably connected to the Jewish religion. And what the Jewish religion, it's problematic. And you could even go to Jewish sources. There's a Israeli Jewish...
I'm scared he has a Charizard already, bro. I feel like he has a Charizard and he has it in his hand. I'm freaking out a little bit. I don't know. Okay, give me the... Shit. Where am I at? Where's this at? Where's this at? I have 4 cards. Fuck. Should I will it? I really wanted to get the other... Pokemon, Espeon, not the EX version. Oh, Sylveon, but not the EX version. I really wanted that last turn. Oh, let's see. I'm scared. Let's see what he got. Fuck it. Let's go. See what you got. Oh, he does have a Charizard. Okay, he's gonna definitely do it next turn. If anything, let's get rid of the Lily. Hey, get rid of the Lily. Hey, whatever fucking what's his face used to say that? The Lily. Okay, let's do this. All right. Let's hit him and let's fucking... This guy's gonna die. Fuck. Hold on. Shit. I don't have my... Shit. I think I fucked up. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, I fucked up. Damn it. Yeah, I fucked up. Damn. Hold on. I think I got it. Hold on. I have something in my head. Hold on. I'm fucked right here. Holy shit. Oh no, he switched. Fuck. Oh, I'm scared. How do I do this? How do I win? How do I win? Oh, fuck. How do I do this? I don't think I can win now. Shit. Let's see if I can get out of this. There he is. I needed you last fucking turn. All right, let's fucking go. Damn, I really needed him last turn, bro. Fuck my life. So gay. It's a GG's. The dream is dead. I had 7-win streak, bro. I had a 7-win streak, bro. Fuck. This little fucking asshole needed to come out last fucking... Dude, if I had this card last... the last turn, bro, I could have fucking Sabrina'd and then hit with this asshole. Yeah, Sabrina hit with this fucking punk-ass bitch. Had him die. Then, the last one that passed away, this motherfucker right here. This guy, I could have killed. I could have killed because I had Cyrus. Right? Or I had Sabrina at least. Cyrus would have been next. Fuck, man. Fuck this game, dude. How you gonna... Hold on. How you gonna beat a fucking top deck with the old-ass genetic Apex deck, bro? What the fuck is that? It's fucking bullshit. Bullshit-ass game, dude. Kill all the Jews. Let's fucking go.
Name is
I'm just kidding. I love Jewish people. I'm just kidding. I'm just mad.
Ahok.
Fuck,
He wrote
man.
a book. It's called 3,000 Years of History. And he talks about how for thousands of years, one
Fucking
of their
bullshit,
great theologians, for example, Maimonides, they call him the Rambam, he is considered the Thomas Aquinas.
And that cunt had fucking Leaf. And I was looking for Leaf. I knew he was going to Leaf. And I was looking for Leaf, and he didn't have in his hand. He had Lily. And I was like, Lily doesn't really fucking make sense right now. But what the fuck else am I going to do? Do Sabrina? I hope he switches my character out. Fuck.
Of Judaism, like the greatest scholar of Jewish law. He said that every Jew should pray for the death of every Christian every day. And this is loaded up in the Talmud. It's loaded up in Kabbalah, which is the mystic tradition, which is this intense hatred and distrust, in particular of Christians, but of all non-Jews in general. And many of the Zionist religious Jews, like the Kooks, actually they're called. There's a father and a son. Their name was Kook.
Yo, relax with that word, Fuentes. Damn, you sound fucking... Yo, the white boy need to chill out with the word kook, bro. Yo, hey, chill. Yo.
They said they like that the Christian West is becoming atheist, because the sooner the Christian West becomes atheist, the sooner they will recognize the God of Israel and worship the Jews.
Fuck.
It's like, so this is what they believe, and this is what is...
Why the fuck would we... Okay, why the fuck would we give a fuck about your religion if we don't even give a fuck about our religion at that point? How does that make sense? That's a weird way of thinking.
Motivating their government, their ideology, and it's even members of Netanyahu's his own government, his ministers believe this stuff. The national security minister, the finance minister.
So it's a little bit of a mirror match, but I did switch out a few cards because I switched out I switched out Dawn, and no, I switched in Dawn and something else, but there was a reason why. I think it plays into this game. Hold on, let me show you how to do it. Because I know I don't have the top deck, I switched it around to make it a little bit faster. Let me see if I can do it.
Members of the
And
Knesset.
how do you verify that? How can you verify that?
They say it. It's in the Times of Israel. It's their press. It's in their statements. You don't have to look very far. You know, there's, I'll give you an example. So one of their ministers, I think it's either Smotrich or Ben-Gvir, there was a highly publicized incident where Jews were spitting on Christian missionaries, spitting on them who were making a pilgrim.
Bro, if anybody spit on me in Jerusalem, I'm fucking knocking people's heads off, bro. I'm knocking yarmulkes off their fucking heads, bro. Let me see that bald spot, bitch.
To the Christian holy sites, and it caused a big controversy in Israeli society. This is the Times of Israel. One of the current Israeli ministers said, spitting on Christians, that's an old Jewish tradition. It's not a crime. They shouldn't be arrested for that. It's fine. He defended this. So that's just one example. But I mean, if you literally just read what they write, it's all there.
So you're saying that they're willfully just professing this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And some of the more tactful ones will look at the extremists like that and say, "Oh, you don't say that publicly," because they want to maintain the illusion that everything's good between us and them.
You don't think that maybe that some of them want it to not necessarily be that way?
I do. I
Because
think
there's like a lot of that stuff obviously is not directly correlated to how we act or how we are in you know our regards to religion, and it still shifts, it still grows. Like we could talk about Catholicism, they're kids and doing all the we're like, that's wrong. Most of us believe that's wrong. It happened. I don't know if it's still currently happening. I could only assume so.
Right.
But then there's the ones who go, that's wrong. What the fuck are you doing? They got lawsuits for this. And so my point is like, don't you believe that, you know, even in this case, we're talking about Judaism and Israel, that there are some that are like, okay, this is wrong. This shouldn't be this way. We are evolving.
And there are, and absolutely there are. And I want to clarify, I'm not saying all Christians are good people, all Jews are bad. I would never, that would obviously be ignorant, because
that's insane.
We're all people, and everybody individually is both good and bad. Everybody individually makes good and bad decisions. So it would be ridiculous to say that. But
Hey, how? This is how I switched up the deck. You'll see it right now. You see the play? This is how I fucking was like, all right, I need to make this a little bit better for this situation. And it just came up right now. I'm doing it right now. This is what's happening, baby. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on, baby. Am I nice with it? Am I nice with it or what, bro? I switched out the second wheel. Or the second silver. I switched out the second silver, and I switched out, there was another thing I switched out because I was like, it's too slow for me. I noticed that I was getting hit a lot fast. Well, let me attack first. I noticed I was getting hit, like, really hard. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I'm getting beat the fuck up by, like, a certain character. And I was like, God damn it. Like, I need to switch out a little bit faster. See, now he has to pivot, but it's going to take him 2 turns because he has to take 2 energies. With me, it was only 1 turn, 1 energy, bro. It was literally like I switched out with no energy and I got him in. That's where the speed thing, whatever it's called, the drugs right here, the little drugs, and then the dawn. Get those in the deck, bro. It's nice. It saved my ass so many times, bro. And now I can focus on Espeon. Oh shit, does he have double? No way. No way he has double. Okay. Oh, he did have double. Damn. That fucked me up. I didn't see that. All right. Now I have to pivot a little bit. All right. Let's heal this motherfucker up. Let's heal this guy up. Let's hope he doesn't have anything crazy. Hold on. All right. Here we go. Let's see if I got the skills, bro. That was lucky. You know what it is? I didn't have cape. Usually I have cape on top of it, but it wasn't given to me. I wasn't blessed with cape. All right. Ooh. He has the switch one and the... I don't want him to... Yeah, I don't want him to switch my shit. Okay. Let's get Cyrus back. I could deal with the Cyrus thing. Hold on. Let's see if I can do this. Because I can make him hit this guy instead of this guy. And that's okay. He's just pivoting to stay alive at this point. Come on. Yep. That's okay. Give you this guy. Now he's going to have Cyrus next. Go ahead and hit that guy. Okay, he might win because he has Cyrus. Yeah, he might win on this one. Fuck. I should have had cape, dude. If I had cape, I would have won this game. It's right here. I know cape is in the 5 too. All right. He definitely has Cyrus now. Oh, it's 7 cards. He might not have it. Let's get back this. And then let's make him waste another energy. Boom. Raise that up. Let's raise this guy up. If he's gonna fucking do anything weird, No, I should wait. I should wait. No, he's gonna do it. I'll bring him back. I'll bring him back. He's gonna have to pivot him back. That wastes one energy. All right, come on. Make him waste the energy. Come on, come on, come on. I don't know how I'm gonna win this now. There's no way to win this. All right, come on. He wasted one energy for it. Come on. All right. I should be good on energies now. Cyrus, that's fine. Yep. Damn, he's making me waste another energy on this too. Fucking asshole, dude. Damn, fucking cape, you piece of shit. Where are you at? All right. Where's my cape at? Come on. Come on. Give me something. Give me something. There it is. All right. Let's go. I'm sorry. I'm not playing the video right now. I'm locked in, brother. I'm locked in. I'm locked in right now. I'm locked in right now. Come on. Come on. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. It doesn't matter if I get that one. You know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to pivot to this Sylveon. All right. Let's do this. End turn. Come on.
In terms of a system of ideas, some systems of ideas are...
What's up, Only Monty? What we doing? Bro, we trying to win this damn game, bro. I fucked up. I didn't have this cape at the end. Oh, I really fucked up my shit. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, come on, come on. You're ahead on 4 energies than me. Come on, kill me already, bro. This guy sucks. Okay, that's great. I still have the 3 cards, bro. What are you doing? What are we doing here? All right. Do I still have Cyrus? Did I use it? I used my Cyrus, huh? Yeah, I pivoted with it. Okay. Let's go over here. Give myself some heals. I still only have 1 point, bro. That's the crazy part. I only have 1 point in this bitch. That's fucking wild. All right, let's... I think I have enough to stay alive on this side. Let's hit this guy for 1. For 1. All right, let's do it. He shouldn't have red, right? Wait, does he have red? That's weird if he had red. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Do you think he has red? He shouldn't have red. What if he does have red? Oh, fuck. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do this at least. Just in case he has red for some weird reason. All right, here we go. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I got this. I got this, bro. I got this. I got this. I got this. I got this. He's got nothing left. He's got nothing left. Okay, he didn't use red. Come on. Come on. Come on. You're talking to me, the boy. You're talking to me. You're talking to me, the boy. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Oh, he's going to switch. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, pivot. You lost your chance. 50 gifted to dance right now? Bro, I'm in the game right now. How you want me to dance right now, bro? I did lose my chance. I don't... Fuck. I'm like concentrating on this game, bro. Hold on, hold on. Yeah, come on, come on, come on, come on. All right, all right. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? How am I going to pivot this? How am I going to pivot this? How am I going to pivot this? Let's see. Heal myself? Dude, look at me. I'm fucking juking and jiving over here. All right, all right. So let's get back on here. I think I lost. Fucking A. Yeah, I lost. There's no way. There's no way. Damn, I was fucking going, bro. I was going. Look at that. How many cards are we playing now? What turn is this? This is a crazy game. I have to pivot. I have to pivot, bro. I have to pivot. Where are we going? Where are we going? I have to pivot. I have to pivot. What are we doing? What are we doing? What? Oh, turn 16? That's not bad. That's not bad. I'm wasting time over here. I'm wasting time now, bro. It's over. I couldn't get my shit on time, and I didn't fucking have my... Oh, I didn't have my cape, bro. But that was the combo, essentially. But he fucked me up. Ah, goddamn not have a cape, bro. That really fucked me up.
flawed. And I think that when you compare Christianity in principle, meaning relating to the definition of Christianity is self-sacrifice. Because Christianity is the idea of the Christ, which is giving your life for the sake of everyone, even those that put you on the cross. That's Christ, right?
Yeah.
Is the idea that he was nailed there and forgave them, whereas the Jewish religion is based on something entirely different.
Yeah, this conversation is so interesting because we're relating, you know, these theological ideas to humans. And I mean, that's, you know, how we show up and how we believe or we think is right versus wrong. And then there's like what actually happens though. So, you know, I think it's easy to stand from any position and speak like, this is it. And, you know, God wrote this, or this was in this Testament, Old Testament. But are people really ever following that to a T? Are they really ever doing that on all sides, of all religions? You know,
Hey, have a great day. Go to work, brother. I'll be out here every day. I usually do Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I usually take Friday, Saturday off because I'm usually watching like fucking UFC or something like that. But I will see you here tomorrow, right? Thursday? Yeah, I'll see you here tomorrow, bro. I'll be around. Have a good day at work, brother. All right, let's do this. Let's waste more time. Oh, this guy's like, come on, bro. Just let it go. I'm like, no, I'm not going to let this go, brother. I can't let this go. I got to kill you, bro. I got to kill you, bro. Definitely. No. No. No, I don't want to die. I'm not going to die like that, bro. I will fight to the very end. Uh-oh. What's he got? You got another one? Yes. Flexing. Let's go. No, I can't die like this. I'm going to go back and pivot one more time, baby. Oh, man. Hey, Mikey, did you like the battle that I did? I did. Hey, I went fucking round for round, bro. I was going in. Oh, man. What a grind. Oh, man. What a grind. I lost 2 in a row now. Fuck that, bro.
Examples, like I have Muslims friends that, you know, they pray, but then, you know, I see them over here at a strip club, you know, or drinking, or it's so. My thing is like, we're having this conversation right now about religion and God and the idea, and these obviously, you know, these different religions have these different perceptions of God and what it is and how it exists and how it relates to them.
My hair is fucked.
And for me, I've just always personally been so like, I've been so weirdly like connected, but also disconnected from like just religion. Like I fully believe in God. I fully believe that there's no way this is just random. It just doesn't make that. It's too perfect to be random. Also too terrible to be random. But I've always had this hard time really coming to like, this is the one true idea. This is the one true truth of like, this is what it is. And
come on,
I don't know if we humans could ever get there until they get to the other side and see what happens, see what it is, or how they show up, or what's next. So we always have these conversations about right and wrong, and this God or their God, or this perception or that. And how are we really saying this is right?
Well, like I said, it's up to every person to evaluate based on their conscience and based on, I mean, look, the Bible is a record of prophecy, of revelations, and it has also been expounded upon by philosophers and theologians, just like Islam, just like Judaism, all these traditions, and people, they have a moral responsibility to evaluate those things, because you're right, everyone is imperfect. Everybody is flawed because of our human nature. We say that's human nature, we mean we have envy, we have desire, we have appetites, we're weak, we're mortal, we die. But we have it matters what we're pointed towards. And the question is the trajectory. What is the ideal we're striving for? And we'll always fall short of. For Christians, we're striving to get up on the cross, which means to die for the sake of another. Selflessness. which is love, which is rooted in a self-giving love, the love that God has for us, the love that we have to show to everyone else. I think that is the best idea. I think that's the best moral idea. Whereas Islam, in Islam, even to get off I don't want it to be a bash fest against Judaism. That's the subject of, the war in Gaza and everything. But even something like Islam, they don't say Allah is their father. They don't say Allah is love. They say Islam means submission, which is different, right? Because Christianity says God the Father. God is love. They don't say that.
But isn't submission to God, to their God, whatever, isn't that also a form of love?
They don't say it that way. They say that Allah does not need creation, that we are nothing compared to him, and that they say that we are Allah's slaves, is what the Muslims say.
But I when I hear submission, being able to submit, for example, in a relationship over something, obviously there's like big ideas, small ideas. Being able to submit into something is a form of love, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, and Christians, we submit to God also, but it is in a loving sense, in the sense that, our God, for example, in the Christian theology, became incarnate in man. He became a man, and he walked with us, and he talked with us, and he knew us, and died for us because he loved us. Whereas Muslims, they actually believe we're idolaters. They think there's one God. The idea that Jesus would also be God, or that God would be a man, they say is a form of idolatry, because we're idolizing a man or a different God, a separate God away from God the Father, what Christians would call God the Father. Their version of God, compared to ours, is distant, impersonal. Our God came to earth to love us intimately, a self-giving love. Their God is distant, is removed from them. It's not intimate. He didn't come to die for them. He doesn't need them. He doesn't want to draw the people, the Muslims, up to him. It's the Muslims' job to submit to their God. So it's a subtle, maybe it seems like a subtle difference, but in principle, it's a very big difference. And I think the fruits are seen in how these different societies have progressed over the years. I mean, there's this idea of the fruit of the poisonous tree.
Yeah.
The Christian civilization has given the world the laws of war, as one example that we talked about. It's given the world technology and medicine, and given the world, I think, a lot of good things. Whereas you look at some of these other traditions, I don't think it's given the world as much in terms of.
What about like the Chinese medicine, like that whole side of the world? There's a ton of stuff that it's given the world, I believe.
But you also have tens of millions of people killed by collectivism. You also have in Islam Sharia law. I don't think anyone would look at Sharia law as something that is like truly stirs our soul and is compelling to us.
Yeah, I guess there's like, is Sharia law in Dubai?
Yeah, they have it in the Emirates.
I know there's no crime out there. I went there, it was like, you could leave I think I left my phone somewhere, my watch somewhere, it sat there, no one touched it. I'm not saying it's like, this is the only way, but there are things that I remember when I was there, I was like, this is nice. Everyone was super nice to me. I don't know, maybe it's because of the internet, but there's no crime. I know that.
That's true.
Like there was zero
but that's because they're
crime.
brutal. That's because they're brutality.
So maybe there's something there.
They stone people. They lash people. I agree with you, by the way.
I'm just saying there was something there that I was like, damn, this is nice. So I guess I'm just having this conversation because I'm just like, I'm so interested in religion. I'm so interested in the way that people connect themselves to God and then to their purpose and what they need to do in their life. And it's just also interesting to me because I just go back to it all. And it's, it's written or, there's prophets, but it's all of human translation. It's all of like, hey, to me, it feels like a giant game of like telephone of thousands of years where they're like, this is now how you have to be. And in a world that is so completely different than when it was written then with technology and all this stuff. And it's like, how do you really get it right? Do you think at some point, like, do you think it will ever just be peace? I don't think that exists. I don't think it will ever just be peace.
Totally agree. Yeah, I think, a big part of my worldview is that we live on the other side of heaven. So any idea that things are going to be perfect here, and even in some sense, the way that, like the language of left-wing people, they always talk in terms of, this is unacceptable. This should not be this way. And it's like, okay, but we live in the world, and as long as we live in the world, there's going to be suffering, there's going to be greed, there's going to be all these things. You know, they look at, for example, our leaders or our system, and they say, if it weren't for those greedy corporations, it's like you're greedy, they're greedy, we're all greedy, we're all fallen, we're all sinful. And so the best that we can do, and to your point earlier, you said everybody is really doing the most with what they can. They're doing the best from their perspective in the moment. And what's incumbent on us is just to try to get to know God, is to try to know. I think we all have a moral obligation to know the truth and to know the moral truth and to fight for it. I think that's everybody's obligation. And I resent the kind of relativism that says it's all complicated, so to each their own. You know, there's a certain form of abdication. You're kind of giving up your responsibility because there is a truth, there is a justice, and I think we should fight for it, even while recognizing that we're never going to have heaven on earth, you know?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, that's not wait, no, heaven on earth is not a thing though. That's like you gotta go somewhere else. Fuck that.
It's interesting you said, you know, because I know something you talk about in relationship to our government and
I need to take a piss real quick. I'll be right back.
Jewish people being in power or having influence. I know you speak to a lot of it. You speak about Jewish supremacy. But just moments ago, you sort of submitted, unironically, to the fact that like it's not going to be perfect. There is greed no matter who. But you seem to think that it's because they're Jewish that it exists at that level.
I would say that in particular, when it comes to, because there's two questions. In Israel, I think that the reason they have no qualms about being brutal, there's something baked into the Jewish identity, which is why that is. As far as our system in America, why are Jewish people so influential? I think that has a lot to do with how they organize as a tribe. Because it's without a question, Jewish people are one of the most influential groups in America. And I don't think...
The highest IQ, too.
Some people say this, and some people say that's why, right? They say that they're influential in media, government, all these different things, and it's unignorable. And so the natural conclusion that people draw is it's inherent, that they're smarter, or it's cultural, they're educated. And those are two good, I mean, both of those things are true. Ashkenazi Jews do have a very high IQ, and they are extremely educated. And, you know, I know that firsthand because I have a lot of Jewish friends, and they're some of the smartest people I know. Some of the smartest,
me too,
funniest, without a doubt. And, you know, the stereotype is just true. This is not trying to be glib. They're very good at making money. They're hustlers. They're good salesmen. They're very clever. And I have no qualms about admitting that. But when you look at just how much influence they have and how they acquired it, it cannot be attributed alone to their IQ or their education. I'll give you a perfect example. When you look at the high school standardized tests, I forget the name of it, but there's a high school test. This is an article that was on the Unz Review. He wrote...
I'm back. Yo, I'm back.
Review. He wrote a very good article about this. It's called The Myth of American Meritocracy. And he says that when you look at some of these standardized tests that measure math, science, and language achievement, the top scores across the board, they're almost all Asian. Almost all Asian on math, science, less so on literature. And that's why it is Asians that are making up the majority of Ivy League admissions now, so much so that they have to artificially, they call that affirmative action. They have to decrease the amount of Asians they permit into Harvard and Yale.
Let other groups in.
Right.
Yeah.
And yet, Asians, although they're more numerous than Jews in America, Asians are 7%, Jews are 2%, Asians don't dominate media, Hollywood, finance, government. Jewish people do. And so you say that Jews are 2,000% overrepresented at the admissions in Columbia.
Wow.
But they're not 2,000% overrepresented in the high-achieving scores of high school seniors.
Wow, I didn't know that.
In other words, their influence is not commensurate with their achievement, with their IQ, with their educational attainment. And so you would say, how do you account for that disparity? Certainly you would expect that Jews, within Judaism, there'd be a lot of successful people. But out of all of the powerful hedge fund managers, you wouldn't expect that half of them would be Jewish.
It seems like they just went to they were smart enough to go to the right places.
I think you could say that. I think on the other hand, you'd say that they work as a team.
Yeah. Well,
you know?
that's what I mean. That's what, in the sense when I say smart enough,
Mhm.
like you said, this tribalism, this idea, like working together and
Mhm.
being as a unit, is, in my opinion, a part of IQ, because IQ measures. There's tons of different types of IQs.
Right.
This is one of them where, working as a team, working as a unit, community. I think they're just exceptional at it.
Yeah.
And so I guess what I'm getting at is like, why is that such a spoken problem for you?
Well, it's a problem in the first sense because they're the only ones that are allowed to. They can work as a team in our open
Holy
system.
shit.
So America's an open society where it's illegal to discriminate.
God
It's
damn.
illegal to do nepotism in some cases. But for Jewish people, they are allowed to do these things. And so you think about how are they able to sort of charge through the institutions over the last century? It's because everybody else was working as individuals. Some boomers won't even give their fortune to their kids when they die. They literally won't even give them an inheritance, whereas Jewish people are helping each other almost on a systematic level, on a systemic level. And so I think in the first place, everybody needs to be playing by the same rules. Either everybody can help each other and everybody has this group identity, everybody's playing a team sport, or nobody is.
But that's an ideological thing, meaning like they decided that was their choice. It's also like, to this point, no one said that, white people or Christian people couldn't do that.
Are you sure?
I'm not. I can't say for a fact, but
Well-
what I'm saying is, if they were able to do it, and they did it, why don't other, like you just said, some people don't even give their inheritance. That's their choice, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in that sense, they could have made a different choice.
Right, but I think there has been this in our society. We are indoctrinated with this mantra of we are colorblind, we are a melting pot, we're individuals. And, and here's a little test. If me as a white guy, if I got up and said, I'm going to start a whites only school, I'm going to start a whites only community center.
Yeah, I know where it's going. They're not.
Yeah,
letting
you
that
would get
happen.
you would get prosecuted for that,
I see what you're saying.
for the things that they do. And what's more, and so of course, there's this aspect of it. They're very tribal, and that's unfair. On the other hand, they're also, and this is maybe the bigger problem, they're also do not have a chief loyalty to this country. These Jewish people that have so much power, because they're a diasporic people, what that means, they were banished from Palestine by the Roman Empire. They go into all these European countries. There's big Jewish populations in France, in England, in Germany, in America. They have this identity which is above their national identity. You and me were born in America. You're ethnically Italian, I'm ethnically Italian, but we don't pick up the phone and call our Italian friends in Germany, England, France, and Italy. We don't maybe necessarily have a strong connection to Italy. We don't speak
But
Italian.
see, like, is that the system's fault, or is that our choice?
In some sense, I don't even think it matters. It's just the fact that it is so. And because it is so, that the Jewish people have this...
I feel like it has to matter if it is so.
I think
because
it's...
if now that I know you're Italian, what if you're just like, yo, I'm gonna call you up, and we're working on this project. We find some more Italian. Like, that's essentially, like, there was no law saying you couldn't do that.
Right.
Right.
And I agree. There is no law. Well, depending on what we did, there might be laws governing that. But the reason why I say it doesn't matter is because it's suffice to say they do have influence. How they got it is maybe, let's say, for the sake of this conversation, less important.
Damn it. That's a fucking crazy strategy right there. Damn. That's a crazy strategy.
They do have this influence. They do have this intense tribalism. And they're loyal to people outside our country. They're loyal to another country, Israel. These two things, we don't even need any other questions, are inherently problematic. If people that are very powerful don't have the best interests of this country in mind, they shouldn't have power in this country.
That's a
whether
crazy
they're
strategy.
Chinese or Jewish or anything.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. When I think about the whole thing, I'm like, yeah, you could replace this name of this country with any other country, and most people would be like, what? And it has sort of been baked into America for it just to be okayed. From my perspective, I go, okay, what are they getting? What are we getting? And we always have this conversation around like, well, why are they always say they're our greatest ally? Why do we say that? And you know, a lot of the politicians are saying.
All right, I see. I never played this deck before, so I see how powerful it can be. You need to knock out Ho-Ho fast, bro. Fast. All right, I get it now.
It's very like this is why like Ted Cruz, which sounded crazy to me because I'm like, if you like again, if you replace this in any other country, you'd be like, why are they saying that? He joined the government to be Israel's greatest defender, right? He said this in an interview with Tucker Carlson recently. And it sounds interesting because you're like, well, why is it not about America if you're joining an American, you know, Congress or Senate, whatever it is? Now, in my mind, I go, you know, like how we were talking earlier about you read something, they want you to react a certain way, but then what's really happening? Is it not also, and maybe you have better insight on this, but is it not also a benefit to America? It's almost as if like it's a proxy state of America that, you know, they have closer access to certain resources that we want as Americans or as America, right? Maybe not as Americans, because Americans, you know, are especially more than ever dominantly thinking America first, what's happening here, fix the homelessness, fix the borders, fix all this stuff, healthcare, all these issues that like people are sort of complaining about when it comes to why are we sending aid there or aid here? Why is it not here, right? And I have to think logically that, because I know there's you know, all the conspiracies around, oh, it's because there's this blackmail thing and this Epstein thing, and we'll get into that. But a part of me also thinks, was it not willfully done because there is some interest or there's some sort of expansional idea of like, we're now getting more real estate, we're getting, you know, a safe haven in this region, and this is what America also wants. American government, maybe not necessarily American people. Isn't that not a reality?
Absolutely. And actually that's how it started. That's how the whole relationship started, is when you look at the foundation of the CIA, for example, it had its start in World War II, came from the OSS, and you had in Italy, America invades Italy. That's a big part of how we got into Europe. What's that?
What year was that?
I think it was 1942 when we took Italy. I'm not sure though.
Right.
Off the top of my head, but we invade Italy. And a big source originally of our intelligence network, which was just being started at that time, is many of the Jewish refugees who were fleeing Germany and fleeing all the other countries that Germany had invaded. So we go to Italy, and James Angleton, who became a big guy at the CIA later on, he was in Italy running our intelligence network. How do we get intelligence about all the different countries of Europe, the different Jewish refugees that live there, that were fleeing? And many of them ultimately wound up fleeing to Palestine. So they were kind of critical to our intelligence network. Then the Cold War starts. And you go from fighting the Nazis in Germany to fighting the Soviets in Russia. Problem is, we don't know anything that's going on in Russia because the Iron Curtain descends. They don't let anybody out. They start building the Berlin Wall. And so in the early days of the CIA, they say, how do we figure out what's happening in the Warsaw Pact countries? How do we figure out what's happening in the Soviet Union? Well, there was a huge emigration of Jews leaving Russia. So we said, how do we learn what's happening in Russia? Talk to the Jews, then move to Israel. And so that was a big source for intelligence. Like, for example, when Nikita Khrushchev, he was the successor to Joseph Stalin, he gave a very famous speech in '56 called the Secret Speech, where he criticized Joseph Stalin. We learned about it through a Jewish refugee who went to Israel. And we got that source because the CIA was working with Israeli intelligence. But here's the trick. We were trading. So we got those secrets from the Jews that fled Russia in exchange for our secrets. And one of the things that we learned in the JFK files that came out this year, or at least it was a hint, is that maybe James Angleton gave our nuclear secrets in exchange for intelligence from these Jewish immigrants that left Russia and went to Israel. Now, at that time, you could, as you said, you could argue there was a national interest. We needed to learn about the Soviet Union. We needed that intelligence. We needed to fight communism. But 50 years later, these are the unintended consequences of foreign policy. Now Israel has a nuclear arsenal, and that
fucking hey, you know, we give them the whole thing, bro. What the fuck? Oh, we fucked up.
Presents a lot of challenges for us. So I guess part of the problem is that these Jewish people are playing a very long game. They're playing a very long game, and they have influence in our country, and they run their country. They also have influence in other countries too. Whereas Americans, because we're living in an open society, we don't really play a long game. We have elections every year. We don't have a kind of tribal affinity. You could say we're very disorganized, very short-term oriented. And I think that makes us vulnerable. I think that makes us less solid. So you could say Israel's a tiny fledgling country with little weapons compared to us. But who's more powerful? A very open, short-term minded country without any long-term plans, without cohesion, without a kind of national plan, or a country that is extremely tight-knit, extremely organized, has influence in many capitals, is spread out and dispersed, is pursuing a 100-year plan. In the arc of history, it bends towards the organized country, the long-term country, as opposed to ours. So my solution is, let's be like Israel. Let's be a more closed society. Let's be a more organized society.
I hear it. So when I think about it, though, and I just use my own personal experiences. This is life. I'm not talking about government, anything. But who I am closest with to in my life are people who have been loyal to me. So if I think back on this conversation that we're having about, the U.S. getting intel, giving something to get something, there seems to be, at that time, a benefit both ways, like a massive benefit. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't have gone that way, right? So then you think of loyalty, right? So there is some sort of sense of innate loyalty for the United States to be loyal to Israel, whether or not right now today they're giving as much as they gave us then, as we gave them, as we're giving them now, right? So because I can think of my life, I'm like, okay, the people that I will still ride for, I'll still be there for, who have been there for me no matter what, are the people who've been loyal to me, not the people who were disloyal to me. So that's what I'm saying, like, because I see a lot of your messaging and it's about America first, and I get it, and a lot of, I think, young people also are like, yeah, like let's stop, which I agree with to an extent. Let's stop giving all of our shit away. Let's stop giving our money away. Let's put it here. Let's fix all the problems here, right? Let's be able to buy fucking homes. Let's be able to do things like we should be able to do at this point, given the economical point of this world where we're living in this, the richest time, and everyone's so rich, but people can't buy a home, right? But there is this like loyalty maybe that they have because of those moments. So who's to say when that loyalty has to die?
I would say that it's really a question of who you're loyal to. And when you look at Israel, there has been this relationship for many years, and nominally we're giving to get, in the sense that in name we're getting something. But when you look at what we get, it's dubious how much they really benefit us. Like even during the Cold War, there were many analysts that said during that time that the intelligence they gave us was useless. And not only was it useless, it was counterproductive because they had their own agenda. And we thought that we were kind of getting a bulwark against communism, and they were our aircraft carrier, is what Joe Biden and AIPAC have said. In reality, they were giving us a lot of misleading information to steer us so that, for example, we would take a tougher stance towards Egypt or towards their adversaries or even towards the Soviet Union. And so we have a relationship. Ostensibly, we're trading things, but it almost goes back to what is really their objective as a nation. If they are truly distinct from us, we're Christian and European, they're Jewish, ethnically and religiously. When they have this long-term goal, they have this ideology where they're deeply suspicious of us, distrusting of us, because of the legacy of anti-Semitism. Are they going to be a long-term partner? Do they have our best interests in mind? And I would say that we must regard them with a mutual suspicion. In the same way that they distrust us, we should distrust them. And I'll give you an example, which is a little frightening. In 2024, Israel goes to war against Hezbollah in Lebanon, and they detonate the pagers. Secretly, a long time ago, they had used shell corporations and all kinds of corporate obscurity to create these pager and radio devices for Hezbollah. Hezbollah was buying them from Israel, their mortal enemy. And Israel planted remote-controlled explosive devices inside the pagers. And the entire time, for years, Israel was spying on the communications on the devices, and then, when necessary, hit a trigger and detonated all of them simultaneously. And it blew up people's legs, their heads. Wherever they had the pager, it detonated. Now, you consider that in America, many of our tech companies are deeply involved with Israel. Much of our defense procurement and our tech procurement, you have people like Alex Karp, people like Sean McGuire that are deeply loyal to Israel, that are controlling for commercial and military purposes our tech devices.
Is this the Palantir stuff?
It's part of it.
Okay.
Palantir's only a part of it. Now you consider if they can listen in on Hezbollah's pagers and then blow them up, you think they don't have an insurance policy on us? Now, it's not to say, I'm sure there's not a bomb in my iPhone right now, but would you trust them to make your iPhone?
Steve Jobs would never.
Steve Jobs would never, but Sean McGuire.
But they're made in China, though, no?
Well, and look at who Israel's getting into bed with. They're getting into all these supply chains. They're getting into Taiwan. They're getting into Japan, South Korea, where this stuff is made. And so you never know where they're made, because Hezbollah, they didn't know where their pagers were made.
Mine just says made in China when it came in the box.
And maybe it is.
Yeah.
And maybe it isn't. But that's the kind of thing where it's like, I'm trying to impress upon people. It's not even like, oh, we have pagers in our bombs. It's not even
bombs in our pagers.
Right.
Yeah.
But it is to say they are a country, we're a country. They have a distinct national interest. They're threatened by us, and we should be threatened by them. Because in the game of geopolitics, it's the big knife fight. Everybody's fighting everybody else all the time. And I don't, given the record of how they've treated other countries in particular and how they've treated us, they've perpetrated false flags against Americans. You know, they've attacked us.
Yeah, one of my biggest things, like, without getting into too many of like the false flag attacks, I mean, there's a ton of stuff to talk about. Like, I could talk about this shit for the whole day.
Yeah, it's a huge topic.
But one of the things that I can't wrap my mind around, if I'm the Israeli government and in this conversation about Gaza specifically in the war right now, are third-party journalists allowed to be in document what's happening in Gaza? And they straight up just say on Google, no, they're like, it's super strict. They don't allow them unless it's like, military is like sort of with them, or there's like censorship. It's like just they're willfully saying it. And so for me, one of the biggest like red flags of the whole thing, and I watched the interview with Netanyahu, obviously, and the Nelk Boys. They did their podcast, and I saw that they spoke to you afterwards. But they're asking this guy about, what's happening, and at sort of every corner or every turn, it's Hamas. Hamas is doing this. This is what's happening, right? They're killing people. They're doing this. They're shooting women. Whatever it is. In Iran, same thing. He's saying, but there's this massive red flag of like, well, if it is exactly what someone says it is, then why are certain third-party publications not allowed to go and report
in Israel? Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Why are they not allowed to report on that? Because they're going to find out the truth.
And so that's I guess for me, and this is the thing, man. Like, it's not. I can't say about anyone's religion belief or like right to a land or no right to a land or whatever it is, but I can say as a logical thinking human that if we're not allowed, a third party to go check, hey, what's happening over there? Can we write about it? Can we shoot some video? Can we report on it? It's so hard to make the conclusion that something bad isn't happening or something wrong isn't happening with that being true.
Right.
And so, like, I don't have to, it's not about Jewish people. It's not about, a religion. And I just like, I can't but help see that and know that and see that reported. You can just Google it and you go, that's interesting.
Right.
And those are the things that catch me up on this whole conversation, that I'm just like, it's hard to look away. It's hard to see that, okay, something here is maybe a little bit amiss. And it's kind of frustrating. Like, I'll give you another example. I didn't watch the whole podcast, saw a clip with Joaquin Phoenix talking to Theo Vaughn about, Theo Vaughn came out and said, basically, I don't know so much about this, but I know it feels wrong what's happening there. And I don't really know how to talk about this. And he got a lot of love. He got a lot of hate, obviously. But then he had Joaquin Phoenix come on, who is a massive A-list celebrity. And he essentially told Theo Vaughn, I came on your podcast because I saw what you said, and he's kind of dancing around saying that it's bad, but still saying that, like, for a lot of people, we feel like we can't talk about this. And that's another example of, like, I can't help but get around the idea that if we have to avoid conversation around something because of the fear of, if you say otherwise, then you just don't like Jewish people.
Right.
Like, I've even avoided conversations like this for so long because I'm like, I don't want someone to say something about me that's not true. Like, I don't dislike anyone.
Right.
Like, I don't dislike black people, Jewish people, Asian. I don't give a like, I genuinely don't care. I genuinely care about right and wrong. And if you can't have this open view of something, then I can't logically go, it's just right.
Right.
My brain goes, it feels wrong no matter what you say about it, Hamas or the terror, and they're doing all this stuff. And I'm sure there's things that are terrible that's happened to Israeli people, and October 7th and all these things.
Let's go.
But if everything after the fact, because I was reading further on this, you can't go. It was after October 7th, they didn't allow this. And so it's like, it just feels bad. And then you see like a big prominent figure in Hollywood say that, I can't really, we can't really talk about this. Is like that, in my opinion, that's the overarching thing that, like, that's why there's this massive uproar, which is something also interesting. I saw recently Charlie Kirk came out and did this whole like sort of think group with a bunch of Gen Zers, like, how do you guys feel about Israel and what's your perception of Israel and this, and they're all saying sort of the stuff we're talking about now, as far as like, let's keep the money here, let's keep the focus on America, and even him, and even I don't know how many weeks ago Tucker Carlson talking about it, and it's just like this fear of, if you just said anything that was against this idea or even just question what's happening, that you're a bad person and you don't like Jewish people. And that just feels wrong. Like, I don't have skin in the game. It just feels wrong.
Right.
And that's the frustrating part of this whole conversation about just what's exactly happening and why it's happening and who's benefiting from it or whatever. Because they're real people getting killed. There's kids, there's women. Like, you could Google how many, it's 20,000, this many people, women and children. And you're just like, you can't just go, it's just because of them every time. And it's just it's a tough thing to talk about. I know, like, it pisses a lot of people off, but I guess the only sort of silver lining,
gotta talk about it because it's real
here, is that it feels like we're getting to a point where we could actually just say, hey, this is wrong. Like, likely back when the COVID thing was a thing, and it was like, you can't say that, and you can't talk about ivermectin, and it's a horse dewormer, and Joe Rogan's getting smeared, and then years later they're like, well, it's actually won a Nobel Prize and been the use in humans forever, and like, it actually did really help against this. And it's hard to believe, it's hard to have trust in these governments and our government, right? Where I've experienced, I mean, personally, I had my gym open during COVID. I'm going to court. I got to court 8 times, and I'm keeping my gym open here in California down the street. And they're like, I'm going there. I'm like, give me a reason why this is different than, and this is a completely separate, this isn't about someone dying. This is not even as important. I mean, COVID was about people dying. That was the problem with, like, the at-risk people who were having problems. There were people passing from that, right? I'm not to say that wasn't a problem in any sense, but the idea that, like, they so vehemently wanted you to just agree with what they wanted you to believe just feels wrong. Like, that feels like the least American thing, period. Like, America was founded because they were trying to leave Britain and be like, we want sovereignty. We want to be able to orchestrate how we want to orchestrate without all these taxes, or you taking us this for that. And like, that's how it was founded. And it's almost like history, get back to the point of control and power, and it happens all over again.
Right.
And I think that's why we're here. In a lot of ways, it seems like just unavoidable, but it's fucking sad.
Yeah, it is. Well, and you hit the nail on the head. It is an issue of sovereignty. I'm glad you connected it that way, because that is the operative word, is Americans want to feel in control. And we feel like when we see what's happening in Israel, what is also deeply disturbing about it is we're paying for it. Those are our missiles. That's our military supplies. And our government is ostensibly opposing it. You know, Joe Biden.
But I'm sorry, I interrupted. The thing that really f***s me up, and I'll let you continue. I apologize. Is, you know, we talk about our money and it's going. I can't also get over the fact that it's for profit. It's for these giant conglomerate companies, because we pay the money, we give the money, but it's so they can buy the stuff from us, so that someone here who is a shareholder of whatever company that makes bombs or makes plane parts or, you know, this military industrial complex, right, makes money. And so it's because, correct me if I'm wrong, but the money just doesn't go directly to Israel. Like, it goes to them to pay for us to make stuff.
Most of it does, yeah.
That's where most of it goes. So it's like, it's all, maybe it's like a nihilist or just cynical, but it's like, it's all for money. Like, at the end of the day, like, that's where it all, it's like, you know, it's all guised in like, you know, religious beliefs or, you know, who has this land versus who doesn't have this land. But then it all comes back to money in that person's pocket. Just like COVID was for the big pharma. Like, you know, oh, this is free, but it's not free because we took all your tax dollars and paid Pfizer. And it's like, I can't get over, like, damn, this just feels so bad. And I think a lot of people feel this way. It's like, what do we even do?
Right.
How do we really ever change this? Because it's not like you're going to take these companies. I mean, America is like government, but also corporate. It's like, and it's just.
The awareness is a big factor here, people. That's why you got to bring it to light so we can figure this shit out. If you know what the problem is, you can get to the problem. But if you don't know what the problem is, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? That's why we talk about it. That's why we talk about it and explore it. And look at what's happening now, bro. We're getting all these motherfuckers out of office and shit. It's fucking dope. You know? It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Really good thing, bro. Really good thing.
Giant cycle of forever. Let's print money. Our money that we actually earn is worth less. And then the money that they take from us, they also give here. Then it goes back to those companies. And it's just giant cycle of like, do we ever actually really get out of this?
I don't know. I mean, that is really the question on everybody's minds. And I think part of the frustration with Trump is that, or at least for me, I thought that we would vote for Trump and he would be able to get us out of the matrix. He would kind of get in between that process, because that was his whole appeal, is he said the reason that things are not working for Americans is because the politicians are being bribed. They're all talk, no action, and that's because they're controlled by donors and special interests.
Right.
The solution was, I will run as an outsider. I will self-fund my campaign. I won't take PAC money or special interest money, and that will enable me to deliver the real victories. I could break the corruption. But after 12 years, I mean, from 16 to 29, when he leaves office, do you really see a lot of that? I mean, we got this bill. It's a corporate tax cut by cutting Medicaid. It's more aid for Israel and Ukraine, actually. It's, in the end, going to be more H-1B visas, more H-1A visas. And so you look at a guy like Trump and say, especially for me, my entire adult life, I've been fighting this battle in a way on behalf of Trump. That January 6th, I campaigned in 16. And in the end, you say, what was it all for? He was the most radical option at one time, the outsider, the burn it to the ground guy. And now he seems to have delivered everybody back into the political system.
I hear you. And the thing that's frustrating, like, it seems like the one issue that really did change, though, that is like, I don't want to say it's not as important. It's important to a lot of people. Like, the one thing that really changed was maybe the perception or like the okaying of this whole, I mean, it's just, I guess it sounds kind of dumb, but it was just like the women in fucking men's sport, or the men in women's sports. That was a piece of it, but that was negligible to like the rest of it. And the thing that I couldn't get over was like this whole, like, he's doing interviews and all these people are doing, you know, he's on Joe Rogan. He's talking about releasing these files, the Epstein stuff. And he's like kind of campaigning on that. I don't know. Do you remember that?
Yep.
And like you said, yeah, like, let's drain the swamp and all these things. And then you get in there, and then I couldn't believe how this Epstein thing was handled. Like, it went from you know, also the Ukraine thing. Yo, I'm gonna end the war as soon as I think as soon as I'm in office, I'll end the war. And now it's like, yeah, we just recently gave more money again, because they need it. I don't know. I saw some sort of press interview where he's saying like they need it, they really need it. We're sending more money. And then the Epstein thing, yeah, I'll release that. Like, you know, some people, you know, it's gonna affect a bunch of people, and you know, I forget his exact wording, but I'm gonna come out and I'm gonna release that. And then it was like, yeah, there's nothing there. I've had Kash Patel comes out on Joe Rogan. Yeah, like if I had it, I would just give it. And then you got Pam Bondi saying, yeah, I have it on my desk, thousands of hours of this. Then you have a woman in prison for 25 years, I believe, the Ghislaine Maxwell lady, Ghislaine Maxwell, excuse me, for this crime in relationship to Epstein. And if there's a crime, then there has to have been perpetrators, because there were victims who they were paid out, even like a settlement from like Chase or JP Morgan, whatever it was, because he was like using their bank account. So they paid out to the victims. I don't know exactly the details of that, but I know that happened. And so if you're paid out victims, that means the victims had to have said, well, that's the person, but then we don't get any of it. And then they act like it wasn't there. And then it's a hoax, a Democratic hoax. And then they come back and they go, okay, now we're getting them. And now we're talking to Ghislaine Maxwell right now. And it just feels wrong. Like there's no other way to put it. And right. It's frustrating to me, because like the same thing, I hear it and I believed it, and I'm like, yeah, this is the direction we're going in, is let's get rid of this shit. Like let's really be about America. Let's not let it be about all this other stuff, and let's get these people who are just collecting money and feeling lining their pockets, get them out. And it's like, it's like, all right, now let's talk about Obama. And I'm just like, dude, I can't follow it. And it's frustrating to me, like genuinely, because you want it. You just want it to be better. And then you just want, like, it should be the government, which is what it would stand for originally, for the people, not for the corporations, not for more money, not for, you know, they buy this so that he gets some money there because they said they would buy it from them. And they're like, cool, hands. Oh, here's $1 million here. It's like, it just feels fucked, dude.
Yeah, well, it stinks. The whole thing stinks. I mean, you know, and the best part is these conservatives, they were on this for 6 years. You know, from 2019 when Jeffrey Epstein killed himself until now. Even Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, who are at the FBI, Don Jr., J.D. Vance, they all said for 5 years, I wonder why they won't release those files. It's because of who's in them. You know, they were for years saying that there was something in them. The government wouldn't release it because it would damn everybody who's involved, or many of these elite people. The second they get in, they start obfuscating and they start to say, well, we did a phase 1 release. Remember, they put those binders out for the, what a joke that was. Then they say, well, we'll put them out on Friday. We'll put them out next week. Well, we'll put them out eventually. And then, I mean, the way they handled it a few weeks ago, even Trump's biggest supporters, they're still on his side, but they say how that was handled. It's almost boggles the mind how they did it so poorly. They put out this memo from the DOJ, and they effectively denied the basis of the whole thing. They say there is no list, and not only is there no client list, but he never engaged in blackmail at all. Really? Jeffrey Epstein never engaged in blackmail? Why did he have microphones and cameras all over his sex island then?
And that's like confirmed.
Yes, there's pictures of it.
Yeah, dude, it just, none of it feels good, man. I read it and I'm like, it really feels like we live in a Black Mirror episode. And it's just like, it's almost like, it's starting to become obvious to like the smoke screen or the setup of, oh, let's, you know, we're dealing with Iran now, or it's Obama's a guy now, a bad guy. And not that I know he was ever to be a good guy. But it's just like, fuck, this is really tough. It's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, well, it's totally on the nose. I mean, it's the most prolific child trafficker in U.S. political history. Trump is covering it up, which is such a betrayal, because that, to me, that's the Black Mirror. Because if Kamala Harris was doing this, you'd say, oh, of course. Like, we expect that from the Democrats. You expect that from, if Joe Biden did it, you'd say, it wasn't even Joe Biden. It was his handlers. He's not even the president. Like, nothing would surprise you. But when Trump does it, that's the trip. Because it's like, you thought this whole movement was the furthest right thing. This was our get out of this option. And if he's covering it up, then you say, what is real and what is fake? This is a whole matrix. And that's obviously why he's covering it up, because he's in it.
Yeah, the whole thing, man, is just it's tough because this like you can't. I just always felt this way about the government, that it didn't matter. It didn't matter red or blue.
Right.
Like, that's why I've always just been sort of somewhat disconnected from it, slightly connected to it, wanting it to be better, because it just always felt like, you know, the same body, just different hands. One's red, one blue, and then this one they liked a little.
Come on, give me the card that I need. All right, I need Porygon Z. It's either this one or this one. This one or this one. Fucking dang. Oh, I'm scared. One. Oh my god. Which one should I pick? Which one should I pick? Left or right? Left or right? Left or right? Hold on. Oh, I'll pick this one. Oh, it was so close. I was so close. Oh, man, I was close. I was close. Fuck. I fucked up. I fucked up. I needed that card. I need this fucking Porygon Z card. Fuck.
Realized the public liked this one a little bit more, so they went with it. And then it just seemed like that was the way to, you know, coerce people to still believe in the system, the establishment. With the Epstein stuff, it's super interesting because there's just too much leading to it. Like, this guy he's like damn near a billionaire. I don't know, $600 billion he's worth. I guess his bank account's still moving money. It's like, how did this guy create all this wealth? There's so many questions around how did this come to be like, oh, the guy just became a half a billionaire, you know, maybe a billionaire in some cases, like just like randomly. And we know that he's a child sex trafficker. So it's like this giant issue on a massive scale. Like that's easily the worst thing in the world is being someone that takes advantage of kids. Like that's you can't say that that's not the worst thing ever. Cause like there's so much innocence, right? And an adult has so much wherewithal to know what's right and wrong, or should. So you can't look away from it. And I think that's the thing that they ran into. Like no one's going to look away from this. And then when you hear the like, why are we still talking about it? Stuff that Trump said, or you see these people, politicians on the internet being like, why are we still, you know, there's other things to worry about, like the border and like there's the trafficking there. It's like, yeah, it's true, but those things can all be true, but that doesn't make this not still a massive issue that needs to be understood, that needs to be sorted out, that needs to be fixed.
Right.
Like, obviously you can't go back and undo what has happened to these children or to these people that are now adults. But to let it just go and it just be like, that was never a thing is very scary. It's very scary. And yeah, I don't know. It's like, what do? You can't, because here's the fucked up thing. It seems they're going to release something, right? And now at this point, you're like, what's real?
Right.
Because you can release anything. And that's the weird part. But then my brain also goes, well, why didn't they just do it earlier then?
Yeah.
Why didn't they just release what it was? Maybe they didn't think that people would hold on to it as much because they, you know, maybe the Iran thing was, okay, they would have focused on this, but no,
I need to
like,
kill.
what about that?
I need to kill this bastard.
But it's just like now the trust in the government is just like completely.
Yeah, I
think
definitely
at an
need to kill this
all-time low.
bastard
Whether
right
it's
away.
blue or red, it doesn't matter because the way this was handled was so absurd. And
There's
now you can
nothing to
release
give,
something,
brother.
and the same people who were like release it, we need it, are probably
I
just
need to
gonna be
kill
like,
you.
But that's probably not true.
Right. Well, because of this whole process, you can't, because they put out a memo that said there's nothing else. And when you say it stinks because they're clearly lying. They said there's something, they said there's nothing. And now if they come forward 2 weeks and say, oh, we found something. Okay, so what happened to the DOJ memo where they said there's no other files? They said the only thing that's left is child. There are no other files. There's nothing else. It's just graphic images of children. And people said, well, are there adults in those videos or pictures? They said, no, it's just like commercial pornography. It's just explicit material. Now they're going to say, oh, actually, we found some files that we're going to release. We're asking for testimony. So you say, what happened then a few weeks ago? I thought there was nothing. And this is being prodded along, ironically, by the media. It's the New York Times. It's the Wall Street Journal. They reported the other day, Trump is sitting on 100,000 files right now. 100,000 Jeffrey Epstein files when they said there were none. So now they're going to go to this Ghislaine Maxwell. They're giving her this limited immunity to say, if you testify, we're not going to prosecute you on the basis. But obviously, she has every incentive to lie to get a presidential pardon.
Yeah.
And they have every incentive to get her to lie. Tell us something that we can use and we'll pardon you. She says, I'll tell you what you want to hear as long as I get my freedom. And it's just like I said this on my show, as someone who was a big Trump supporter, I didn't vote for him in 24. This is like a fundamental betrayal. Because you know what this reminds me of? Pizzagate. This is identical to Pizzagate. And many people voted for Trump in 16 because of that kind of corruption. We identified Hillary Clinton. She was synonymous or emblematic of that level of corruption. Like you said, the sickest shit, which is kids, compounded by using it for blackmail for a foreign intelligence service. We voted for Trump largely as a middle finger to that brazen corruption and the cover-ups and lies and the sordid shit they did. And now to see Trump effectively do something identical to that, which is where you had Comet Ping Pong, now you have Epstein's Island. Where you had James Alefantis, now you got Jeffrey Epstein. In the same way they covered it up then with these cryptic messages about pizza and hot dogs, now you got this stuff now with Trump's birthday message to Epstein. Real or not, there's a lot of weird stuff, a lot of weird communications between them. And you say, like you said, if Trump is part of it, then where's up and where's down? If Trump is a part of the Matrix, if he's part of some kind of pedophile ring or covering up for it, how do you get out of it? And I agree with you. I think that the answer is it can't be red or blue. Voting Republican and Democrat, one hand washes the other. It's obvious. That's why I didn't vote in this election. And so you really need someone radical to step up that is maybe not even necessarily radically right or radically left, but is just going to end the corruption for the country. And you could say maybe there's a compromise, give us health care and close the border, but somebody needs to step up that says, I'm just not a part of this sick shit, because I'm with you. I can't stand it anymore.
Do you think there's even a possibility for that? Because there's so many nuances, and there's so many people who will go, oh, well, you know, this is happening this way for this long game of, like, you know, he has a plan, you know? Or do you think it's like going to be someone like Elon Musk? You know, I know he introduced the American Party. Do you think it's something like that would be able to actually take hold? Because there's so much power already that my concern with government has always been like, for example, at times I'm like, man, I kind of want to run. I kind of want to be a part of this somehow. Like, I don't know if it's city, mayor, like something in LA, something local for myself. But then I'm like, at what point do you go where they're like, hey man, you're doing great, but check this out.
Right.
Like, at what point does it not just become the same?
Check this out. We're gonna fuck some kids and take over the world. Mind fuck everybody, baby. That's what they're gonna say. They're gonna fuck you in the ass. And you're gonna fuck somebody else in the ass. All right? That's how it works in Hollywood, baby.
The same cycle where it's like, yeah, that was the guy. You know, like we all believe that Trump was that guy. Because I genuinely did. I genuinely, and a part of me still wants to believe that, like, there is that ability to fix it. And I think it can be fixed. It's like, but is there enough want or need for it to actually be fixed from those people when they're already there or getting close to that position, when they, you know, the checkbook comes out and they're like, yo, maybe think about this.
Right.
And that's the weirdest thing I think about our government. It's just the whole lobbying, all these things. It's just like, it just makes it feel corporate. It just makes it feel like it's not for people anymore.
Yeah.
It's for, you know, private interests.
It is. Whether it's right or left, it's all for the private interests. And I don't know what the answer is. I think that my kind of goal politically has always just been to shake things up. I was never, I mean, I did vote for Trump in 16. I voted for him in 20. But I also supported Andrew Yang in 2019. And I supported I supported Kanye West in 2024.
Yeah, we got to talk about that a little bit.
In 2022. But I'm in favor of anything that shakes things up, anything where people start to think, I don't have to vote Republican. I don't have to vote for the same thing. And you just hope that between some of these maybe emerging technologies like social media and crypto and other things, and then maybe if there's any kind of calamity in the future, like a recession or some unknowable crisis, you hope that the right person at the right moment is going to be able to step up and take leadership, because that's all that's missing. Trump winning this election in a landslide shows that people are tired. People wanted him to be what we thought he was, or what some still think that he is.
Right.
The support is there. All that is needed is the leadership to provide the language, to express the outrage of the people, the will of the people, and who has kind of Trump's strength and tenacity and boldness, but isn't willing to compromise or doesn't maybe have that baggage. And, you know, that's going to be one person, one special person.
Yeah, but that's the question, is like, you that's that person until it's not.
Right.
In my head, it's like, that's the person until, you know, the powers that already existing are like, well, check this out. That's the whole point to me, is like, I don't know, like that amount of pressure, or that amount of like idea of freedom now with whatever you can do in that circumstance. That's where it just gets scary. It just seems like a setup to fail. But the Ye thing's interesting because, like, or even the Elon Musk stuff, the American Party is like, it then just weakens, you know, all the other sort of, not even sort of, it weakens all the other parties essentially, and that's the whole fear around like this emergence of something new.
Right.
But yeah, I think there is something that needs to. I know there is something that needs to, and I think everyone feels the same way.
Yeah,
I do truly. But the stuff with Ye, like I think you've spoken about this stuff before, but how did you originally get in contact with Ye?
So he tweeted the DEF CON thing. So he went on Tucker Carlson in like October 22, and he was talking about Jared Kushner and Israel and everything. And everybody's ears kind of perked up because they said, oh, it's getting a little political. Then I think about a week later, he tweeted DEF CON 3 on the Jews, he said, and they invented cancel culture, and he got canceled. And I heard through the grapevine that he was talking to Alex Jones, who's a friend of mine. But Alex Jones, his producer, is not my biggest fan, but I knew she had his number. And so I got in touch with her through a couple of other people. I got his number, and I went out there with Milo and with John Miller and a couple people. That was back in 22. We came out to LA, and the idea was he wanted to run for president. So we were supposed to put together we were going to wind down his 2020 campaign and figure out if he could run in 2024 for the presidency. And we were there for about a week, and not even. I think we were there for a few days. And he had a pre-planned visit with Trump. That was already on the schedule. And I don't know what the basis for that was, but we got there, I think, on a Thursday, the week before Thanksgiving. And he told us, yeah, I got this meeting with Trump on Tuesday. And by Monday night, he said, I want you to go with me. I want you to go with me to the dinner. And we went, and Ye asked Trump to be his vice president in his presidential run, which is hilarious. Yeah.
You were there.
I was
there.
there.
That was the first time you met Trump.
Yes.
What was that interaction like?
It was crazy. I mean, you know, because they're both my heroes. I was always a fan of Ye for as long as I've been a fan of Trump. So those are my two like icons. It's like them and Sam Hyde, actually, who you had on the show.
Oh yeah, Sam's crazy.
Yeah, he's the best. So he's always a hero of mine as well. So it's like these two guys together was blowing my mind. And what's funny about it is that Ye is actually he's a little bit shy, actually.
Yeah.
I could tell that he was a little, and if you watch him on some of the talk shows and spending enough time with him, you could see that he was a little bit apprehensive. He was a little anxious because he loves Trump and he respects him deeply. So he's a little quiet at first. It was actually very awkward because he wasn't talking a whole lot. And so Trump was trying to start a conversation with him. And what's really funny is Trump, he loves his iPad. He's like a big iPad kid. And he controls the music at Mar-a-Lago from the iPad.
That's sick.
He loves music. And so
I know.
He's like the DJ at that Mar-a-Lago. So his way to connect with Ye was he goes, you take the iPad, you know, why don't you pick one of your songs? That was how he was going to connect. And so Ye said, okay. So he spent about 10 minutes finding a song. And for the Kanye fans, he put on Say You Will from 808s and Heartbreaks. It's sort of an unexpected song. But then Trump starts talking about the opportunity zones for black people. He's trying to connect with them as like a black voter. I'm like, we're way past that. I'm like, dude, yay, we're watching Triumph of the Will. This guy's like a full-fledged anti-Semite. You're trying to connect with him like he's a black voter, telling him about opportunity zones and the Platinum Plan. I said, we're a little past that. But so he's trying to make conversation. It's not working. He starts talking to me a little bit. We're rapping with each other because I know everything about Trump. And then it was a pretty normal dinner. It was Thanksgiving dinner. We had turkey and stuffing and mashed potatoes. And so it's a very strange situation. But then, and this was the story of the dinner, before we arrived in Mar-a-Lago.
Wow, fucking
This
one.
girl who was with us, Karen Giorno, she was getting Ye some like intel about how to deal with Trump, like how to play this. And so there was this lawyer whose name was Nick, and he sent all this information to Ye about how we're going to deal with Trump. And it said, if we eat in the dining room, that means this. If we eat in the patio, he wants to show you off. If he says this, it was just like this like play-by-play. How do we handle Trump?
Interesting.
And so we're pulling up to the dinner, and we have all this intel, and Ye said, what do you think about this? And I said, I don't know. Send it to me. So he forwards it to me, to my phone. Well, it turns out he accidentally forwarded it to a lawyer that Trump uses as well, whose name is also Nick.
Oh my God.
So he tried to send it to me. I never got the text. I was like, that's weird. I didn't get it. We said, oh, well, we walk in. He accidentally sent all this intel to a lawyer that Trump actually uses. So in the middle of the dinner, Trump gets a phone call. He goes, just 1 second. It was this guy. It was this lawyer. And the guy says like, hey, Trump, this is a hit job. They are here to take you out. Like they sent me this intel by accident. They must have told him that this was a setup. So Trump hangs up the phone and his demeanor instantly changes.
Holy shit.
And he starts, and my right hand of God, he immediately starts dropping the F-bomb. Mother f***ing this and that, just like, I've never seen him that angry.
Damn,
so
yeah.
furious. But it was also very subtle. He starts telling Ye, because the idea was Ye was going to run for president and was going to ask Trump to be his VP. So Trump starts telling these stories about all the black people that he helped that betrayed him. That was the subtext.
Shit.
So he says, you know, I freed this rapper in China. The basketball player.
Brittany Griner?
No, LeVar Ball.
Oh, he was in China?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he got like arrested or something. It was like an international incident.
Okay.
And so Trump was telling the story about how he freed this guy. And he says, so this basketball player, he's on the tarmac, he said, and the Chinese soldier slapped him across the face, the basketball player, and said, that's for disrespecting President Trump. That was the first story. The second story was about the rapper in, I think it was Norway or Sweden. I forget who. I think it was A$AP Rocky.
Yeah.
Got arrested up there.
Come on, buddy.
And I called up the president of Sweden, and I said, listen,
Let's go.
you better release him right now. And the moral of the story was these were all ingrates. These are all black celebrities that he helped that betrayed him. And then he goes to Ye, and I hosted your wife, Kim Kardashian, and I released these or commuted the sentence of these people on her behalf.
Yeah.
He goes, and she is a disgusting human being, he said.
He's savage, bro.
Yes.
Fuck.
He goes, and she's such a disgusting. He goes, and you could tell her I said that. I want you to tell her. Tell her I said that. She's a disgusting human being. And I was sitting there like,
yo.
I was like a
What
guest.
was Ye's reaction?
He had the same reaction that I did. He was totally taken aback by it, but he goes, that's still my wife. You know, he goes, that's my wife you're talking about. And so it's very tense. And then Karen, so then Trump was like kicking us out, basically.
Yeah.
He said, you know, your airport is right across the street. I think it's time for you to go.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And Karen is like kicking him under the table saying, remember to ask him what you came here to ask him. And Ye goes, oh, yeah. Will you be my vice president? And Trump loses his mind. And he goes, you can win at a lot of things, but you'll never win at this. He goes, you could be a celebrity. You're talented. He goes, but you'll never win at this. You better not run. Lost his mind. He had his arms folded like a mobster. I thought he was going to start swinging. Like that's how That's how aggressive his demeanor was. Like straight up like a gangster, like
I
Tony
kinda
Soprano.
respect that.
I do too. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah,
Even though, and even went to me, he goes, you're a smart guy. Tell him he can't win. He can never win. You tell him now. He can never win. I know you work for him, but he can't win. And I was just frozen. I was like, I don't know. Maybe he can win. You know?
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, it was nuts. And so then we got kicked out. These other people wanted a picture with Trump and Ye. Trump refused to take a picture.
Oh, he's a savage.
Yeah, it was ugly. But
It didn't go too well, huh?
no.
Man. Yeah, I gotta respect that. I respect that.
It was baller. He's a gangster, man.
So your relationship with Ye now, like he brings you in as what? Like a political sort of like just input?
Yeah, basically. I mean, so I've talked to him on and off over the years, and you know, I think he respects my opinion on these things because I'm one of the only people that's as canceled as him.
Yeah.
You know, so so he brings me in to talk about politics or give him some advice on things.
He came recently back and was like, "Yo, I'm not against the Jews anymore. Not you know, not anti-Semitic. I apologize. Love for everyone." What's your opinion on that?
It's sincere. I mean, because he really is of two minds in the sense that he is not a hateful person at all. Like, he has Jewish employees and he really loves everybody. Like, genuinely, he's a good man. But he's getting screwed over. He can't play stadiums. He has a lot of trouble doing merch, doing even album releases. These estates, they won't clear the samples for his songs. So everything he does, they are still messing with him, whether it's the music, the fashion, the shows. And so I think he's kind of on this thing where he wants to move on. His true passion is architecture. He wants to build a smart city. He wants to build houses, and he wants to get the money to do that. But every time he tries to do anything, anti-Semite, you need to apologize. And you know him, he doesn't want to apologize. He's not wrong, at least on some of his complaints. You know, he's apologized for how he's gone about it in one way or another. People he's hurt their feelings. So he's trying to move forward, but they won't let him move forward unless he apologizes. So he tries to kind of say, I'm sorry for how that made you feel, which is not what they're looking for. They're looking for total capitulation. And so it's kind of like one step forward, one step back for 3 years. That's kind of where he is. But he is a good man. He really does love everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, I know a few people who know him personally who would say the same thing, for sure. What about you? Would you ever consider being like truly in politics, not just as a commentator?
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it, but I just feel like the second I run for anything, they're going to throw everything I've ever said in my face.
Yeah.
And I've been so nasty, and I don't think I'm a hateful guy, but I make these jokes about black people, Polish people, Mexicans, you know, even white people, Southerners, like you name it. I don't think there's any constituency, but I mean, if there was ever a day when that stuff didn't matter, I would.
I knew he had red. I knew he had red, bro.
You mentioned something the other day about working out's gay.
I knew he had red.
Here we go.
We got beef, dude.
We got a little beef.
It is a little gay. I will concede that. It's pretty funny, but you went on like a rant about it. You don't like working out?
I hate working out because it hurts.
So it's just because you don't like it, it's gay.
No, no. Well, look, here's what I say. I think people should work out. I think it's good for you, but the gym bro culture, it's so vain. You know what I mean? There's like mirrors everywhere and everybody's like posing and taking shirtless pics.
I know, I'm such a part of it. I'm such a creator of it, low key, actually.
Yeah, you're like a pioneer. You made it, but
there was a clip of Hassan. It was so funny saying the same shit. Hassan Piker, another commentator, where he was like, "You know who makes people gay? Bradley Martin. He owns a gym." And he said the funny, like it's some viral clip of him talking about just like gyms being gay, basically too, which is so funny. Because there's kind of some truth to it because it is super vain. Gym bros like make a bunch of like gay jokes. I get it.
Yeah. And gay guys are really into that. Like
100%.
gay guys are so into because it's vanity. But I tell people, like, as long as you're doing it and look, looking good is a good reason to do it. You should want to look good.
Yeah.
You should want to be healthy. But some people take it a little too far. They get a little nutty with it.
But what did you say? I forgot exactly, but you were saying that you were like, straight guys do these things. And that was funny to me. What were some of the things? You were something about, like, I don't know, it was like cigarettes or black coffee or some shit.
Oh, yeah.
You just says you do say some funny,
Thanks.
which is like, it's so, and I watch your stuff. I'm just like, I guess I wish more people would see that side of you, because the majority, I think, when they get introduced to you, like you said, they get introduced to like, oh, this is Hitler stuff and this anti-Semitic stuff, and I get it because of the stuff that you talk about, and that's what I was kind of saying earlier about blending the politics with the comedy. Is like, I don't know if that, like you said, trying to actually do political stuff might really come back and punch you in the face, because like, what about this? And then a whole group of people is like, nah, he said that, which is interesting. I think that concept's interesting too, because there is this whole thing of like not allowing people to grow from things, right? Like, obviously there's certain things you can't grow from, like pedophilia.
Right.
Like you did that, you're probably a scumbag forever, and like we should put you somewhere where the light doesn't shine. But beyond that, like, there are things, I don't know if you saw the stuff with Neon. I don't know how tapped are you in with like just social media in general, but he goes on the Breakfast Club, gets like railed by the interviewers, trying to get him to basically like submit and just say sorry for stuff that like was in his past when he was a kid. There is this whole, like, people don't let things go on the internet.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's just words. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm a big believer in, like, we are such a hypersensitive culture where it's like, you know, people get canceled over nothing these days, over even on the left, you know, like that Harry Sisson got canceled because he led on a bunch of different girls.
That was insane.
That's your life, you know?
By the way, we interviewed him on Steiny's pod. He had him on here, and he said he wasn't even hooking up with the girls.
Yeah,
he had to say sorry. He like said sorry.
It's bullshit, you know? And I think people kind of just need to let people breathe a little bit. And as far as words are concerned, people like to say, oh, you know, 6 years ago you said this. It's like utterances, like we said things years ago. Now, it's one thing, like you said, if you have a legit problem, if I ever expressed a viewpoint that was like, I hate all this group of people, you would have to demonstrate I've moved past that. I no longer have that view.
Absolutely.
But if it's like, well, you said these words, it's like, well, that was a joke, or what I meant was this. To me, that's a little different. And I think that a lot of it, maybe it's because I'm a guy, you know, and we have very female culture. They want to get you on a show and say, I disavow you, or else you have to apologize. And I just think that's bullshit. I hate that kind of stuff. You know?
Kind of like what Candace sort of did with you.
Exactly.
And it was interesting. And even the funny thing, like, there's this, I don't know where this was said, if it was said, but I think the N-word thing, you saying that, and then Pat Bet David was like, I won't have him on because of this. I wonder if you'll ever do that interview. I think eventually that'll come.
I think
you
so.
should.
Yeah,
I like him. I like him in a lot of ways. Some of his co-hosts, I'm like, they say some weird shit. I was like, what? But I like him. I've had him on. He's great at communicating as well. I think that'd be a really good show if you did that. I know you had a little bit of a thing with Candace. How did that go?
Well, you know, I've known of her for many years, and so last year we had a little bit of a beef because she left the Daily Wire, and she was saying a lot of the same things that I've been saying for many years. You know, she was criticizing Israel, but in particular, she said, America first, Christ is king, which in the conservative space, those were like my slogans. I'm not claiming ownership over both of those because they're common phrases, but everybody kind of said.
And yeah, to clarify too, sorry. America First was first introduced when? Well, who said this?
In the 40s.
Yeah. And I had to forget, was some president?
It was Charles Lindbergh.
That's right. So you obviously knew about that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because like there's like a lot of conversation that, like, you know, I hear this Laura Loomer chick say that this is Trump's thing and he started this.
Right.
I would agree in some cases that he was the most prominent figure today that is speaking about that is relating to that. You know, in her relationship to trying to make it about Israel, whatever. Those are just to be determined, right?
Right.
Shit.
But yeah, she also called you an ingrate. That
She
was
did,
crazy.
Yeah, love that.
But let's forget her. Let's get back to the Candace thing.
Yeah, but so, you know, about a year ago, everybody was expecting that we were going to collaborate, you know, because I got canceled by Ben Shapiro, so did she. We got canceled for the same reason. And people were begging her for this collab in her comments and her live chat. And she said, well, I can't do the collab because of YouTube. And people said, well, do it on Rumble. Do it on your website. She said, well, I can't do it because I'm in this lawsuit. And, you know, so I was frustrated. And I started criticizing her not only for that, but for other things. She started saying it's the Frankists. I don't know if you remember this, but, you know, for a long time, she was criticizing Israel's role in Gaza. Then she said, actually, it has nothing to do with Jewish people. It's this Frankist conspiracy. They're the followers of Jacob Frank, this rabbi.
Help me out here, because I don't even know what Frankist is.
Nobody does. It's fake. It's fake nonsense.
Okay, I don't know what that is.
It's this esoteric Jewish mystic from the 17th century. They called them the Sabbatean Frankists, and they were a religious, mystical Jewish cult. They believed that, and this is complex stuff, but they believe that in order to achieve sanctity, in order to repair the world, they had to do every action, not only the good actions, but the evil actions also. And in doing the evil actions, they would be able to repair the universe. And this is all like Kabbalistic theology. And anyway, Candace
But that
believes,
has no relationship to Judaism.
well, it is Jewish mysticism. It's a sect of Jewish mysticism. And many believe that that Sabbatai Zevi in 1666 was the Jewish Messiah. He was the progenitor of this. And then Jacob Frank was one of his acolytes years later who claimed to be like the reincarnation of Sabbatai Zevi. And so they call his followers the Frankists. Now, there's this conspiracy that the followers of Jacob Frank, that what they are is
very well may be over. The 5 richest men in the world have more than doubled their wealth since 2020 from 40... Damn, while nearly 5 billion have been poor, bro. You're not wrong, brother. Shit, I'm just trying to get a little morsel of that money. Dude, I think so poor in my head, it's sad. It's like, I'm just trying to get to the next thing. And I'm like, I need to get out of that mindset because I want to get money and do shit. You know? But I'm like, I'm still stuck in that, like, I don't know. I'm like, what I want to do is I just gotta start this job, and I'm gonna start investing into crypto and fucking stocks and all that stuff, right? That's that little toy shit. But if I could build enough, and then also I wanted to start streaming because I feel, dude, that's where the money's at, bro. The fuck, that's where the money's at. These big streamers, that's where I want to be. The social commentators like Asmongold and all that shit. Like who else? Hassan Pike. Who's another one that's big? Like Destiny, dude. They're making so much money, and it's nowhere near 400 billion, right? Nowhere near that. But at least give me some shit of that. That'd be great. If I could make $1 million, that'd be great. Like, and then build from there. You know, just keep acquiring wealth just by talking and showing off my personality or whatever you want. Get the branding going. That's what I'm going for, bro. That's what I need. I need to find a way out, and then set up my family and the family behind that. And it starts with streaming and putting myself out there. Fuck it. That's what I'm gonna do, bro. Why rank in fucking Pokemon? That's what I really want. I just want the money, bro. Fuck, man.
Effectively, they have infiltrated all the world religions: the Muslims, the Christians, the Jews, and there's this satanic conspiracy on top of the Jews.
Hey, Gamer Jam. Hey, Gamer Jam, is it J or Jam? What do you think about what Nick Fuentes is saying right now, bro? Yo, he's saying some real shit. It's crazy.
Conspiracy, and they're sort of using the Jews on their behalf. And there's really no evidence that this is the case. There's no evidence that Jacob Frank had any long-lasting influence beyond his time and his area. There's no evidence that there are these ritualistic satanic converts or anything. And in any case, they were mystic Jews anyway. So I mean, that's food for thought. But anyway, so she was saying this kind of stuff, and I said that's really a diversion. That's a red herring. Like, that's not the truth. And she hits me up on Twitter a year ago and says, well, you know, you should have just asked to be on my show. And I said, well, I thought the problem was YouTube. I thought the problem was a lawsuit. Now you say if I just asked, you would have had me on? That doesn't make sense. Whatever. It was a year ago. All this time has passed. We're in the middle of the war with Iran, and the United States just bombed Iran the day after And my show got 70,000 live viewers the night that happened. So my show's blowing up. It's huge. She texts me the day after. Hey, where are you based out of? I say, Chicago. She goes, well, would you come down to Nashville? I said, sure. I said, are we doing a collab? She goes, yeah, let's do a collab. I said, okay. I said, is it going to be friendly? I said, I know we've had some problems in the past. I said, are we going to talk about Iran and be friendly? She goes, LOL, I don't set people up. I said, okay. So I fly down there at a moment's notice. She texts me on a Sunday. I flew down on Wednesday. I go there, I do her show, and the first thing she says to me is, you talk so much shit. She asked me about my background. I say, well, I got canceled for asking these questions, such and such. She goes, is that why you hate Jews? Did that make you hate all Jews? I said, no, I don't hate all Jews. I don't hate anybody. She goes, okay, well, here's a clip. Do we have a clip? She plays a clip of me from my show where I'm laughing and joking and I'm saying, Candace Owens does Dave Smith's show. He's a Jew. She does Aiden Ross's show. He's a Jew. But she doesn't do my show. What's going on? And I'm joking about it. And she goes, well, so you just said you don't hate anybody, but here you are. You seem to have a problem with them because they're Jewish. And it turns into this like 2-hour struggle session where it's like, why do you hate Jews? Why do you hate Dave Smith? Why are you racist? Why are you this? And
do you hate Dave Smith?
No. I consider him a friend.
Yeah.
I disagree with him, but I like him. And I think he's a very intelligent guy. But it turned into this big drama fest where she's reading me the riot act about all this shit that happened a year ago and you know, the race issue, asking me about interracial marriages, which it's like, why? I mean, there's so much happening in the world. Then she takes the interview at the end of it and she goes, I'm going to put it behind a paywall for $2 and I'll release it for free later. I'm like, well, why do that? So I go on my show and I say she should put it on Twitter for free. Why put it? If the problem was censorship and the lawsuit, that's why she couldn't have me on.
Right.
Why are you now going to put it behind the paywall? So then she hits me up and she's about it and she goes, well, why didn't you tell me to put it on Twitter in person? I'm like, I don't know. I didn't think of that in person. I said, are we really now going to debate this? And so we get in this intense back and forth. And I tell her, I said, look, I said, I'm going to...
He's talking about Candace Owens right now, just so you know. That whole interview he just did with her, that's what he's talking about right now.
Honest with you, I didn't like how that went. I said, this was a missed opportunity. You're a big figure. I said, I'm an important figure. We've had a very similar experience. We're in the middle of a war. I said, we should have talked about this. We should have filled up the 2 hours with something substantive. I said, you wanted to relitigate drama and nonsense. I said, that was a missed opportunity. I said, and then you want to monetize it? I said, that's BS. And so she gets real nasty with me, and it got very ugly at the end of it. But yeah, I mean, look, I don't hate Candace Owens.
Yeah.
I don't have a big problem with her. And I think she's doing good work. She's bringing a lot of people around to the truth. And she throws in a lot of nonsense about Brigitte Macron and other stuff I don't agree with.
Yeah.
I think that's nonsense. But
yeah, that is, she's saying that this dude is married to his dad?
Yeah. That the French president's wife is not just a transgender man, but is also his father. He's married to his... And I'm like, you lost me. You know, I mean, that's a little out there. But, so I don't hate her.
It's so funny how that's the line for you, though.
Like, well, because that's crazy. Like, that's...
Dude,
you lost me.
You're funny to me. That's the line. No. That...
I mean, come on. He's married to... Maybe she's transgender, but she's his dad? Come on.
It's insane.
I mean...
It's a little insane.
That's a little out there. And I have my reasons why I think she's pushing that. I don't know how sincere that is, but...
What do you think that is? Why do you think she's pushing that?
Honestly, this is going to sound maybe equally crazy, but I think it's like Russian propaganda because France is Russia's mortal enemy right now. For a variety of reasons, because France is pushing the Ukraine war harder than anybody, and because Russia is overthrowing all of France's...
France wants the Ukraine war harder than anyone, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
They want their troops in Ukraine. There are their troops in Ukraine.
Okay.
And Russia is overthrowing all of the French allied governments in Africa, which France relies on. So they're like suffice to say, they're mortal enemies right now. And I think, why would somebody be so fixated on Macron, of all people, the French president? What does that have to do with us? And there's this salacious scandal. So, and one of the things this is maybe a bridge too far for you or for the audience, but one of the things I've really learned over the time that I've been doing this, in addition to the rabbit hole of Israel and the Jewish religion and the rest of it, is the extent to which so much of the media is involved with the intelligence agencies. And so maybe 2 years ago, I didn't believe any of that. Now, I think that the Russians, and to an extent, yes, the Qataris, the Emiratis, the Saudis, the Turks, the Israelis, they all have a hand in a lot of the media. And the Tenet thing was a huge scandal. You remember Tenet Media, where Tim Pool and Lauren Chen and Dave Rubin, they were getting $10 million from the Russians.
Confirmed.
Yes, from Russia. And it was a huge scandal. And that and other things kind of woke me up to the overlap. Now, that's a theory. That's pure speculation with Candace. That's my hunch. I haven't done a deep dive on that, and I have no proof of that. But you just try to, like we were talking about earlier, how do you discern? Why is she going so hard against the French president? You say, well, who has it out for France right now? You say, well, Russia. And who else has it out for France? Well, France just recognized Palestine's statehood.
And I saw that, and I saw it was a long tweet that just seemed to be like,
yo, youth, wait, what's popping, bro? You just missed Connie. I'm late, but what's popping? Fuentes on the media run? Bro, Fuentes is on a terror, bro. He went on Candace Owens. He's going on this guy's podcast. He's going on everybody where he can't get canceled, bro. And yeah, with the dude, he told us the whole story of him going to Donald Trump's house with Kanye trying to get him into presidency, bro. Like him and Kanye went over, and he was gonna be his. He was gonna go ask Trump to be his vice president, and he was there for all that. I'm not sure if you heard that part, bro. Did you hear this shit? It's so dude. The story's so fucking funny. I kind of want to replay it back for you. It's so good. I was glued. I forgot I was playing the game for a second. I was like, oh shit. Did you see that part yet, Youth? Hey, Youth, wait, did you see that part? Bro, I'm going to rewind it for you. If you didn't see it, it's fucking hilarious, bro. Let me know in the chat if I should rewind it or not. I don't mind. It's such a good story. Nah, I'm just tapping in now. Okay, let me go back to when Nick Fuentes and Kanye went to fucking Trump house. Hold on, let's see. Where is this at? Why Nick and Ye get kicked out of the dinner with Trump. Dude, this shit is funny, bro. Okay, all right, let's start here.
But yeah, I think there is something that needs to. I know there is something that needs to, and I think everyone feels the same way.
Yeah,
I do truly. But the stuff with Ye, like I think you've spoken about this stuff before. But how did you originally get in contact with Ye?
This shit's funny.
So he tweeted the DEF CON thing. So he went on Tucker Carlson in like October 22, and he was talking about Jared Kushner and Israel and everything. And everybody's ears kind of perked up because they said, oh, it's
DEFCON 5, DEFCON 5.
Then I think about a week later, he tweeted DEFCON 3 on the Jews.
Yo.
And they invented cancel culture, and he got canceled. And I heard through the grapevine that he was talking to...
This is easily the best part of the whole interview right here.
Alex Jones, who's a friend of mine. But Alex Jones, his producer is not my biggest fan, but I knew she had his number. And so I got in touch with her through a couple of other people. I got his number, and I went out there with Milo and with
DEFCON on Small Hats as well. For real, bro.
Miller and a couple people. That was back in 22. We came out to LA, and the idea was he wanted to run for president. So we were supposed to put together we were going to wind down his 2020 campaign and figure out if he could run in 2024 for the presidency. And we were there for about a week, and not even. I think we were there for a few days. And he had a pre-planned visit with Trump. That was already on the schedule. And I don't know what the basis for that was, but we got there, I think, on a Thursday, the week before Thanksgiving. And he told us, yeah, I got this meeting with Trump on Tuesday. And by Monday night, he said, I want you to go with me. I want you to go with me to the dinner. And we went, and Ye asked Trump to be his vice president in his presidential run, which is hilarious. Yeah.
You were there.
I was
there.
there.
That was the first time you met Trump.
Yes.
What was that interaction like?
It was crazy. I mean, because they're both my heroes. I was always a fan of Ye for as long as I've been a fan of Trump. So those are my two, icons.
I had to play that one time, bro.
It's like them and Sam Hyde, actually, who you had on the
Oh,
show.
yeah. Sam's
he's
crazy.
a big,
Yeah.
he's the best. So he's always a hero of mine as well. So it's like these two guys together was blowing my mind.
Oh my god.
And what's funny about it is that Ye is actually he's a little bit shy, actually.
Yeah.
I could tell that he was a little, and if you watch him on some of the
Ye being shy is crazy. I don't think Ye is shy. That's weird to me. That's weird to me. Ye is shy? That's crazy, bro.
shows and spending enough time with him, you could see that he was a little bit apprehensive. He was a little anxious because he loves Trump and he respects him deeply. So he's a little quiet at first. It was actually very awkward because he wasn't talking a whole lot. And so Trump was trying to start a conversation with him. And what's really funny is Trump, he loves his iPad. He's like a big iPad kid. And he controls the music at Mar-a-Lago from the iPad.
That's sick.
He loves music. And so
Yeah, I know.
he's like the DJ at that Mar-a-Lago. So his way to connect with Ye was he goes, you take the iPad, why don't you pick one of your songs? That was how he was going to connect. And so Ye said, okay. So he spent about 10 minutes finding a song. And for the Kanye fans, he put on Say You Will from 808s and Heartbreaks. It's sort of an unexpected song. But then Trump starts talking about the opportunity zones for black people. He's trying to connect to them as.
How can the man be racist? How can Nick Fuentes be racist when he's kicking with fucking Kanye, bro? That's the mind fuck. It's like, bro, you can't say he's racist. He's with the fucking crew, dude. He's with the gang. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's with the gang-a-lang, like, fucking going down. Disrespect on his name, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's fucked up. Anyways, I thought that was hilarious.
Black voter. I'm like, we're way past that. I'm like, dude, we're watching Triumph of the Will. This guy's like a full-fledged anti-Semite. You're trying to connect with him like he's a black voter, telling him about opportunity zones and the Platinum Plan. I said, we're a little past that. But so he's trying to make conversation. It's not working. He starts talking to me a little bit. We're rapping with each other because I know everything about Trump. And then it was a pretty normal dinner. It was Thanksgiving dinner. We had turkey and stuffing and mashed potatoes. And so it's a very strange situation. But then, and this was the story of the dinner, before we arrived at Mar-a-Lago, this girl who was with us, Karen Giorno, she was getting Ye some like intel about how to deal with Trump, like how to play this. And so there was this lawyer whose name was Nick, and he sent all this information to Ye about how we're going to deal with Trump. And it said, if we eat in the dining room, that means this. If we eat in the patio, he wants to show you off. If he says this, it was just like this like play-by-play. How do we handle Trump?
Interesting.
And so we're pulling up to the dinner, and we have all this intel. And Ye said, what do you think about this? And I said, I don't know. Send it to me. So he forwards it to me, to my phone. Well, it turns out he accidentally forwarded it to a lawyer that Trump uses as well, whose name is also Nick.
Oh my God.
So he tried to send it to me. I never got the text. I was like, that's weird. I didn't get it. We said, oh, well, we walk in. He accidentally sent all this intel to a lawyer that Trump actually uses. So in the middle of the dinner, Trump gets a phone call. He goes, just 1 second. It was this guy. It was this lawyer. And the guy says like, hey, Trump, this is a hit job. They are here to take you out. Like they sent me this intel by accident. They must have told them that this was a setup. So Trump hangs up the phone and his demeanor instantly changes.
Holy shit.
And he starts, and my right hand of God, he immediately starts dropping the F-bomb. Mother f***ing this and that, just like, I've never seen him that angry.
Damn,
so
yeah.
furious. But it was also very subtle. He starts telling Ye, because the idea was Ye was going to run for president and was going to ask Trump to be his VP. So Trump starts telling these stories.
Why a cool gay kid? Yo. Yo, you fucking funny for that one, bro.
all the black people that he helped that betrayed him. That was the subtext.
Shit.
So he says, I freed this rapper in China. The basketball player.
Brittany Griner?
No, LeVar Ball.
Oh, LeVar. He was in China?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he got arrested or something. It was like an international incident.
Okay.
And so Trump was telling the story about how he freed this guy. And he says, so this basketball player, he's on the tarmac, he said, and the Chinese soldier slapped him across the face, the basketball player, and said, that's for disrespecting President Trump. That was the first story.
What?
The second story was about the rapper in, I think it was Norway or Sweden. I forget who. I think it was.
What little simp-ass, bitch-ass fucking China soldier slapping some other dude for some other man's problem. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I would have punched him in the face. No, I was kidding. I need to get the fuck out of there. How you gonna slap some dude in the face for another dude, for another country's president? That's weird. That's like, China's different, bro. They got their people fucking mind fucked. Like, dude, if someone was passing me up for the Chinese, I would slap him and be like, hey, good shit, bro. You got the fuck out of there. That's hella sus, bro.
Rocky
Yeah,
got arrested up there. And he says, and I called up the president of Sweden and I said, listen, you you better release him right now. And the moral of the story was these were all ingrates. These are all black celebrities that he helped that betrayed him. And then he goes to Ye, and I hosted your wife, Kim Kardashian, and I released these or commuted the sentence of these people on her behalf.
Yeah.
He goes, and she is a disgusting human being, he said. Yeah.
Dude, he's savage, bro.
Yes.
Fuck.
He goes, and she's such a disgusting. He goes, and you could tell her I said that. I want you to tell her. Tell her I said that.
Yeah, that's so funny.
She's a disgusting
That's
human.
that's such a Donald thing. I want you to tell her I said that. You could tell her I said that. Like, that's such a Donald thing, bro.
And I was sitting there like, whoa, I'm just
What
like a guest.
was Ye's reaction?
He had the same reaction that I did. He was totally taken aback by it, but he goes, that's still my wife. He goes, that's my wife you're talking about. And
yeah, that's real slick, player. But that's still my bitch.
So it's very tense. And then Karen, so then Trump was like kicking us out, basically.
Yeah.
He said, your airport is right across the street. I think it's time for you to go.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And Karen is like kicking him under the table saying, remember to ask him what you came here to ask him. And Ye goes, oh yeah, will you be my vice president? And Trump loses his mind. And he goes, you can win at a lot of things, but you'll never win at this. He goes, you could be a celebrity, you're talented. He goes, but you'll never win at this. You better not run. Lost his mind. He had his arms folded like a mobster. I thought he was going to start swinging. Like,
No.
that's how aggressive his demeanor was. Like, straight up like a gangster, like
I
Tony
kind of
Soprano.
respect that.
I do too. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, that's...
Even though, and even went to me. He goes, you're a smart guy. Tell him he can't win. He can never win. You tell him now. He can never win. I know you work for him, but he can't win. And I was just frozen. I was like, I don't know. Maybe he can win.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, it was nuts. And so then we got kicked out. These other people wanted a picture with Trump and Ye. Trump refused to take a picture.
Oh, he's a savage.
Yeah, it was ugly. But
it didn't go too well, huh?
No.
Man. Yeah, I gotta respect that. I respect that.
It was baller. He's a gangster, man.
So your relationship with Ye now, like, he brings you in as what? Like a political sort of, like, just input?
Yeah, basically. I mean, so I've talked to him on and off over the years, and I think he respects my opinion on these things because I'm one of the only people that's as canceled as him.
Yeah.
So he brings me in to talk about politics.
Just two canceled dudes driving together, bro. Hey, let's go to the fucking Trump house. Just two canceled dudes. Let's go to the president's house and ask him to be vice president. Yo, Nick and fucking Kanye are fucking crazy in the head, bro. Two canceled dudes driving up. It's all good. We're going to ask Trump to be my vice president. That's different, bro. The insanity of not it being registering that the social dynamic that's going on, they said, nah, fuck that. He's going to be my vice president is insane. And then Kanye's afterwards said, "Can you run for vice president for me?" Like after he gets caught with that whole shit, dude, that's so funny, bro.
Or give him some advice on things.
He came recently back and was like, "Yo, I'm not against the Jews anymore. Not not anti-Semitic. I apologize. Love for everyone." What's your opinion on that?
It's sincere. I mean, because he really is of two minds in the sense that he is not a hateful person at all. Like, he has Jewish employees and he really loves everybody. Like, genuinely, he's a good man. But he's getting screwed over. He can't play stadiums. He has a lot of trouble doing merch, doing even album releases. These estates, they won't clear the samples for his songs. So everything he does, they are still messing with him, whether it's the music, the fashion, the shows. And so I think he's kind of on this thing where he wants to move on. His true passion is architecture. He wants to build a smart city. He wants to build houses, and he wants to get the money to do that. But every time he tries to do anything, anti-Semite, you need to apologize. And you know him, he doesn't want to apologize. He's not wrong, at least on some of his complaints. You know, he's apologized for how he's gone about it in one way or another. People he's hurt their feelings. So he's trying to move forward, but they won't let him move forward unless he apologizes. So he tries to kind of say, "I'm sorry for how that made you feel," which is not what they're looking for. They're looking for total capitulation. And so it's kind of like one step forward, one step back for 3 years. That's kind of where he is. But he is a good man. He really does love everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, I know a few people who know him personally who would say the same thing, for sure.
Bro, they're intelligent, living their own world. Gotta respect it. Damn, he is on his own. Yeah, bro, they're fucking crazy. Like, they just have the audacity to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just don't give a fuck. That's the crazy part about it. They don't care. No, oh, this guy hit me for 70. I forgot he could do that. Damn, I totally misplayed that game. Whoops. It's all right. It's all right. We still alive. We still alive. We still alive, baby. Come on, come on. I gotta win. I gotta win.
What about you? Would you ever consider being like truly in politics, not just as a commentator?
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it, but I just feel like the second I run for anything, they're going to throw everything I've ever said in my face.
Yeah.
And I've been so nasty and I don't think I'm a hateful guy, but I make these jokes about black people, Polish people, Mexicans, you know, even white people, Southerners, like you name it. I don't think there's any constituency, but I mean, if there was ever a day when that stuff didn't matter, I would probably run. Yeah.
Yeah. You mentioned something the other day about working out's gay.
Here we go.
We got beef, dude.
We got a little beef.
It is a little gay. I will concede that. It's pretty funny, but you went on like a rant about it. You don't like working out?
I hate working out because it hurts.
So it's just because you don't like it, it's gay.
No, no. Well, look, here's what I say. I think people should work out. I think it's good for you, but the gym bro culture, it's so vain. You know what I mean? There's like mirrors everywhere and everybody's like posing and taking shirtless pics.
I know, I'm such a part of it. I'm such a creator of it, low key, actually.
Yeah, you're like a pioneer. You made it, but
there was a clip of Hassan. It was so funny saying the same shit. Hassan Piker, another commentator, where he was like, "You know who makes people?"
Hey, wasn't that the greatest story you ever heard of? Ye? Like, that shit's funny. Did you see Tucker Carlson's rant on Nick? Dude, yeah, I saw that. Tucker Carlson didn't even know his own fucking dad was CIA. Nick Fuentes had to fucking tell him that shit. I'm so lost watching you play Pokemon. I'm so lost watching you play Pokemon. Dude, I just won. What are you talking about? We're not lost. We won. We won. We don't lose here. We're not lost. We win, brother. Yes, but Tucker Carlson didn't even know his own dad was CIA until Nick Fuentes told him that shit. And he's like, "No, it's not true." And then Nick is like, "Yes, dog, it's fucking true." And then so he goes back and gives them all the info. And then Tucker Carlson's like, "Holy shit, my dad's a fucking CIA agent." Like, how did you not know? How did you not know? That's weird. And then so he's like, Nick Fuentes is like, "What else don't you fucking know, bro?" Now let's play that, bro. Let's play that. Nick Fuentes versus Tucker Carlson backlash.
What? So this is what? This is This is Tucker with Candace Owens, where they talk about Tucker finding out that his father was part of the CIA.
Dude, that's crazy, bro. Dude, all your life, dude, youth wave, all your fucking life, you don't know your dad's CIA, and you get exposed by some fucking gay white bastard in Chicago that kicks it with Kanye. Bro, how crazy is that? Your whole mind is fucked. You're gonna go home to you're gonna ask mama if she's still alive. Yo, what the fuck? Why did you tell me this shit? This kid exposed my whole life. And now I gotta look at me. You made me an idiot on the internet, mom. That's crazy, bro. Crazy.
Go for it. Play this clip.
That Nick Fuentes and Kanye they should be president and vice president, bro. That'd be crazy.
Sorry, I have it on double.
That's my boy, Rob. That's how we roll.
Do that, but Rob.
Audio.
The only reason I know who he is because someone sent me a video a few years ago of him attacking me, and I was like, so I'm looking at this, and I'm like, well, first of all, this kid's really talented, like legit, and I can assess that just having done the job for so long. So I was like, wow, lots of talent, native talent, and he's attacking my dad as the CIA, his dad's in the CIA or whatever, and I'm like, well, that's no. Untrue. And my father dies and I burn.
Yeah, Candace, he was actually talking about the last podcast. He was saying Candace came at him sideways. Like Candace said, oh, we should meet up and do the interview. And then Nick Fuentes like, yo, is it good? Like, are we going to be good? And she's like, I don't set nobody up. So he's like, all right, bet, I'm going to go. So he goes to the fucking interview with Candace. And then the first thing she says, like, why do you hate the Jews? And he's like, yo, what the fuck? Like, but he's not gonna show that on the screen. But in his mind, he's like, "What the fuck? Like, you texted me we're gonna be all right, and then you come at me with the hardest question ever." And then she's like, "Why do you hate black people? Why do you hate mixed families?" He's like, "Why the fuck are we talking about this? There's other shit going on in the world, and you want to talk about that? You want to talk about eugenics, not about the Epstein shit that's going on? Like, come on." So he's like, "Man, fuck this." He's like, "I'm leaving." So he dips out. And she's like, oh, I'm going to put it behind a paywall because I know you're kind of like censored. He's like, why don't you just put it on fucking Twitter? And then she texts back, why don't you tell me to put, he goes on his podcast, says, she should have just put it on Twitter if she's worried about censorship. And then she's like, why don't you tell me that to do it on Twitter? And he's like, I didn't think about it then, but do you want to argue now again about that shit? Like, damn, bro. Like, dude, Candace did that. So, man, I like Candace, but she's an idiot sometimes, bro. How you gonna, but I get it because, like, she thinks Nick Fuentes doesn't have a lot of people on his side. Because we do like Candace, don't get me wrong. But it's like, damn, bro, you look like an idiot. Especially because we don't know what's going on in the background. But Nick Fuentes is like, dude, she's doing all this weird shit. So it's like, now Candace is kind of weird, you know? Like, we didn't know that before. We thought Fuentes was just, like, going hard because of the shit he said earlier. Anyways, the more shit you know, the background shit, it's just weird. It gets like, okay, Fuentes is pretty cool, bro.
Yeah, was involved in that world. I was completely shocked by it. So no one has to believe me, but that's just a fact.
Right.
This was in March of this year. And I'm like, well, how the hell would this child from Chicago, my dad was 84 when he passed. Like, who does this guy know who my dad is? And like, he's in intelligence. How would he know that? And
Wait, so that was his critique of you? Because I didn't see it. It was
yeah,
like,
someone just sent me this video and it was like, you can't believe anything Carlson says because his father was in the CIA and he's a CIA working on behalf of the CIA. Well, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, and I actually feel emotional in my anger towards CIA. And I think that comes out on the air quite regularly.
Right.
And so the idea that I'm working for the CIA is like deranged.
Well, if it helps, he said I'm funded by Russia now. Since the interview, he then did a thing and said I was funded by Russia.
But you would be a lot more likely to take Russian money than I would be to work for the CIA.
He said, yeah, bitch, you do. Yo, that was a low. Yo, Tucker didn't give a fuck. He said, this story is about me, not about your stupid Russian money, bitch. Shut up.
Bro, you would never take Russian money, and you're not Russian.
Did he just say what I think?
Yeah,
Go back 5 seconds.
I mean, that's
Go
like
back
CIA,
what?
Bro, you would never take Russian
Go back
money.
no more,
Go
Rob,
back
Rob.
10 seconds, Rob.
But a lot
Damn, their audio's fucked. They're so loud and the interview's so low.
more more likely to take Russian money than I would be to work for the CIA. 'Cause you would never take Russian money.
So funny.
But you're
not
saying
Russian,
that you would
but-
be you over me.
But I mean, I really hate the CIA, and I mean, I
Right.
would. I mean, that's like very offensive to me. So why would you?
It's like personal for you.
Well, a little bit.
Yeah.
And anyway, like, who is this kid exactly?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's just an accident that the guy exclusively goes after people who are in the same.
Okay, you can pause it at that point. So this is what? This is the and what is this, Rob?
So this is Tucker Carlson, even though the whole basis of this conversation is that Nick Fuentes was criticizing Tucker Carlson for his father's ties to the CIA. In that clip, Tucker Carlson says he found out that his father was in the CIA when his father died in March of this year. But here's a clip from the Sean Ryan show in 2024 where Tucker talks about his father being part of the CIA. So there's no way that he found out in June of 2024, made those comments in June of 2024, but then just found out in March.
Let me see this.
And so when I applied to CIA, and I've taken a lot of crap, including from Putin, like, oh, you're from a CIA family. Well, yeah, obviously my father worked in conjunction with CIA. I mean, that's what that is.
Wow.
And I tried to join the CIA, but I'm not being false about it.
Native talent.
And then here's a clip of Nick Fuentes talking about Tucker Carlson after that clip went public.
I'm being accused of being the CIA by Peter Thiel's best boys, by Tucker Carlson with his daddy. Tucker Carlson's, and you know what? Here's the other thing. Tucker Carlson said I'm a weird gay kid in the basement. Yeah, and I'm from Chicago. You're right. Well, okay, you're not right about all of that. But I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Tucker Carlson says, I have so many trust funds, I never have to work. Tucker went to a $45,000 per year private high school, then a $45,000 per year selective Ivy League school in New England. Tucker Carlson's daddy was a Reagan appointee. And then, after years of bragging about being an elite, bragging about being so out of touch and so rich, now he's going to be the spokesperson for all the white people. Now he's going to roll up his sleeves. I just like to hunt and fish in my log cabin. I care about Klarna and credit card debt. But then when it comes to me, I'm one of the real disaffected white people. You want to talk about me and them? I am them. He says Nick Fuentes is leading all of the disaffected young white men. I am a disaffected young white man. I was a precocious, intelligent, young white college student who went to Boston University, who was pro-Trump and red-pilled by Trump and animated by Trump's message of America first. And I asked questions about Israel, and I was punished for it. I did it years before Tucker Carlson started talking about Israel last year. And I sacrificed, and I was targeted by the ADL, by the SPLC, by the federal government, by the conservative movement that both Candace and Tucker were a part of. Candace and Tucker had nothing to say about Israel until it became unavoidable last year. Not popular, but unavoidable. And now they want to gatekeep me out and do this personality attack and say I'm a bitter loser in my basement from Chicago.
You can pause this. So what do you know about this? And then, by the way, is this in conjunction with the Laura Loomer stuff that you're talking about?
I did not see the Laura Loomer stuff. Hang on one second.
Because Laura Loomer, Pat, was kind of going after.
Who sent that thing in the group text with Laura Loomer and Tucker Carlson?
Humberto, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So what do you see wrong with this here? So for me, is it tough for Tucker Carlson to not want to say that his dad was CIA? Yeah. If my dad was CIA, would I publicly want to tell people that it's CIA? I don't know. Your loyalty would probably be to not want to tell people your dad's CIA.
Damn.
If your dad wasn't CIA and you choose to become a CIA agent, it's the ultimate level of respect for your father. That doesn't mean the position that him now saying that I never knew I was until my father passed away, and he said that to Sean Ryan last year. Okay, fine. For that happened, and I get that part. But what else is the... Okay. Vinny, how are you processing this here when you're hearing Tucker and Nick Fuentes?
I mean, listen, people can say whatever.
Called himself the OG. Dude, how could I... Is he just like on Rumble or something? I've never seen these guys before, but I want to see more like... I just want to see the rawness of like what's going on with these guys. Like these guys talk too much. Like, these two talk too much. I want to see what the fuck is going on with these guys.
But oh yeah, this is the clip,
well,
dude. This is the
very interesting.
Dude, I saw someone post it. I was like, the moment, what is it? It's the moment Neo becomes the one.
Oh,
Dude, this is one of the most. I mean, there's so many good Nick clips. This is possibly the greatest Nick clip of all time. We're just gonna play it. I think we'll play it all the way through. Maybe we'll stop once or twice, but let's rock. So this is Nick's response to Tucker's comments.
I'm being accused of being the CIA by Peter Thiel's best boys, by Tucker Carlson with his daddy. Tucker Carlson's, and you know what? Here's the other thing. Tucker Carlson's.
You know when a white person goes crazy when here's the other thing. You know, they're about to go in.
I'm a weird gay kid in the basement. Yeah, and I'm from Chicago. You're right. Well, okay, you're not right about all of that. But I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Tucker Carlson says, I have so many trust funds, I never have to work. Tucker went to a $45,000 per year private high school, then a $45,000 per year selective Ivy League school in New England. Tucker Carlson's daddy was a Reagan appointee. And then, after years of bragging about being an elite, bragging about being so out of touch and so rich, now he's going to be the spokesperson for all the white people. Now he's going to roll up his sleeves. I just like to hunt and fish in my log cabin. I care about Klarna and credit card debt. But then when it comes to me, I'm one of the real disaffected white people. You want to talk about me and them? I am them. He says Nick Fuentes is leading all of the disaffected young white men. I am a disaffected young white man. I was a precocious, intelligent, young white college student who went to Boston University, who was pro-Trump and red-pilled by Trump and animated by Trump's message of America first. And I asked questions about Israel, and I was punished for it. I did it years before Tucker Carlson started talking about Israel last year. And I sacrificed, and I was targeted by the ADL, by the SPLC, by the federal government, by the conservative movement that both Candace and Tucker were a part of. Candace and Tucker had nothing to say about Israel until it became unavoidable last year. Not popular, but unavoidable. And now they want to gatekeep me out and do this personality attack and say I'm a bitter loser in my basement from Chicago. I'm a kid from Chicago. And they slipped up there because they forgot for 1 second that they're pretending to be the spokesperson for exactly that kind of person. Tucker's mask slipped, and he forgot for a minute that for 8 years he's been pretending to care about the plight of weird kids in their parents' basement who are broke and didn't go to an Ivy League school, living in cities that don't matter like Chicago, not like Washington, D.C. or LA or New York. And that's why he had such disdain and contempt for me in that moment. Between the personality attacks, he's lonely, he's weird, he lives in a basement. I'm sorry, did you guys forget that that's your target audience that you're trying to pander to? Did you forget that for 2 seconds? And I'm the inauthentic person? I am that person. I am a spokesman for the disaffected white man because I am one, and you two are not. Candace Owens got married to British royalty worth $200 million after meeting him for 2 weeks on Zoom. What the fuck is even that about?
Oh my god, bro. That's CIA shit, bro. Yo, rewind this part real quick. That's crazy.
Spokesman for the disaffected white man because I am one, and you two are not. Candace Owens got married to British royalty worth $200 million after meeting him for 2 weeks on Zoom. What the fuck is even that about? And Tucker Carlson's dad ran the CIA's propaganda empire fighting the Soviet Union. He went and fought with the Contras when he was in college. When I was in college, I was doing a webcam show in my friend's dorm room criticizing Israel. So who's the CIA cutout? Who's the inauthentic one? Who's the crazy, hateful one? I would never describe a well-meaning young white person who's trying to get ahead as a weird kid in his basement from Chicago. And what is that supposed to mean? What is wrong with being from Chicago? What is wrong with being weird? What is wrong with living in your basement? That's a lot of people because of the problems you claim to care about. Tucker's at Turning Point USA extolling the predatory nature of usury and how it's preventing young white men from getting homes. And then the week after says you're in your mom's basement. So which is it? So which is it? Do you care about Klarna and people going into debt to order pizzas and home ownership being impossible? Or do you think that's a contemptible, low-status thing to be ridiculed and mocked? Who's pandering here exactly? Because that wasn't you. You were born to the Swanson family fortune and your daddy who ran the CIA. You know, my dad didn't even graduate college. My dad worked for the tollway. His dad died of a drug overdose in the 70s. My mother's father was a garbage man in Chicago, and he committed suicide. He was a veteran of World War II. Who's the CIA cutout? Who's the poser? Who is America? I am America. Chicago is America. That's an American story. I didn't go to Yale Law School and suck Peter Thiel's dick and then get a sinecure at a venture capital firm advising Rebecca Mercer and writing Hillbilly Elegy and talking about it at the Aspen Institute. That's your biographical credibility? How many of these disaffected white people that love Trump because he's racist went to Yale Law School and got plucked out by Peter Thiel, whoever he even is? Peter Thiel with his fixation with the Antichrist, this homosexual.
What? Yo, he's just, yo, this is getting crazy.
Involved with the CIA, wants to live forever and govern the world with AI. Yeah, that's really relatable. That's really relatable. Do another show with him and Curtis Yarvin. Do another show. Do the 47th show with JD Vance. It is insulting, and it is insulting to everybody's intelligence for Tucker to sit there and say he doesn't know his dad is in the CIA.
That was bullshit.
For him to say that I'm in the CIA. What a joke. What a sick joke.
Okay.
Nuclear.
He's the one.
So yeah, I mean,
he cooked Candace and Tucker in the same sentence. Bro barely took a breath. He was just all fucking gone out, bro. It was so crazy. It's crazy, bro. Like, that was a cook. Let's see what these white boys gotta say. And then after this battle, I'm probably gonna knock the fuck out. But let's see what's up.
Before I extol the virtues of Nicholas further, I want to steelman Tucker's position a little bit. I think the reason that he said, hey, this kid from Chicago is like, well, it's not like he's in DC, right? Where like he might have connections. And like, hey, it's a weird kid in his basement. Like, the reason I think that there's probably some truth to what Nick said there. Hold on. That was one of the greatest monologues of all time. But the weird kid in the basement is like, well, how the fuck is he figuring out weird stuff that like other people who have access to stuff, who have access to information don't know, right? With that said, I think the most compelling part of that is where Nick says it's insulting. It's insulting. It's like, yeah, I have some questions about Nick. I think Nick has made some very questionable decisions over the year. However, you're trying to convince me that this fucking kid, who, by the way, who's been on the internet for 10 years, who's kind of been an open book, he's the Fed, and that you, who are friends with JD Vance, whose dad was a top guy in the CIA, you were in Nicaragua at 19 years old, that you're not the fucking Fed. That insults my intelligence. And I think he's betting on people not watching Nick. Or also he was betting on Nick not having that good of a fucking response.
Yeah, right? That response is
What's
crazy.
Up, Kings? It's Daniel. The old YouTube algo obviously isn't going to push this type of content.
This Chicago!
And make sure to smash up that like and subscribe button. You'll get notified every time we upload new content. Go live.
Hold on, I got something to say. Why the fuck does Do every fucking player that I played so far that does Greninja and Sylveon X, why the fuck do they always have Greninja fucking second turn, bro? They always have the motherfucking second turn. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. I'm over here fighting for my life. All right? No, I'm over here fighting, and these motherfuckers always got the best cards on the second turn. What the fuck is going on? It's pissing me off. How come I never get that fucking second hand? Every fucking person I've been playing gets their fucking second hand, and I haven't got shit. Oh, the worst part is, last night's games, all fucking rigged. All fucking rigged. I lost so much last night because of stupid shit. I'm going to keep it going.
And it really helps us out over here. All right, let's get back to it. Yeah, but at the end of the day, to his benefit, to Tucker's benefit right now, Nick's not really on YouTube. I mean, this will be on YouTube by way of us and others, but it's not like he has his own channel, right? So that does limit his reach to an extent.
Yeah.
So perhaps he's just trying to limit damage, right? So, hey, because there's going to be a lot of people who watch that say, yeah, man, kid's totally a fed. Just like David. By the way, David Duke's not a fucking fed. David Duke's done a lot to wake up our people. David Duke's a good man. God bless him. You know, he's an elderly man, too. Maybe have a little bit of respect for him. But anyway, what do you got?
Yeah, fantastic monologue. I think I showed my wife, and she was like, I'm getting goosebumps.
Yeah.
He's like, I am America.
It's true, though.
It's totally true.
Yeah.
It's totally true. Be interested to know if Tucker even winds up responding. But it's such a beautiful moment for Nick because, like, he has this weird moment of these two, conservative, like, people that are leading the conservative party in a lot of ways.
Right.
How much you got to play to keep playing? No, it's free. It's like it's not the paying part. It's these motherfuckers are getting their cards second turn, dog. And I'm over here like, I'm good at the game. Trust, I'm good at the game. I think that's why it knows I'm fucking good at the game. So it gives them all the cards they need in their hand, and it makes me fucking work for it, bro. It's so annoying.
They have a little bitch fest about him for 4 minutes.
Right.
Kind of feminine. And then this clip that then he's able to produce this 7-minute clip that it was absolutely going like blockbuster viral.
Right.
On X. Like this just elevated him to
right.
I don't know. He just keeps leveling up. Ever since Elon let him back on X.
Wild.
It's like a freaking rocket ship.
It's wild. Yeah. I mean, you think like if he had been allowed on YouTube.
If I don't, bro, how can you join on YouTube? Can you join stream on YouTube? I have no fucking idea. You want to try? You ask if it's send a request. Hopefully we could do this.
Be now. I mean, he might be fucking president. He might be pure. You know? Yeah. But no. I mean, what's it called? The thing.
Hey. Check this play out. He wasn't gonna let me do the play. I was about to fuck him up, bro. See what I'm saying, dude? I'm good at the game, dude. I'm fucking good at this game. All right? Respect my name. But they give him all the good cards. It's so fucking annoying, bro. It's so fucking annoying.
Tucker, too, why it's so significant as well is, like, Tucker has been not a kingmaker, but he's been a king wrecker, right? Whereas, like, Donald Trump, to an extent, is a kingmaker. Like, he can point to people.
Dude, yeah, if we can make that happen. I don't know how to do that stuff, but if we can make it happen, it'd be a good way to, we should ask Connie, because I know Connie's done a couple of joint streams, like how they're doing it. Like, I see what you mean, like how these guys are doing it. I'm not that techie. Like, I barely got, all these screens up, and I was like, oh shit, this is like a lot to me, I'm fucking low-key retarded in that technical way. I do want to learn, so I do want to do it. I want to learn how to do the stream thing, so later on it could open up to other stuff like interviews and whatever, podcasts with other people, and we grow and all that crap. I want to be able to do that stuff. I want to make $1 million. I want to make money with this shit, so I know I got to get better with the tech. So I understand. The Tech 9. Anyway, let's see what they got to say. I'm done playing. I got the victory, bro.
Well, and like they'll get their positions in Congress also. But Tucker's been able to pinpoint people as like bad actor and has destroyed their careers. For example, most recently Mike Pence, right? He asked Mike Pence, I think about Israel, or no, it was about Ukraine. right? He asked that question about Ukraine, and like, not that Mike Pence ever really.
I don't know who these people are. Fuck them. All right, I think that's the stream. Good shit with the victory. I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. Victory slap word. Hey, victory slap. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Victory slap word of Nipsey. Look, tomorrow is gonna be a dope ass stream. I'm excited. We got Youth Wave about to come up on the webcams. We're gonna look into some more dirty fucking government conspiracies and some hypocrisies and all the what do they say, the Socrates, you know, those guys with the fucking the little bill hats, and they start talking about pyramids and scheme, you know, those fucking Cyprus motherfuckers. Yeah, we're gonna get like that tomorrow. Socrates and Hippocrates and pyramid schemes and fuck all that shit. I need content. All right, I need entertainment for these people, and I'm gonna get Youth Wave on the fucking goddamn webcam. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you guys. Get some good rest. Work out tomorrow. Get some good hydration going on. Get those sleeps. Dream real nice. You know, rotate the blunt to yourself and you and only yourself. All right. I was gonna say you, myself, and my, but that didn't work out. So fuck all that.